They said the truth won't survive beside the lies that maintain the decaying faces of display. Pill ill, y'all niggas better listen. I'm black 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 pill, I'm ill with this will. 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 I'm black pill, I'm ill with this will.
Oh man, what's up, everybody, man? I gotta keep this on here. And Mike, what's good, man? What's good, Mike? Man, my apologies for starting the stream early. In fact, give me a minute. I gotta share it for a minute. Give me 1 second. Oh, all right. Well, I'm back. Yeah, what's up, Arabian? What's good, man? Black pill vasectomy. What's up, man? Yeah, I myself am a millennial, I mean, I wanted to do this stream, it would have been at 11 or before, whatever, but I think, man, we as millennials, you know, we got to talk about the Zoomers, man. I think the Zoomers are going through a very major situation, man. And at times, I think the Zoomers think, man, everybody's against them. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't blame a Zoomer for thinking everybody's against them and they're being disrespected at all points, man. It's a lot of disrespect going towards the Zoomers, you know what I'm saying? And some of it will be warranted, but a lot of it not, you know. And the way I look at with what the Zoomers are going through, it's kind of like what we went through as millennials, man. A lot of millennials, such as myself, will understand. Oh, Tony, what's good, man? What's up? Yeah, I think a lot of millennials will understand what I'm saying. The trauma we went through as millennials is that, man, we grew up in the 90s, man. I grew up, I was in kindergarten, first grade in the 90s. And, one thing you saw in the 90s is, man, you saw everybody working. You saw a lot of people working, man. And, growing up as a Zoomer, you were like, man, that's going to be, growing up as a millennial, you were like, man, that's going to be us, man. When I was growing up in the 90s, you just saw people working. You saw them getting a lot of opportunities here and there. And then when our time came, like around 2008, by the time we were old enough to work, man, you see what happens with George Bush with the recession. You know what I'm saying? The recession came, and then you add in the fact that Obamacare came, and it destroyed the millennial, what we millennials looked at. We millennials wanted the same opportunities Gen X had. You know what I'm saying? Gen X, they were working, man. Gen X, you could talk to a Gen Xer and they could tell you, yeah, dude, I used to work triple overtime. They used to work as much as they wanted. You know what I'm saying? They had opportunities to keep working, and I mean, just looking at the time period, when I was growing up as a millennial, and you looked at the Gen Xers, man, they were working. They had so many opportunities, man. Then, the recession happens, man, and we lose as millennials, we lose our entire access to the opportunities the Gen Xers had. They could work as long as they wanted. During the 90s, man, jobs weren't really offering you health care unless it was a specific type of trade. So a lot of the money from employment went to your bonuses and, making a lot more money, and the Gen Xers, man, they were making money like crazy. They were living their lives, man, and then for us, like I was saying, man, then you have George Bush comes and, the recession hits. And, the recession ended a lot of job opportunities. And then Obamacare came, and Obamacare basically destroyed your opportunity to just work as much as you want. You know, I mean, before Obamacare, I remember some of my homies saying, yo, I got to get a car, so I'm going to be working 40, 80 hours a week. They're going to be working like crazy overtime to get their money, man, for a new car, a vacation, whatever, man. They were doing what they wanted to get that, you know. And once Obamacare came, a lot of millennials lost that because Obamacare forced healthcare requirements on employments, on employers, and it even forced it on us. Like I remember applying for Obamacare, man. I ain't qualified here and there, and they let you pass. And I heard people that I spoke to got fined for not being able to get health care. And then the jobs cut the hours. I mean, now full time used to be 40 hours. Now full time is what, 32 hours? 32 hours is full time. 32 hours is full time. And so we looked at it, man, as millennials, you're like, man, we all the opportunities we saw the Gen Xers enjoying with employment, jobs, and all that. For us, it was gone, man. We had to adjust to a new world where all the opportunities we saw the Gen Xers enjoying, we no longer had access to, man. You know, and when I look at the Zoomers, I think the millennials, we're between the Zoomers and the Gen Xers. Like as a millennial, I can relate to the Gen Xers who, didn't have computers. I mean, I remember seeing people with beepers, man. I remember the payphone. There's a lot of stuff I remember, growing up from the 90s to 2000. So, what I mean? You saw a lot as a millennial, and I think we're the link. I think we as millennials are the link between Gen X. We're between Gen X and the Zoomers because we saw when the technology came in, the phones, being able to go online with your phone, watching YouTube and all these stuff. We were the first ones to experience it all. You know what I mean? We experienced the arrival of the technology that the Zoomers would basically grow up in. You know, we basically experienced the arrival. I remember a lot of people might not remember, man. I mean, before it was a Samsung Galaxy, man, it was just a Galaxy phone, man. I remember one of my boys had the Galaxy phone. And this was during the 3G, man. The 3G internet speed, we the millennials, we saw it all come. We seen it all arrive, man. And the Zoomers, to me, they grew up in it. They grew up in it. And I think another thing a lot of people aren't looking at when it comes to the Zoomers is just like us millennials had a traumatic experience by losing the opportunities we saw the Gen Xers had. The Gen Xers, man, they had unlimited potential to when it came to work. They could work and do as much as they want, man. They could work 60, 80 hours a week. When you were in Gen X, you could work as much as you wanted to gather as many resources as you needed, man. And then we lost that. And then you gotta look at the Zoomers. What the Zoomers lost is that, like, for example, one thing is that isn't talked about a lot in the manosphere, and I think the Zoomers are the ones that are facing it. We talk about in the manosphere, a lot of guys are talking about dating and relationships and so on, but not many guys are talking about, you know, the side effects of what was lost. Not many guys are talking about what the Zoomers actually lost, because us millennials, man, we were actually in that dating market when, Match.com, like, a lot of what the Zoomers are facing now with dating, us millennials didn't have to face it, because during our time, let's say if you were a millennial, let's say in high school, I think early college, high school, let's just keep it at high school. A lot of the dating wasn't on the phones. It wasn't on the apps. I mean, you had to go online. I mean, we all remember Plenty of Fish, and damn, there was another one. I forget its name. We used it a lot in the urban neighborhood. I don't think it was Zap. It was something. But you had Match, and all of those were connected to your desktop. You had to have a desktop to use a lot of these dating apps. So for us millennials, man, it wasn't as impactful, such as your Tinder and your Tinder and all these apps where you had to carry around the dating. You know what I'm saying? The dating software, and you could carry this with you. Dating for us millennials, it wasn't mobile. You know what I'm saying? I remember I tried Match.com to check it out. I think the membership was like 50 or whatever it was. And you had to have a desktop, man. So for us millennials, yeah, you could go on Match.com and these websites, but you needed a desktop, so it was a lot harder to take advantage of dating online as a millennial. You know what I'm saying? So you still ended up going to the bars, the clubs, whatever, because, you would need a desktop for the dating activity, and which means you would have to come back home to your desktop for you to search dating. So when you look at the Zoomers growing up, even though they were growing up with technology, let's say a Zoomer was born. I'm trying to figure out what's the year of the Zoomer. Give me a minute. Let me look it up quick. 1 second. Zoomer. All right. Yeah. Well, I saw it. So the Zoomers are mid 90s. So I'm guessing 95 and above. So the Zoomers grew up, man. They grew up seeing millennials still go out on dates. Millennials still have to interact with the opposite sex from a physical perspective. So the Zoomers growing up, you know what I'm saying? Yes, we lost a lot of job opportunities with 2008, the recession and Obamacare, but the Zoomers were looking at the dating scene. They would see a millennial just go out to the bar, go on a date, talk to a girl on the phone, You know what I'm saying? They saw a lot of physical interaction. So the Zoomers growing up were probably thinking, yeah, it's gonna be just like that for us. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, oh Ojik, what's good, man? Zoomer dating coaches need to keep their laptops. That's Jordan Lee. Tony, man. Man, that Jordan Lee Peterson thing is wild. Yeah. But yeah, oh Mike, what's good, man? So, I look at the Zoomers, man. The Zoomers were looking at us millennials. One thing I've learned, man, every generation envies the generation before them. Because every time we move forward, we lose something, man. Us millennials, we lost the ability to work, man. We lost the ability to work to our full potential. You know what I'm saying? The Gen X, they could work as much as they want, man. They could do 100 hours a week. I remember some of my homies burning themselves out, and they got a car. They'll buy a new car in like 2, 3 weeks. They'd get a new job. On Tuesday was good, man. Was good, bro. Zoomers and building. Yeah, Mike was good, man. Yeah, yo, respect all the people that's the Zoomers here, man. Thanks for showing up. But yeah, I mean, when we were millennials growing up, looking at the Gen X, man, dude, Gen X, they could work as much as they want. They could work 80 hours. They were buying cars. Gen Xers were getting new jobs left and right. I remember, man, in the early 2000s or 90s, I remember some guys I talked to. Yeah, I just lost the job. This job, I'm getting a new job. Yeah, what's good, Finley? What's up, man? I'm getting a new job, man. I remember, man, Gen Xers would just jump from job to job, man. They'd quit a job and get a new one like literally the next hour. I remember some of my homies like that. So, we millennials thought, yeah, man, we gonna have the same opportunities as Gen X to work, make our money. Then out of nowhere, man, I think Michael Moore made that movie, man, about every American, missing a finger because they work without health insurance. When in reality, man, not everybody needs health insurance, man. Not from the job. You could go get it yourself, depending on the job you're doing. You know what I mean? The market was open. You could go get it yourself. But that movie, if you look it up, Michael Moore, man, he made this movie about jobs. And in that movie, he basically put out the idea that, yeah, man, all Americans are missing a finger. Like every American working a job is missing a finger and is in desperate need of health insurance. You know what I'm saying? So to me, man, we millennials growing up looked at Gen X like, man, we're gonna be able to work just like them, have all this opportunity to maximize and make money, man, and live our lives. You know what I'm saying? Of course, there was also the delusion with Gen X is that, man, you know, divorce was still high with Gen X. Divorce was still high. It's just that you know, we didn't see it as much because the internet wasn't as much. I won't go into the divorce rate, but basically, man, us millennials were idolizing the Gen Xers. We were looking at them, their jobs, their life. We were looking at the Gen Xers. Then the Zoomers were looking at us. The Zoomers were looking at us and thinking, yeah, they're gonna grow up, they're gonna have these opportunities, the same dating opportunities as the millennials. They're going to be able to have physical contact with women. They're going to be able to date. They're going to be able to live just like us millennials. You know what I'm saying? But what the Zoomers didn't see is that in growing up and being born in 95 and then growing up in the technology that they grew up in, around by the time a Zoomer became a teenager, man, you know, Tinder, all dating, and here's the thing, dating used to be, they used to look at you weird if you're using a Match.com or, you know, Bumble. They used to look at you weird. You know what I'm saying? But what the Zoomers didn't see is that in growing up and being born in 95 and then growing up in the technology that they grew up in, around by the time a Zoomer became a teenager, man, you know, Tinder, all dating, and here's the thing, dating used to be, they used to look at you weird if you're using a Match.com dating app. You know what I'm saying? I think dating apps or, dating websites got big, I think around the late 2000s, you know what I'm saying? With late 2000s or early 2010s with Only Fish, you know what I'm saying? And all the other websites for dating, you know. And you were even using MySpace, you know. Let me see what you said, OG. Yeah, millennials had a better time dating on Facebook or Instagram, no smartphones. Lucky. Yeah, yeah. I mean, as a millennial man, you would be on websites. I mean, MySpace. I remember I got a chick on MySpace. You know what I mean? There was a lot of stuff you could do because it was still rare. The majority of people dating were still meeting in person, you know? And I think the Zoomers thought they would have had that opportunity, you know? And by the time the Zoomers saw what was going to happen, it was too late because I mean, if you're 10 years old with a phone, you know what I'm saying? 10, 12, 14, let's say you're about 14 to, let's say you're 10 to 16 years old. You know what I mean? You're not on Tinder, you're not on Bumble, you're not on uh Tinder, Bumble, and all these dating apps, you know? Let me read what Mike said, man. You know, Mike's a Zoomer. Facts. Women used to be frowned upon for being promiscuous and showing their bodies. Now it is encouraged and seen as liberation. Yeah. I mean, well, that was before, to me, the whole sexual revolution came during, when the mobile apps happened. Because, I mean, I remember MySpace or whatever, you know what I mean? You could look up some chicks for dating, whatever, but it was still, people were still more into the physical world. You know what I mean? Because, you still needed a desktop. I mean, I don't think you were able to use MySpace on the phone until what, the 2010s or nines, whatever, when it got mobile. Because us millennials, man, a lot of the Zoomers growing around the millennials, we millennials were dating before dating went mobile, before it went on apps. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of the Zoomers growing up, seeing their older brothers, cousins, sisters, interacting in the real world, man, they thought that was going to be them. And like I was saying, if you're like 10 to about 15 years old with a mobile phone, and a lot of the Zoomers grew up where their phones were given to them to play Subway Surfer, Angry Birds. They didn't see what was coming. They were too young. They didn't see that their older brothers and the older generation was using these apps for dating and socializing. You know what I mean? The great socialization came once the apps became mobile. I mean, once 4G, I think it was, I'm trying to remember, was it 4G or 3G when Facebook got on the phone? You know what I'm saying? I think it was 3G. You know what I'm saying? Give me 1 minute. You see what Mike said. When I watch early 2000 movies, people used whores as an insult, completely different now. Yeah, I mean, well, the culture's changed, what I mean? The culture's changed. But I look at what the millennials are going through, man. Us millennials and how the Zoomers, because us millennials were looking at the Gen Xers from a perspective of employment. You know what I'm saying? We're looking at the employment opportunities the Gen Xers had, the employment opportunities Gen X had. And, we weren't worried as much as millennials about dating because growing up as a millennial, I mean, if you're born in, I think, in the 80s or whatever, you didn't worry about online dating or nothing like that because, dude, you didn't have the internet. I mean, the internet didn't show up, I think, until the late 90s. You know what I'm saying? When you were a millennial, you were outside playing. You were basically living your childhood based on the outdoors. I mean, if you were a millennial, man, I tell people this as a millennial. JP, what's good, man? What's up? As a millennial, man, the way we hung out was based on the sun. If the sun was up, man, we'd be outside playing, frolicking, whatever, playing around. And once the sun goes down, man, things, now you got to go home. We didn't have the internet until much later. So we millennials are the last generation that basically lived a manual life. Digital didn't really dictate our lives, man. It didn't dictate it completely. We were still living a manual life, offline. You know what I'm saying? We were living life based on what was available outside. Oh, Indy, yeah, this is live, man. This is live. Yeah, what's up, Indy? You know what I mean? But let me see what Tuesday said. Yeah, man, I feel that it changed forever when Facebook bought Instagram. Yeah, I mean, around the late 2010s, middle 2010s, a lot changed. But us millennials, man, we used to live the manual life. It was based on the time. And I mean, even you gotta look at what the Zoomers have gone through, man. There's a lot of trauma. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers lost a lot, man. I mean, a lot of people here play video games, man. Growing up as a millennial, for us to play games, we used to have to go to each other's house, man. We used to go to each other's house and play games, man, And if you tell that to a Zoomer, they're going, the Zoomers have lost that, man. The Zoomers, I mean, I had this conversation with the homie JP and a lot of other people, is that, man, when a Zoomer talks about playing a game, they don't go to each other's house. They talk about, for example, two Zoomers are coming out of school. Two Zoomers are coming out of school. And instead of them saying, yo, man, let's go to your house and play these games, the Zoomers basically, they got to go to their homes individually. They got to go to each other's homes separately. Like, think of the game Fortnite. You can't play Fortnite together at your house. You can't. You know what I'm saying? You can't go to your friend's house as a Zoomer and say, yo, let's play Fortnite. No, we got to go to our individual houses. I mean, the Zoomers are really the generation where there isn't much closeness when it comes to how they play with each other and interact. A lot of the Zoomer interaction is based on long distance. You know what I'm saying? Long distance interactions. The Zoomers, I mean, just think about it. I mean, me when I was growing up, man, as a millennial growing up, man, when we wanted to play video games together, we'd either bring each other's systems or controllers to your friend's house. We'd leave school and go to each other's house. I'd go to his house, you go to my house, and we play some games. Then we'd go home, you know what I'm saying? Depending on how dark it is, then we'd go home, you know what I mean? And another thing as a millennial is, man, in fact, let me stay on the video game thing for a few more minutes, is that when we played video games, man, we would go to each other's homes. I remember playing SmackDown, Here Comes the Pain. I had to go to my homie's house, or playing Crash Bandicoot Racing, Mario Kart. We had to go to each other's houses, or NWO versus WCW wrestling games. We had to go to each other's houses. Marvel versus Capcom. You had to go to each other's houses. And the Zoomer, and think about the Zoomer that's like, and you got to understand, there's a lot of impressions left as a younger kid. So think about the Zoomers, man. A Zoomer, let's say a Zoomer was born in 94. He's born in 95. His brother's born in 1988 or 86, and his brothers are playing video games at the house. They're playing video games at the house, and his Zoomer, who's little, watching his brothers play video games, or the Zoomer gets a little older, he's like 6 or 8 years old, and he's playing with his brothers at the house, or he's playing with his brother's friends at the house. And then when he gets to that age where he can buy video games, now that's lost. That's lost, man. Now the Zoomer can't play with each other at their homes, you know? So the Zoomers, man, they lost a lot. They lost where we millennials grew up in the last age of manual labor, where the internet didn't play much. We didn't have mobile. We were introduced. We're the generation introduced to mobile game, mobile technology. The Zoomers, you got to understand how much the Zoomers have lost. Like a Zoomer could say, man, I remember when I was 4 years old. I remember when I was like 8 years old playing video games at my brother's house, at my brother's friend's house with them playing multiplayer games. And then that Zoomer grows up and they can't experience that. They can't experience that when now they're the teenagers. They lost that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at a Zoomer as, man, they didn't have much time with you know what I'm saying, with close interaction. They only had a good 5 to 10 years. You know what I mean? A good 5 to about 10 years of potential close interaction. Because if you're born in '95, the multiplayer games, it started to explode in the 2000s. When the Xbox arrived, online started getting big. You know what I mean? Then 2007 arrived, and it really arrived. I mean, if your game didn't have online multiplayer, it was basically dead. You know, me share a few more comments. Yeah, Indy 2160. I'm a millennial, glad I ain't a kid. RNFK. I don't know what that means. But Nezzy says, right, I used to play video games out. I used to play video games outside with my friends. Good times. Yeah. I mean, even think about it, man. The Zoomers would watch us millennials play Pokemon with our Game Boys, and they would see us meeting together to trade games, trade Pokemon. The Zoomers would even see us play Yu-Gi-Oh cards live in person. I think the Zoomers, man, they were the last generation, and they were basically, man, teased. They lost what we had, man, as millennials, which was that close interaction, man. You had to meet with your friends to play video games. You had to meet with your friends to play card games. You know what I'm saying? Yu-Gi-Oh! I still got my Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks at the crib. I still got my Pokemon cards from way back. I'm still living in regret because I traded my Mewtwo, man. Fuck. I traded my Mewtwo for a damn Rhydon, man. I mean, that still burns my spirit, but yeah, so we used to play physically, man. We had a lot of physical interaction, and the Zoomers would see that. Like as a millennial growing up, you know, Snuggles was good. Damn, man. Yu-Gi-Oh! And Game Boy, you're really talking. Yeah, man. Hey, Tuesday, man. Yu-Gi-Oh, man. I remember the homies used to play Yu-Gi-Oh. They used to play Flip, where I had a homie, man. The Flip was you gotta randomly select a card and you gotta draw. If you draw the strongest card, you win, and you win that person's card, man. It was wild. And you gotta look at it that us millennials, our lifestyle, just like the Gen Xers, their lifestyle teased us millennials. You would look at the Gen Xers like, oh man, he's got a job. He's leaving jobs. He's working. You know what I'm saying? There wasn't this whole quota crap. You know what I'm saying? The Gen Xers, when they applied for a job, they would ask them, what sex are they? Are they man? Are they woman? You know what I mean? It wasn't, what gender are you, like this scam we got now. The Gen Xers, man, they lived, bro. They had a real jobs, and they could hop from job to job. You know what I mean? Get a new job and work. Yes, when you look at it, A lot of people say, well, minimum wage for Gen X was what, $5, $7 or whatever. But back then a gallon of milk, I think in the 90s was what, like $2 or 150 or whatever. So the minimum wage wasn't as bad. JP, Yu-Gi-Oh was the only game where you got roasted for not being good at math. Oh yeah, oh dude, Yu-Gi-Oh, man. I remember counting them life points, man. Me and my brothers would pull out a pencil. We'd be doing math, man, because you gotta remember how much damage your cards did to someone, man. You know what I'm saying? Give me 1 minute. Give me 1 second. Uh, like, uh, so you had to remember the life points. Yeah, if you haven't joined the Discord, here's a link to join the Discord to talk to Black Pillars. And we don't do face ratings. We don't do none of that on the Philosophy Discord. Philosophy Discord is all about being as normal as possible, man. But yeah, I mean, we millennials, man, we idolized the Gen Xers lifestyle, man. You know, there's so much we lost, man. There's so much the Gen Xers had. Oh, Uncle Guns was good, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, word. Respect Uncle Guns, But yeah. So the Gen Xers, man, to me, there was a lot they were doing, man. So Gen Xers, we millennials idolized the Gen Xers, man. Just like the Gen Xers idolized the boomers, man. The Gen Xers, man, there's a lot of hate on the boomers, but the Gen Xers idolize the boomer lifestyle. The boomers were able to buy homes. The boomers were able to live a lifestyle that the Gen Xers thought they would have. But to get back to us, man, the Zoomers thought they would get our lifestyle as millennials. They would get to see their friends. Like, as a millennial, man, growing up in the 90s and early 2000s, man, we had to meet each other in person because this is before you had anytime minutes, man. This is before you had unlimited. Think about what I'm about to say here, man. We used to have, you wouldn't have free minutes until 7 p.m. So you wouldn't be able to talk to anybody. I remember in the house phone, I remember we had the house phone, and dude, I wouldn't be talking on the house phone until like 7 p.m., bro. Until 7 p.m., we ain't talk on the phone, man. We're just living our lives, playing video games or talking, with my brothers or playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Or, I mean, a Beyblade. Anybody knows about Beyblade. Me and my brothers bought some Beyblades, man. We used to play Beyblade at the house, man. Lost a lot of money. Not a lot of money, but man, them Beyblades would break, man. We'd let them rip so quick and we'd break them. The Beyblades were the spinning tops. Beyblades were basically Dreidel. What if Dreidel became a game? You know what I'm saying? But instead of you spinning the Dreidel thing, you guys spin it against each other. Us millennials had a lot of reasons for physical interaction because, dude, I mean, if your anytime minutes isn't until 7 p.m., you're going to meet up with each other after school. You're going to chill out. You might go to a friend's house, game, play, whatever you got to do. And then when you get home, you could only talk around 7 to about, I think the only anytime minutes ended around 12 a.m. I'm not 100% sure. I don't remember. I know it was 7 to probably 12 a.m. Then later on, you started getting phone plans with unlimited minutes. You know what I'm saying? I remember, I'm trying to remember. There was a phone company that you could save your minutes, man. You could save your minutes and it would roll back. You know what I'm saying? I remember I had a homie that used to brag about, man, I got 1,000 minutes, man. I saved so much of my minutes, I could talk forever. You know what I mean? That used to actually be bragging rights. And, as a millennial was the bragging rights of you having minutes to talk to somebody on a phone. Used to be, oh man, I got anytime minutes. I'm trying to remember the brand the company that had it. I can't remember it right now, but yo, we used to brag about having minutes on our phones, man. You know, and that means you had to meet with people physically. Physical interaction. You know, you know what I mean. So even when it wasn't physical, with you had those phone hotlines where you would call. I forget the hotlines. You call and talk to women, whatever. You did it at a house. So you and your boys could probably take turns on a phone hotline, talking to some chicks, whatever. You know what I mean? A lot of our interactions as millennials was you know, in fact, give me a minute. I forgot to type this down, create this banner. Zoomers. Uh, Zoomers future. Yeah, let me put this on. Yeah, there it is. Zoomers. Yeah. So, to me, man, oh, Cellular One. Oh, dude, you remember? Nah, yo, Moon, it wasn't Cellular One, man. It was the phone company before AT&T, man. I think it was with an S. It was with an S, and you could roll back your minutes, man. You could save your minutes, man, to talk to people. You could save your minutes online to talk to people. You know what I mean? Singular. There it is, bro. It was Singular. I remember one of my buddies had Singular, man. It was like, dude, I got Singular. You know what I'm saying? I got rollback minutes, man. I got over 1,000 minutes saved up. I could talk at any time. I had a buddy of mine who used to have the Singular, man. I'm Gen X. I went way back. Yeah, yo, Singular, hey, Singular One, man. That was I didn't have access to that, man. I didn't get a phone until I don't think I got my own phone until like 2006. I think that's when I still got my first cell phone somewhere in the house. You know what I'm saying? So to me, man, yeah, Singular One was something. I remember Singular One, Virgin Mobile. You had Boost Mobile, of course. But dude, Singular, man, we had rollback minutes, bro. Yo, Mike, what's up with the new technology age? Zoomers become dystopian addicts. Well, I mean, to me, a lot of people are picking on the Zoomers too, man. Mike, I know you said you're a Zoomer, and even a lot of Zoomers are identifying with the negativity, man. But on this stream, I'm building up. You know what I'm saying? I gotta tell some things, but I think the Zoomers, man, I think the Zoomers are going to reach a potential manhood that no, not a millennial can't reach, Gen Xers couldn't reach, and Boomers couldn't reach, and any generation before the Zoomers couldn't reach. Oh, dude, JP Nextel, man, I hear you, dog. Nextel was the one with the chirp, yeah, man. Nextel, man. You remembering that? But yeah, but I think the Zoomers have a potential that is gonna scare a lot of millennials and Gen Xers. That's why, I've been seeing some of the Thinking Apes content where, man, there's a lot of antagonizing the Zoomers. You know what I'm saying? Because I think the Zoomers in growing up I think the Zoomers are in what I call the detached age. They're detached. The Zoomers, man, the potential a Zoomer has is going to be insane, because they're detached. The Zoomers don't have any physical limitations, man. A lot of people aren't aware of just how advanced the Zoomers are, man. The Zoomers are skipping a lot of steps we millennials had to do. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers have a crazy level of potential. But the problem that's going on with the Zoomers is that a lot of the generation before them are literally on attack mode. The Zoomers are being attacked by Gen X. They're being attacked by many millennials who idolize the Gen Xers. You know what I'm saying? That want to pretend they're Gen Xers. Like they were like the Gen Xers. So the Zoomers are being attacked on multiple fronts. But I think the people that will relate to the Zoomers the most will be the millennials, because we millennials are between the last the last era of the last era before mobile technology. You know, like I can remember before phones were like before everyone had a cell phone. I can remember that. You know what I'm saying? I can remember when I was on the bus or walking outside, and most kids didn't have no mobile phone, man. You know what I'm saying? Most kids didn't have no mobile phones, dude. Growing up in the 90s, early 2000s, most people, I don't remember people. I remember when, dude, if you had a smartphone, you had to hide it, man. Because you didn't want people to steal it. You know what I'm saying? People would steal your smartphone on site, man. On site, if an opportunity was given, you know what I'm saying, that smartphone would be stolen. You know what I mean? Because that's how rare it was. Most people didn't have it. Most people didn't have smartphones like that. You know, I mean, I remember the Sidekick, man. Sidekick was a big ass phone, man. That phone right there was huge. Success was crazy. Or freaking Blueberry, BlackBerry. I mean, them phones, man. It was wild. There were kids in elementary school, like fourth, fifth grade, with iPhones. Yeah, I mean, the Zoomers, man. So I don't get lost. And my thoughts is that the Zoomers, man, they grew up seeing us millennials, man. My big brother, my cousins, they're meeting in the house to play video games. You know what I'm saying? They're so connected. All their activity is connected. I can't wait till I'm able to do that. And then the Zoomers, as they came to grow up, they were too young. They didn't notice. I mean, if you're a Zoomer born in the year 2000, you know what I'm saying? Because I had some family members born in that time. We were playing video games, but we were on the last moments of playing. You know what I'm saying? So some of the little family members born in 2000 were gaming with us. It was the last era before it went all online. So a lot of the Zoomers growing up, they didn't see it coming. You were too young. I mean, think about it. Zoomer, if you're born in the year 2000, let's say a Zoomer, I'd say about 2000 to about, yeah, 2000 to about 2007 or something. You're born in that time as a Zoomer. You were introduced to a cell phone. You know what I mean? You saw a cell phone, you saw mobile technology. I mean, the Zoomers saw people playing with Nintendo DSs, man. Nintendo Game Boy Advance. You know what I'm saying? Game Boy SP. The Zoomers saw that, so they didn't get to see what came before it. They thought it was normal, and I mean, it is, because that's the time period they were born in. It was normal to see this technology, you know. But I think the Zoomers, just like us millennials, man, we regret, and we kind of hate, man. We kind of hate the Gen Xers because, man, we look at them and say, man, they had everything, man. The Gen Xers had such a great life, man. We would look at the Gen Xers like, man, they could work all they wanted. They could make all the money they wanted, man. The Gen Xers they just had it so great, man. And then the Zoomers are looking at us the same way. Oh man, the millennials had it, man. They could play games with each other. They were living life, man. They were still dating in the physical world. I mean, we millennials are the last generation where you weren't in competition with everybody online. You know what I'm saying? A Zoomer growing up has to know that you're not only are you not the most popular guy in your school, you're not the most popular guy in the whole township of all schools. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomer's reality is more, far different, man. You know what I'm saying? We millennials growing up, we were just worried about our township, you know, in the school we went in that town. The The Zoomer, man, he's worried about the whole county or the next county over because he's reminded where he stands throughout the entire state and county, man. You know, imagine the generation after us. Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to get into that. You know, I think they call it Gen Alpha. You know, shout out to the homie JP. Me and JP were talking, man, and I just wonder who the hell names these generations, man. How do we go from boom? How do we go from the silent generation, an S, silent generation, then the boomer generation, you know, the big boom of births. Then you go to the Gen X. Then you go to millennials. Then you go to Zoomers. And now we're going to go to Gen Alpha. You know what I mean? The order just doesn't make sense. You know, the naming scheme, I say the naming scheme after, probably after millennials, it doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers, Gen Z, and I'm like, dude, why are they named Gen Z? You know? You know what I'm saying? Uh, oh my, oh Woody was good, man. Woody Woody I introduced her to my Johnson. You know, you know what I mean. So to me, a lot of the Zoomers, man, there's a bleak reality, you know, and to me, some of us millennials that understand our time period that aren't trying to be, because a lot of millennials, man, you know, they still think. You know what I'm saying? If I act like I'm Gen X, I was like Gen X, man. So there's a lot of millennials claiming the Gen X lifestyle when they never lived it, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. Oh, spec. Yeah, it was good, man. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Gen Z is pure digital, 100%. They grew up and they were born in it. They were born, in the words of Bane, the millennials were only introduced to the digital age, but the Zoomers were born in it. They were bred in a digital age. You know what I'm saying? So to me, man, the Zoomers, they grew up with this digital technology, man. You know, and a lot of people are picking on them, especially I'd say a lot of Gen Xers are hating on the Zoomers, man. You know, I've been watching a lot of Thinking Apes content. I'm like, man, come on, dude. You know, you gotta chill out, man. A lot of stuff he's calling out on the Zoomers, you're like, man, it's just a lot of hate, man. There's some hate on the Zoomers because the Zoomers are detached from the limitations, man. The Zoomers are detached from the limitations that Gen X had. And the Zoomers are even detached from the limitations we millennials had. You know what I'm saying? You know, now I'm going to talk about the bright spot, you know, something I think a lot of people in the manosphere are avoiding talking about. You know what I'm saying? They're avoiding talking about this because they kind of fear it. The Zoomer futures, man, is insane. I think the Zoomers, man, they're growing up with a killer advantage, an advantage that we before them never had. Give me 1 minute. You know what I mean? And the advantage the Zoomers are growing up with, you know, as Spec said, man, pure digital. The advantage the Zoomers are growing up with is that the Zoomers do not have physical attachment. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the Zoomers' friends, they meet them all from digital. They meet each other from the internet. You know what I'm saying? Even at school. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at the advantage a Zoomer has. Like a Zoomer will go, like when we went to school as millennials, the only friends you could obtain were the friends at your school, you know? So the only friends you could obtain were the ones within your vicinity, like within your school. But the Zoomers, they don't have that problem. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers don't have that problem. The Zoomers will go to school, and I'm sticking to high school. So a Zoomer will go to high school and have a whole group of friends online. They'll have a whole other group of friends online, some they've never met, or some they're even planning to meet. Like, I mean, us growing up as millennials, man, as a millennial dude, your friends were locked based on your town. They were based on your town, based on your township, man. Because you gotta remember, we millennials, we grew up before Google Maps. You know what I'm saying? I grew up before Google Maps, man. You know what I'm saying? And another thing is, unlike Gen X, we millennials were like a little too stubborn. You know what I mean? We were a little too stubborn to learn to read maps, physical maps, and all that. Yeah, I feel bad. Let me see, Woody. I feel bad for Zoomers. They are in a continuum of the cadence and loss of environment, lose of environment. No, Woody, that's the negative. There's a major negative spin on the Zoomers, man. The Zoomers, I think, they're actually more attached and more free than we ever were, man. I think the Zoomer generation is actually far more free than we millennials. You know what I'm saying? Far more free, dude. You know, and I'm gonna go deeper into detail. You know, let me see what Mike Temper said. Not to mention, incels were pretty rare back in the millennial and Gen X days. Now it's brutal for a lot of men in terms of dating. MapQuest spec you wildin', man. MapQuest. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, the incel thing, man. It's never, to me, the incel thing. It's a scam, man. There's a lot of guys that don't have social skills, and we had a lot of that, man. We had a lot of guys in our school days that weren't really social. There were the guys in high school that were just relegated to either sitting alone or they had a certain niche of friends, man. You know what I'm saying? Before, let me see what Mike Moon said. Before Google Maps, there was MapQuest. We had to print that out. Yeah, you had to print, dude. I remember, bro. I never used Google Maps until it arrived. And you know what I'm saying? If it wasn't for Google Maps, man, I think I wouldn't go that far neighborhood wise. You know what I mean? But us growing up as millennials, man, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, mental cells, ball cells, or mental, yeah. I mean, or mental cells, yeah. I mean, dude, a lot of people are acting like this incel crap is new. It isn't new. The only thing with incels is it's really a scam. And what happened is one thing the internet does is the internet tends to overexpand things. You know, this whole involuntary celibate thing, it's a lie. You know what I'm saying? Because when there's an option to pay for it to lose your celibacy and lose your sexual, you know, your virginity or lack of sexual activity, you know what I'm saying? There's Vegas. Vegas exists, man. Vegas is real. You could go to Vegas and pay for it. You know what I'm saying? And there's other ways to pay for it. The thing with the incels is, man, they use the wrong term. It's really involuntarily without a relationship. A lot of guys claiming an incel banner are just men that can't get a relationship. It's got nothing to do with sex, man. I've talked to a lot of guys that are quote unquote incels, and the first thing an incel will tell me is, yo, man, I just want a woman to love me. I want her to look in my eyes and tell me she loves me. I want her to be my soulmate and all this crap. You know what I mean? A lot of incels, they're really involuntarily without a relationship. I'm trying to think what that is. That'll be IWR. That's really what they are. IWR. Involuntarily, you know, without a relationship. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it is. A lot of these incel, this whole narrative that, oh man, I can't get sex, that's a lie. It's got nothing to do with sex. I'd say if you talk to about 99.9% of incels, probably let me get a little generous. Let's say about 99%, they'll tell you, man, I can't get a relationship. You know what I'm saying? I can't get a relationship. It's got nothing to do with sex, man. I've spoken to a couple incels. They always bring up, I can't get a relationship. It's got nothing to do with sex. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what else. Bro, being a sub 5 in high school is hell on earth. I thought I was Hitler in a past life. Well, I mean, the sub 5 thing is, I gotta go further back. I'm gonna go further forward, but the thing is, this isn't it? With the Zoomers is that one thing they have that a lot of us didn't have, millennials, Gen X, boomers, is for the Zoomers, man, the world is open to them, man. The world. You know what I mean? That's why I'll say with what Woody said, Woody said, I feel bad for Zoomers. They are in a continuum on decadence and loss of environment. That's why I say, Woody, that one's wrong, man. The incels, I mean, think about it, man. Not incels, I mean, think about the Zoomers, dude. If the Zoomers, to the Zoomers, by having Google Maps, having a mobile phone, and remember, there's an app I'd say a lot of people need to look up called Meetup. The Zoomers can actually, unlike us, like when I was in 6th grade, man, if I didn't know where I was going, I'm not going. You know what I'm saying? Unless people I knew where they were going, bro, I wasn't going. I wasn't going too far from the neighborhood, man, because I didn't know where I was going. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers literally, man, they're the generation and having a computer mobile in their pocket. The Zoomers, whatever they want to do, wherever they want to go, they can literally look it up. They could look it up on Google Maps. And I mean, the Zoomers are growing up in an age where Google Maps, you could look at Street View where you actually see the 3D image of that location. Like if the Zoomers want to meet up at a park, like they could meet somebody at a park 5 towns over, man, and they won't get lost. Then you got to think the Zoomers have access to Uber, you know what I'm saying? Google Maps. The world is open to the Zoomers, man. We millennials and Gen Xers were trapped. We were trapped in a limited confinement and access to the world because, as a millennial, man, we didn't have the maps. You know what I'm saying? You had to search on the internet on your desktop to meet up with people. Now, as a Zoomer, dude, a Zoomer, like for example, we got a Discord. If somebody lived close to me on Discord, I could call them on Discord and they could literally talk to me, give me directions where to meet up, to talk, chill out, drink a beer, whatever you want to call it. The world is open to the Zoomers, man. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers have access to the world. You know what I mean? Your phone literally can tell you where everything is, man. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have that growing up as millennials, man. Growing up as millennials, dude, you only went where you knew, man, or a friend of yours knew. And everything was new and everything was risky, because we didn't know. You know what I mean? We didn't know, man. We didn't know. So, but the Zoomers, man, with their phones, they could basically access the entire town, the whole neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Locations they've never been to at a drop of a dime, man. Just open up their phone and they could be there. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. You said Meetup is okay. It has nothing on. Yeah, look at that. Craigslist. You could access Craigslist right on your phone. You know what I'm saying? For activities, for fishing, cooking. Oh, first was good, man. What's up? So to me, man, the Zoomers had access to the world. And the advantage the Zoomers have over all of us millennials, Gen X's, the Zoomers are growing up. They grew up in an age of detachment, you know. The Zoomers, for them to play video games with each other, you know what I'm saying? They have to actually go home or they could play on their mobile phone, but they can't really share anything. You taking callers, Yeah. I mean, I'll open a StreamYard for a minute in a few seconds, whatever. I just got touched down on what I'm talking about. But but yeah, the Zoomers to me, they're growing up in the age of detachment. You know, a lot of Zoomers can tell you, you know, a lot of friends they've met up are on the internet. You know what I'm saying? They met a lot of friends on the internet, and what this does is when most of your friends are digital, you know what I'm saying, you're not attached to the point where if they do something wrong, you can't remove them out of your life. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of Zoomers are growing up with the advantage of, yeah, man, one of my best bros, I talk to him all the time. I met him online. I chop it up with him. Uh, you know, or we never met in person, or we did meet up, met him through the internet, and you know, we're no longer friends. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make me a new friend. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm gonna make a new associate. The Zoomers and growing up in the age of detachment. Like we millennials, man, when you had to make friends in school, you had to talk to them physically, you had to feel them out. Like, you know, you had to get where you fit in or stand in. But the Zoomers, man, that's only at school. You know what I'm saying? At school, you know, the Zoomers got to interact with their classmates. But once the Zoomers get out of class, they could be on Discord with hundreds of other like-minded people. They could be on Facebook groups. They could be on forums. I mean, the Zoomers, man, they have access to the entire world and they never even have to physically meet or touch people. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are speaking on the Zoomers as though they're cursed. But in actuality, man, the Zoomers have an advantage over us millennials and over us Gen Z. You know what I'm saying? There's always an advantage and a disadvantage. The advantage the Zoomers have is they can make friends online. You know, they don't really have to meet people in the physical world to befriend them or, you know, find that they have like-minded ways of thinking. You know what I'm saying? You just join a Discord and you know, you'll be with like-minded people. You know what I mean? Or you join a Patreon, whatever you join, you know, a YouTube channel. It's so easy for the Zoomers to build a community. Now, the weakness of the Zoomer perspective is that, man, a lot of Zoomers in making friends online, they tend to open themselves up to some level risk as well. You know what I'm saying? Some level risk. They don't remember that they're online, that certain information they shouldn't be sharing. You know what I'm saying? And the problem with they tend to overtrust the people they befriend online because the Zoomers grew up so attached. Like they have such a symbiotic relationship with the digital world that they tend to bond, over bond with the internet and digital, you know what I'm saying, what they call it, social media. They tend to over bond with it because it's their only point of bonding. You know what I'm saying? When everybody can be online, and the greatest thing about, and the greatest, it's a double-edged sword, is that the Zoomers live in the age of simplicity, man. You know, where everything is at the drop, you know, everything's access to their fingertips. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, why would I struggle to make friends in high school and in real life when I could go on a Discord or go on a social media or go on a comment section of a YouTuber I like, you know what I'm saying, and talk to like-minded people. The Zoomers have a choice. We millennials, man, before we had access to social media, we didn't have a choice, man. You know what I'm saying? And for some of us, man, you know, even if you did have you know, you had to come home to your desktop and all that, but you had to wait till you got to your desktop. Like I remember, man, you come from school and you gotta wait. You gotta wait from school to get to your desktop so you could talk on a forum. You know what I'm saying? Talk on a forum, look up a website, whatever. You had to wait. Or you had to email people, but now the Zoomers grow up with it's on the palm of my hands. You know, I have a mobile phone and it's all on the palm of my hands. The ability to make new friends, the ability to see the world, it's all on the palm of my hands. The whole world. You know what I'm saying? The whole world is in a Zoomer's hand, you know? And to me, man, the Zoomers have an extreme level of potential, especially, I'm gonna start calling it. Oh, you bringing up AOL? Yeah, bro. I remember as a millennial, man, we had to steal AOL CDs, man, to get some hours on the internet. Get like some time, 14-hour CDs and 10-hour CDs for you to access AOL. And while on AOL, you had to choose between the house phone or AOL. There's a lot of stuff we went through, man, as millennials, man. You know what I'm saying? I probably got to do a stream like that called, Life of a Millennial, where we just go back and talk about the life we grew up in as a millennial or Gen X, whatever. Zoomers could hear that. But basically, man, the Zoomers have the world at the palm of their hands. You know what I'm saying? Because when I was growing up, man, you didn't have Google Maps. You didn't even know where the hell you were going. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't around the school or around the neighborhood, dude, I ain't going, man. You know what I'm saying? So, or a cousin of mine knew where he was going, driving or whatever. I wasn't going. So, the Zoomers, man, they get to, and just think of that freedom. It's, as in high school, a Zoomer could say, yo, let's go to the park, man. And and they could say, let's go to the park 5 towns away. We'll ride our bike to this park, or we'll take an Uber. We'll take an Uber, put our bikes in the back of that big Uber and go to the park and ride our bikes, 5 towns away, man. Like a millennial, I mean, a Zoomer has access to their whole state, man. You know what I'm saying? Or they want to go fishing. They just look it up online. You know what I'm saying? Let's go fishing. You know, while we millennials, man, growing up in high school, we didn't have that convenience. We didn't have that convenience of being a go where we never been. You know what I mean? In the eyes of a Zoomer can go wherever they've never been, and it's normal for them. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing is that Zoomers tend to be far less afraid of new activities, man. I think the Zoomers are far less afraid of going where they've never been because they can literally open their phone with Google Maps and see through the world view how things look. You know what I'm saying? So the Zoomers have a lot of advantages in that. And when it comes to making friends, they have an advantage and a disadvantage. The advantage for the Zoomer is, hey man, a Zoomer can basically make friends in school, outside of school. You know what I'm saying? Online, right on their phone, they can make new friends or join a new community. You know what I'm saying? Discord or whatever they're going to join. The Zoomer has unlimited access to convenience at the palm of their hands. And I mean, we're at the point where phones are so powerful now. I need to update to like a 5G phone so I could see what the hell it's all about. You know what I mean? But there's so much power on your fingertips that man, you're walking around with the phones have become so powerful that people don't even know what to do with them anymore. I mean, the phones are at the point where, they've reached what I call a peak where, okay, I can, especially for those people that ain't gonna do nothing with their phones. You know what I'm saying? Besides talking, texting, taking photos and uploading images, Google Maps, Uber Eats, Uber. You know what I'm saying? If your phone can do that, like, well, what else? But another thing I'd say with the Zoomers, that's making them very powerful, and it's at the point where they offend certain Gen Xers and millennials, is that the Zoomers, man, they're gonna be. I think the Zoomer male. That's what I'm gonna start referring to it. The Zoomer male has an extreme level of potential, man. You know, unlike us millennials, because we had to physically interact with the opposite sex, we had a lot of physical activities. And you gotta understand us growing up in the 1990s, 2000s, before it was about sexism. I mean, I remember playing video games where the armor of the female character was she got stronger because she got sexier. You know what I'm saying? We grew up in that age where there was a lot of physical attraction and physical activity between men and women, and it was just promoted as natural. It was natural that a man and a woman be together, sexual activity. It was normal. But the Zoomer is growing up in the age, and I even think the Zoomer is has a high potential. And I think the next generation after the Zoomer, I think they call it the Alpha. They have even a higher potential. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna explain. Give me 1 minute. I'm being a little under the weather, so time to time I got to take a little break. You know? But the crazy potential the Zoomers have is, man, and this potential is offending a lot of Gen Xers and millennials because I was watching one of the Thinking Apes videos, and to me, he talked about dating and you know how the Zoomers are seeking stuff too quickly and all that stuff. When in reality, man, the Zoomers are moving at the right speed. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers have grown up in the digital technology, so they have knowledge far ahead of their time. You know what I'm saying? And the Zoomers are actually thinking far faster than us millennials and Gen Xers. The Zoomers, they look at time from are we wasting time? You know what I'm saying? Because they grew up with the phone where you could literally jump back and forth between sources of entertainment and you could choose whether you want to talk to people, join a group chat and all that. They have so much access to convenience. The Zoomer mind is thinking at a far faster rate, man. Far faster rate than the millennial who isn't fully adapted, you know what I'm saying, to the digital tech and it's in the Gen Xers. The millennials thinking at a super speed. I could be talking to this person. You're wasting my time, man. I could be chatting with this person on a group chat. I could be emailing these people. They have so many options. The Zoomer. They grew up in the age of options, man. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're a Zoomer who grew up with a smartphone. I mean, look at it, millennial. I'm calling it you know what I mean? Remember when they used to be called smartphones, man? They're now just phones. You know what I'm saying? So to me, the Zoomer has so many choices. And what's happened is the reason I think the Zoomer male has far more potential than even the millennial male when it comes to succeeding is that, we millennials grew up at a time where they were still pressuring you to get married, be a man, do these male activities, be a man. You got this responsibility, be a patriot, be a man and all that. The Zoomer is growing up in the age of, yeah, man, you shouldn't be attached to this manhood responsibilities. I mean, they're even trying to warp the Zoomer sexuality. And what a lot of these agendaless people with agendas don't get is, man, you're turning the Zoomer male to a complete detached man. And that means his potential is limitless, man. You gotta look at us millennials, man. The millennials grew up with yo, man, I gotta make some money, I gotta get a job so I could start a family. Very similar to the Gen Xers. Get your money together, start a family, blah, blah, blah. The Zoomers are growing up with, man, get your money, man. Because you don't have the right to tell a woman to start a family. You don't have the right. No woman should play a role to any man. So the Zoomers are literally growing up with a mentality that they should actually be completely detached from their being a man and the limitations that society places on you for being a man. You know what I'm saying? Fulfilling your natural urges physically. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about OnlyFans. You got OnlyFans, you got Instagram, where Instagram, most women on there are naked. You know, there's stripper accounts. You got Twitter, which literally lets you watch porn on Twitter all day, you know. Then you got OnlyFans, where you can literally pay someone to provide you with fresh porn, or fresh, as I'll call it from now on, fresh jerk material. You know what I'm saying? Fresh jerking material. That's what we'll call it. They can provide you with constant. A man, a Zoomer growing up, man, they don't need to fulfill their physical narrative as a man. You know what I'm saying? Everything they need a sexual release. They could go on Instagram, they could go on Twitter, they could go on Facebook, slut walks. They could go on OnlyFans. There's so much for the Zoomer male to get their sexual release, that dude. And then you got society telling them you don't have the right to be a father. You know what I'm saying? You don't have the right to lead a family. You don't have a right to do anything as a man. You know what I'm saying? So, and if you look at us as millennials, you know, the millennials that became millionaires, billionaires, and all that. You know what I'm saying? It's usually you got your Steve Jobs. No, not Steve Jobs. You got Zuckerberg, Facebook creator. You know, he created Facebook and all that. You know what I'm saying? He became a billionaire. You got a lot of guys that became billionaires, but they were still attached. Zuckerberg grew up at a point before the mobile phone. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomer is growing up where they could literally code. They're learning to code off their computers, man. I mean, off their phones. Like, a Zoomer is learning to code on his phone. The potential a Zoomer has is limitless, because on their phone, they have the tools to learn how to code, learn how to generate income, start a bank account. You know what I'm saying? There's so much at the palm of a Zoomer's hand. And when you add in the fact that society is telling these Zoomers, you're no longer having a right to be a man here, the Zoomers, their imperative is to just succeed, man. And they have all the tools, man. Their phone, like a Zoomer could literally start a full-fledged company with their phone. They get their phone and a monitor and some keyboards. You know what I'm saying? They could literally do everything they need. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomer is growing up where they have societies telling them to detach from their manhood. So they don't have the society imposing the narrative of them needing to start families. And the Zoomers are growing up at this time with all this abortion stuff, pro-abortion. You know what I'm saying? Look at what the Zoomers facing, man. You got Me Too that happened, where it told men, yo, man, you talking to a woman is wrong. You know what I'm saying? Be it at work or outside, or be it at a social function, you could get Me Too. Then then you have the whole internet and all media, I mean, films, all the industries literally telling a Zoomer it's wrong to be a man. They're promoting, you know what I'm saying, a man doing transitions, telling them to, change his sex and all that stuff. The Zoomer is looking at this society and saying, damn, man, dude, the last thing I want to do as a Zoomer is start a family here. So what can I do? The Zoomers are turning all their energy into, you know what I'm saying, bettering themselves, technologically wise, you know what I'm saying, accessing technology, using that to manipulate it to make profit. I mean, there are Zoomers at what 15, 18, 20 already investing stocks and making big moves, man. You know what I'm saying? Because they're detached. They don't have to worry about the social pressure we millennials had, that even Gen X would put on us, man. You know what I'm saying? If you're a millennial, you grew up on television where the man was married, father, kids, and he had the children, he had all this family stuff he had to worry about. if you're a Zoomer, you're growing up in a age where you turn on the TV and they're promoting a woman without a father in the household. They're promoting men should change their sexuality. They're promoting anything, everything that's against your manhood. You know what I'm saying? What is the Buzz Lightyear movie came out, from what I heard, they forced it, made Buzz Lightyear kiss another man. I mean, you as a Zoomer, especially a straight male as a Zoomer, you're looking at this domestic society and you're saying, man, they don't deserve my seed, man. You know what I'm saying? They don't deserve me bringing life into this society, man. It's too destroyed. So the Zoomer, and the reason I look at the Zoomer doesn't have any limits is that unlike us millennials where they told us, yo, make some money to start a family. The Zoomers looking at it as, man, they're not telling me to start a family at all. So I just got to keep making profit. There's no stopping point. You know, if you're planning to make money to start a family, you're gonna eventually set a ceiling for yourself. So if you're gonna say, well, if I'm making 60, 100 grand a year, I could start a family. You know what I'm saying? So I could stop. I could stop making more money. The Zoomers looking at it and saying, man, I don't have any ceiling. You know, the society doesn't even want me to start a family. You know what I'm saying? I have no ceiling. My ceiling is what is my true potential, man? You know what I'm saying? What is my true potential? What can I obtain? And it is an I. You know, I think the Zoomer is gonna go back to the mentality. I mean, those that survive. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers that actually survive and still keep track of their masculinity and being proud to be a man, those Zoomers will be unstoppable, man. You know, the Zoomer male that is basically a straight male navigating today's society, he will be unstoppable. You know what I'm saying? Because he has no ceiling. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomer male isn't working to make money to start a family. You know what I'm saying? He knows about divorce now. He knows about divorce. He sees what the system is showing him every day, that, you know, he doesn't have the right to be a father. He doesn't have the right for a woman to play her role, to be the mother to his children. And then the Zoomers growing up in an age where the Zoomer female is basically being destroyed. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomer female is being destroyed, man. They're promoting to the Zoomer female that she should be sexually irresponsible. Because, you know, a lot of guys aren't looking at it on both ends. You got to look at it on both perspectives. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys are looking at Instagram. There's none but thoughts out there, blah, 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 naked women. But what you're not looking at is, what is this doing to the Zoomer female? You know what I'm saying? The Zoomer female was looking at an Instagram and seeing all she has to be is nothing but a sexual piece. That's why I say we're in the age of the deli, man. We're in the deli age. Fast food women and deli meat. You know what I'm saying? Deli meat. You know, a lot of guys, when they hear me say, what is deli meat? Dude, when you go to the deli, where do you usually see the meat? Where do you usually see the meat? It's displayed on a glass. And that's the age they're telling most women to be like deli meat. Just display your whole flesh and your sexuality online and be nothing more than of the flesh and sexuality. Then they're telling these women that they should be sexually irresponsible and actually seek to have an abortion. You know what I mean? Seek to actually have something killed, grown inside of them, then pieces, shout out to MD, and pieces of that decayed, baby, decayed infant in their body. So to me, man, you got to look at the Zoomer male and say, man, the Zoomer male has no limitations. This is the first time I'd say in society, because of how corrupt and broken down it is, that, yo, man, you're not being pressured to be a man. You don't have limitations set on you as a man. You know what I'm saying? The limitation of being a father and providing your country with children and all that. I mean, the country, the politicians have spiraled out and destroyed the moral compass of the country. And they did that to benefit them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Let me see what's going on. You know, I mean, this is the age we're in, man. We're in this age, man. You know what I'm saying? We're in this age right here.
You're supposed to be alpha. You're supposed to be alpha. You're supposed to be alpha. You're supposed to be alpha.
You know what I'm saying? We're in you supposed to be alpha age, man, where, you know, you just got to make your money, man. So the Zoomer male, man, the Zoomer male has basically, man, the world is open for him. And the thing about the Zoomer male is that as detached as the Zoomer male is, the alpha male will basically, the next generation, the alpha male, oh man, its potential is going to be insane. You know what I'm saying? Because the Zoomers had to look at us millennials, you know, go to physical dates and have physical relationships and, you know, this and that. The alpha male, the next generation after the Zoomers, they're going to be looking at the Zoomers and seeing that everything the Zoomers did was through digital dating, you know, Tinder and all this stuff. Everything the Zoomers did was through digital. So the alpha male generation, the generation after the Zoomers, they will be men that are completely detached. You know what I'm saying? Completely detached by the limitations of the physical world. You know what I'm saying? So their limit will be even further enhanced. And them growing up with faster technology, you know what I mean, look at how many billionaires that just came out, even during Conan 19. How many people became billionaires? Look at all these tech startups are just dominating the world, man. You know what I'm saying? This is what the alpha generation will be facing. And they're going to be so detached, they won't have limitations, man. A Zoomer male has no limitations, man. A Zoomer male is literally growing up in a society that's telling them, yeah, you don't have the right to start a family. You don't have the right to lead as a man. You don't have the right, which is taught a lot of these Zoomer males that, yeah, man, they're basically telling me don't invest in anything personal. You know what I'm saying? That's why you see a lot of Zoomers they're gonna, if they get married, and I think the marriage is gonna super decline and decay with the Zoomer male. But I think the Zoomer male, man, they're basically the grind only generation. You know what I'm saying? Grind only. Make your money. That's it. There is no thought of having a family, and there's no thought of slowing down. You know what I'm saying? And the Zoomer isn't attached to physical things. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomer can literally have a girl to talk to on his mobile phone, OnlyFans or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They're not trapped with the physical limitations that us millennials have. You know what I'm saying? As a millennial, man, if you couldn't interact with that person in person, and remember, we had limitations as millennials with our anytime minutes. So even hotlines where you could talk to a girl or whatever, we had limitations, man. You know what I'm saying? So the Zoomer males growing up in the age where there is no limitation. You know what I'm saying? They have no limits. And technology is only getting faster. And a lot of guys in the manosphere, because I was watching some Thinking Ape content where, you know, he tried to basically say the black pill isn't, looks don't matter. You know, like I tell guys here, looks equals safety. You know what I'm saying? Your appearance basically equals safety, and you shouldn't even be mad because, you know, the whole incel community, that scam is training men to be angry when if you break it down, the woman doesn't know you. You know what I'm saying? The woman doesn't know you, man. So if a woman doesn't know you and then she doesn't know you and has no signal to tell her to come talk to you, basically attraction. Oh, green team was good, man. It's good, bro. Yeah, so you know what I'm saying? She doesn't know you. You're a stranger. One of the biggest ways you could tell these the incels scamming guys, and a lot of guys on the gray pill sector are scamming a lot of younger men is where when they tell you to be angry or angered that, oh, a woman doesn't like me because I don't look good and all this stuff. Dude, you're a stranger. That woman doesn't know you. You know what I'm saying? I live by a simple code, man. I don't know you. I don't owe you. You know what I'm saying? And a woman doesn't know you. She doesn't owe you anything. And then you got to look at it as your looks. You know, a woman basically going towards a man she doesn't know that's a stranger just because of his looks. It tells you something, man. It tells you, yo, she's willing to, face that stranger she doesn't know because he looks a certain way. You know what I mean? She's going to give him a certain level of attention because he looks a certain way. You know what I mean? So to me, man, there's a lot of scams going on to break the confidence of a man. You know what I mean? All over the manosphere. And now, I was watching Thinking Ape, and he's saying, well, man, the Zoomers are too invested in looks. The Zoomers are too invested in looks, and the Zoomers want it now. They can't wait. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what's the topic? Well, the topic is about the Zoomers, Green Team. It's about Zoomers and, what they got to face in their future. And, the advantages and disadvantages of being a Zoomer. Mostly the advantages, because I think a lot of people online are clowning the Zoomers. You know what I'm saying? Especially the Gen Xers and millennials. I mean, one big thing they clown the Zoomers on is freaking testosterone, where they're like, well, their testosterone is low, their estrogen is high. Dude, we're in the age of mobile computers. You know what I'm saying? Mobile phones, working on your laptop. You know what I'm saying? Most of the activity you're doing today, how much testosterone do you really need? When you don't even drive yourself to work, you take an Uber. There's so much less you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Sooner, best advantages, information. Yeah. I mean, well, information is tricky, but to me, the Zoomers, man, they a lot of people are joking at them, whatever. But the thing is this, dude, how much testosterone do you really need in this age, the digital age, the mobile age, where you literally walk around with a computer and a phone? And even when you talk to women now, like, you don't even need as much testosterone because, I mean, how many women are you facing? Let's say you're talking to a woman face to face. You know what I'm saying? You in the back of your head, you have the option to seek women out on Tinder, Bumble, OnlyFans. You have so many options available today that, you know what I'm saying? Are you even taking interaction with a woman physically seriously? You're not. It's too many choices on the table, you know? But they are up. No, dude, hypergamy. I'm gonna tell you guys this: hypergamy will not affect the Zoomer, man. The Zoomer, in my honest opinion, is immune to hypergamy because they're growing up in the age of detachment. Now, the millennial and the Gen Xers and the boomers, we tend to be more affected by hypergamy because in the back of a millennial's head, we think about how we were growing up. Like, a millennial will think about how they told us to get married and, you know what I mean, the pressure of marriage and, growing up, starting a family and all this. So the artificial hypergamy might affect guys like us, but the Zoomer that's growing up where their parents are just telling them, do whatever you want. Identify as a fucking polar bear if you want. You know what I'm saying? Change your sex. Do whatever you want, man. The Zoomer male isn't growing up with the same expectations or the stigma that we, the millennials, Gen Xers, boomers, had to face. You know what I mean? The Zoomer is growing up in the age of just do you, man. You know, your truth. And what that's doing is, why are you gonna care about hypergamy when when the televisions are telling you, yeah, women are stronger, they're equal to you in strength, they don't need no man. You trying to be a man in a woman's life is wrong. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomer male is completely removed, man. I mean, if a Zoomer maximizes his potential, he'll be unstoppable because society's telling a Zoomer male to be unstoppable. Don't limit yourself with fatherhood. Don't limit yourself with any expectations that come with so-called, you know what I mean, manhood. You know, you as a Zoomer, just live your life, man. The society's telling Zoomers to not even procreate, not even to reproduce. You know what I'm saying? Because the government has created a system of dysfunction that they love, man. You know what I'm saying? When you have a corrupt system, you know, a corrupt level of mayors and corrupt politicians, it won't work if there's any promotion of stability. You know what I'm saying? How can that random mayor win office when you need to know him and you need to have connections to him? How can he? You know what I mean? Let's see what you're saying, Mike. All right, Mike Temper. I don't know if I agree with that, bro. When I see what me and a lot of other men went through in high school as a ugly, short, autistic guy, dating and a social scene definitely hasn't stayed the same. Yeah, I mean, well, Mike, the thing is, Zoomers, like I said, dating has completely changed because a lot of the Zoomers, like we millennials, were looking at the Gen Xers as our dream life. You know what I'm saying? You're looking at our life. And you got to remember, the millennials' life is what's left or before it ended of what the Gen Xers had access to. I mean, the millennials, you know what I'm saying, 90s to about early 2000s to 2000s, man, you were dating, and you had to meet people. Now with autism and all this stuff, some of the, like I said, to some of the Zoomers, man, I feel, I'm not a man about feelings, but I feel bad for some Zoomers, man. It ain't your fault. If you have autism, whatever, or even if they lied to you about that autism through the schools, you're growing up in the age, because the millennials, women, what happened with us too as millennials, notice I mentioned the jobs. As a millennial, we were looking at work, man. As millennial men, I was looking at work, dude. I was looking at all the Gen Xers and seeing how quickly they worked and they lived. And I was like, dude, man, that is awesome. We're gonna grow up. We're gonna have an opportunity to jump from job to job and be like the Gen Xers, man. You'll have one job this week and another job next week. You know what I'm saying? The Gen Xers. Notice I was talking about the employment. Now, the reason I spoke about the employment is that during the millennial age, this is the 90s where Oprah, where the promotion of the deadbeat dad, the promotion of negativity, the strong woman, you know what I'm saying? We millennials grew up in the age of the strong woman, where they kept advertising the woman has to be strong and, you know what I mean? And, strong with or without a man, single motherhood, we are the age of that, the millennials. You know what I'm saying? They promoted that a lot. Oprah basically demolished the image of the black father. Then other channels started to follow. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at all these narratives by white feminists, you gotta look at it as from the black perspective, it's a replay of what happened to the black community. You know what I'm saying? The black community is the testing grounds. Like if you watch Oprah, if you look up Oprah's early content from the 80s to 90s, you'll see her just demolishing fathers and men, destroying them. You know what I'm saying? Then you watch today's content and you're like, damn, they're just they're just replaying what Oprah did. You know what I mean? They're just repeating what Oprah did. But the thing what I was trying to say about autism is that, man, a lot of women, millennial women, were encouraged to have children later, older. You know what I'm saying? To have children older, so it increased the rate of autism. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of Zoomers born, especially if you're born of an older mother that was in her 30s as a millennial, there's a higher rate of you getting, you know what I'm saying, you getting autism. Then there's also the millennial woman was also told to support abortion and be proud of it. So there's a higher rate of you getting autism also because you might be a child that was born from a woman that had 3 or 4 abortions. You know what I'm saying? And then it might have altered her inside. So you're kind of lucky to be alive. You know what I mean? You were born. Oh, let's see. Jose was good, man. My bad. Truth been caught up barely halfway reading. Yo, man. Hey, yo, Jose, no problem, man. I set the Man Vantage draft. I gotta my goal, I'm gonna try to finish that book before August or September. I'm gonna see. But yeah, respect, man. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the millennial women, man, they were told a lot of women, and here's the difference between the millennial woman and the Zoomer woman. The millennial women were told to prioritize their careers, be career women, and I mean at a super rate. Be career women, work, and have your children older, as in have your children. And you got to notice how corrupt the system is. The corruption of the system is telling them, have children when you're older, and there's a higher risk of them being born autistic, a higher risk of you dying from giving birth. And you have to get a C-section, and sometimes C-section isn't always good. You know what I'm saying? So you're in a system. The millennial women grew up with the push to have children in their 30s. Now the Zoomer female is growing up in an age where there's a push for her to step back and let men transitioning into woman to take his place. Um, yeah, so to me, man, the Zoomer females growing up far different. The millennial woman was basically the continuation of be a woman and work hard, work and abandon your nature. You know what I mean? The millennial woman was all about abandoning her natural instinct to give birth when she's younger, find a man, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It was all about corrupting that to turn women to scenery. Because a lot of guys don't understand that, corporations love a young woman. They love when a woman spends her time in her 20s and to mid to young early 30s at the job. Because women are used as advertisement and scenery. You know what I mean? I'm telling you guys, bro, you go to a spot where you see young women working, you want to stay there. Something about a woman's youth, man. A woman's youth is just a magnet for a man. You know what I'm saying? It's a magnet. It's a magnet for a man. You know what I'm saying? You want to be involved around younger women. You know what I'm saying? Because sexually, we look for that. That's a signal for us to, she's healthy, man. She could have a young child. You know what I mean? All that. But the difference between the millennial woman. The millennial woman was being taught to be intersexuality, have children late. The Zoomer female, on the other hand, is being taught to not only not have children. The Zoomer woman is being taught to kill her children, be super pro-abortion. Then the Zoomer woman is being taught to basically allow men that have, body dysmorphia issues that want to identify as a woman to take their role. That's why you got the push for, men to participate in female sports. You know what I'm saying? Men to participate in female sports. You know what I mean? Then you're having a push for women to have transitional surgery to change into men. You know what I'm saying? Change into men, so then you got the slut walk. Then you got the Zoomer female push for body positivity, which is promoting obesity amongst women as something positive, because as long as the woman could buy new clothes and go to shop for clothes online, she's healthy. You know what I'm saying? And then the push to have, men that identify as women to occupy female spaces, the bathrooms, you know what I'm saying? Their sport industries, all that. The Zoomer female is basically being taught to step aside. You know what I'm saying? They're telling Zoomer women to step aside and let these men that have body dysmorphic issues, let them replace you. I mean, there's a whole narrative like Disney with this show called Baymax, which is just stupid. Like, it's a cartoon for kids. They had an episode of a girl dealing with, I think her period, and they had a man step up and tell them what tampons to use. The whole goal, what Zoomers are facing is the Zoomers are facing the age where they tell their women to not be women and to step aside. You know what I'm saying? Step aside and let the men be better women. You know what I'm saying? And then you should become you should become a lesbian. You should become a whore. You know what I'm saying? You should become obese. Where, you know what I'm saying? The message being pushed to Zoomer women, I might have to do a whole other stream on just Zoomer women. You know what I'm saying? The message being put on Zoomer women is step aside. Step aside. You know what I'm saying? Step aside and let the men be better women than you. That's what's happening with the Zoomer women. Step aside and let the men be better women, because the government needs men to have sexual transitions, body dysmorphia, because once a man becomes a Autobot or a Decepticon, you know what I'm saying? Once a man becomes that, they need more government assistance. You know what I'm saying? So they're telling a lot of Zoomer women, step aside. Step aside, Zoomer woman, and let the men be better women. They've even had women. I mean, I watch AEW wrestling. You know what I'm saying? They got Nyla Rose, which I changed those matches. Whenever those matches come on, when they got Nyla Rose, who's basically a tranny. You know what I'm saying? They got a tranny, Nyla Rose, wrestling and taking up the space of the women. You know what I'm saying? Taking up the space of the female wrestlers so they could have a man that's pretending to be a woman to win the women's championship. That's how fucked up shit is. The Zoomer woman is being told, step the fuck aside. Step aside and let the men be better women. Because when a man becomes a tranny, he needs more government support. That's why they did the whole, I'm probably going to do a stream on it called the gender roles. That's why they started gender roles. That's why when you apply for a job, they don't ask you for your sex anymore. They ask you, what's your gender? You know what I'm saying? What's your gender? Because gender, when they ask what's your gender, it allows for that delusion of a man identifying as a woman to exist. You know what I'm saying? the employers had to change to a gender, you know what I'm saying, to support the agenda. You know what I'm saying? To support the agenda, they had to move to what's your gender. Because if someone could identify my gender as female, you know what I'm saying? So now that guy who went through a sex transformation can actually walk around in their job pretending and believing they're a woman. You know what I'm saying? Then the government has to step in with hate crime bills on opposite sexes to further punish the straight men. That's why I say the Zoomer male's potential is insane. You know what I'm saying? The potential for the straight Zoomer male, yeah, I should have kept saying that, the straight Zoomer male, its potential is insane. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? The potential of the straight Zoomer male is insane. You know, so what's going on, man? You got to understand. The Zoomer female is being told to not be a woman. You know what I'm saying? All this push for abortion and all that stuff, it's all about dehumanizing, demoralizing the female. When they have a woman that's demoralized and dehumanized, she can no longer be a woman. I mean, this whole push of nurturer, where they keep saying, oh, the woman is nurturing and more nurturing than men, which is a lie. We men build a society. When you build a society, it's to actually have people that aren't related to you to actually be able to live in it. There's so many talking points a lot of men fall for that prove they don't have any critical thinking skills. You know what I'm saying? Where this whole narrative that, oh man, the women are more nurturing. How are they more nurturing when men are literally going to war to protect a society that mostly doesn't even have their children? You know what I'm saying? An uncle will step up if his brother died to take care of his nephew. You know what I'm saying? That ain't his son. Or even a best friend. If you were to die, your best friend might step up and try to be a father figure to your children. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of broken narratives out there. You know what I'm saying? A lot of narratives that a lot of guys are stepping for, man. Oh, Mikey, wow. Imagine Shaq puts on a wig and played the WNBA. I mean, he could. I mean, there was a movie called Joanna Man. It's funny that Joanna Man was seen as a joke, but in today's age, that'll be seen as a true story. You know, Joanna Man was a black dude, former basketball player. It was a movie about a former basketball player guy, put on a wig and went to the WNBA. You know what I'm saying? But that could be a true story today. And they're telling the women to step aside because the narrative, the agenda, the push to have this whole body dysmorphia, this whole tranny thing be so mainstream is that the biggest lie of this is that why don't people that are trannies have their own sport leagues? You know what I'm saying? Why don't guys that transition to a woman, why don't they have their own sports teams? You know? Why don't the women that transition to a man have their own sport teams? You want to know why? Because there wouldn't be enough competitors. So they got to force those people that had transitions onto the more mainstream and the more majority, which is the natural sexes. You know what I'm saying? That's why they're having trannies, guys identifying as women, participate in female sports. You know what I mean? Participate in female sports because they know if they did, it's only, you know, you trannies, you want to swim, you want to identify as a woman, but you're still a man. Your bone density is that of a man. All these transitions, all these transitions are nothing more than an organic costume. You know what I'm saying? You got to participate in your own sport. There wouldn't be enough. There wouldn't be enough participants, man. You know? Wouldn't be enough participants, man. You let me see. Zoomer women are deaf cult participants. Yeah, I mean, green team. Yeah, I mean, they're the whole training, the whole goal, the goal is this, man. You have the Zoomer woman to basically lose her femininity, lose her natural state, man. Just lose being a person. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Let me see. Peak. Zoomer women are mostly sleuths now that bang many men. Yeah, well, another thing you gotta understand with this is when they have the tranny men play female sports, it's further to destroy the woman's the female what they call it, the female damn confidence. They got trannies now participating in female sports. So let's say karate, let's say gymnastics, let's say hockey, let's say they got trannies participating in female sports. And what that does is something that'll build a woman's confidence, you know what I'm saying? Or even draw her closer to her father. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of female sports, if a man didn't have a son, but he always wanted to raise up somebody in sports, he'll put his daughter through sports. So now the whole goal is to destroy female confidence. The millennial age was about telling women, yeah, be athletes. You could be just as good as the men. It was all about competition between the sexes. That was the millennial age. The Zoomer age is to tell the women, yeah, man, step aside. Let the trannies come in, participate, fight. I mean, there was a fight. You could look it up. There was an MMA fight between a woman and a man. You know what I'm saying? This man identified as a woman, was a tranny, whatever, and he broke her skull in half. You know what I'm saying? Broke her jaw, broke her skull. You know what I mean? And who knows how much this real woman got paid to fight this man. You know what I mean? That's another thing guys got to stop doing that. You know, they'll talk about trannies and you hear these guys saying, well, that ain't no fucking she, man. Get that garbage out your mouth, you know? But they got women now. The goal of the agenda for Zoomer women is to just completely eradicate their role as women. So the men could step in and that dysfunction can lead to more government. Because when men become trannies, they need more protection, you know, especially with how the government, it's not like the 90s. It's not the Gen X government. You know what I'm saying? The Gen X government was about, okay, you're gay, you're gay. Okay. You know, people shouldn't be able to beat you up because you're gay in the streets or whatever. Now, the Zoomer government is all about, man, yeah, you identify as a woman. I'll give you an example. Let's say a tranny identifies as a woman, man. Tranny identifies as a woman, goes into a bar, and let's say they kiss the guy who's drunk. He's drunk, and I've seen it where a tranny goes after a guy who's super drunk. They prey on guys that are super drunk. But because they came to the bar and they identified as a woman, if that guy said, yo, that tranny didn't tell me it was a woman, that tranny has probable cause, I think, because they identified as a woman. You know what I'm saying? So that guy who was taken advantage of, he doesn't have a case, man. He don't have a case. You know what I'm saying? He don't have a case, bro. See what Ojit said. Zoomer men have more info. They can start learning a new language or skill. Yeah. You know what I mean? Give me a minute. Philosophy, peak meth head. Yeah. Philosophy, how is it cool to be doing nude stripping in front of dudes, bro? Don't get how that being authentic alpha. What? Uh, man, Zoomer women are, well, peak male, I don't know if you're a troll or I don't know what's going on. I think you're trolling, you know, but let's see, Finley, check out the Hold the Truth Hostage channel at Green Team. Yeah. Where does this claim? Yeah, I think Peak Meth Head might be a troll. I don't know what's going. I need to stop doing stripping, bro. Yande doing. Oh yeah, Yande, yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, you see this. I mean, Duke had a stream, I think, with the vital message about apologizing. But dude, you don't need no one's. Oh yeah, no, I got you, Peak Meth Head. I read some of your stuff in the back. Nah, Duke did some stream about apologizing on the vital message, whatever. But dude, we don't need your apology, man. You're a grown man. You knew exactly what you were doing. You openly, as you could see from this image, you openly threatened a whole community of guys. Duke and Don has a whole amount of videos where he's accusing black pillars of being shooters, where he threatened to dox black pillars. And to me, Duke and Don is an idiot, man. You know what I'm saying? His brain cells are as high cal. To me, he's basically what I call missing IQ. You know what I'm saying? You threaten a group of guys, and let's see, this was a few months, 6 months before or 8 months, when some black pillar emailed him. He threatened the black pill community. Then a few months later, he threatened the black pill community. You know what I mean? Nobody cares about an apology from Duke and Don, where you have videos saying black pillars are shooting up schools and all that, when you could literally say there has been, in Duke's eyes, with how stupid he is, in Duke's eyes, I guess if one Christian shot up a school, then all Christians are school shooters. You know what I'm saying? One Muslim shot up a school, there all Muslims are school shooters. You know what I mean? One red pillar robbed and kidnapped somebody, all red pillars. You know what I'm saying? Nobody cares about Duke and Don's apology. You're a grown man, and every man here accepts what you are. Fool. Check this out, dude. You know what I mean? I'll show you. Okay, threaten me once. All right, I see, threaten me once. Okay. Maybe you overreacted. You know what I'm saying? Threaten me once. Okay. But threaten me twice. You threaten the whole community of guys, and a lot of guys that are disfranchised. A lot of guys in the black pill community come from a scenario where they didn't have a lot of friends, or they were isolated in their schools, or whatever, or are more tech savvy, so they don't have physical social skills. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude. Ayande needs to apologize for doing. Nah, we don't need him to apologize, man. We don't need Ayande to apologize. Ayande, to me, man, he just needs to start making part-time straight content. You know what I'm saying? He needs to start the bisexual manosphere, you know. But I know what Ayande is. Ayande is basically, man, he's a sus soldier, man. He's here to hunt straight men. That's why he wanted to give advice to straight men to go to a gay bar to date women. It's borderline insane. You know what I mean? You don't need any of Ayande. Oh, that's a good play on words. But to me, I'm not worried, man. Duke did his whole apology crap. It ain't gonna help, man. People accept you for what you are. What Duke and Don is, Duke and Don has had his channel on the Manosphere for what, 12 months? He's even had a video where he claimed that a woman is one of the best content creators in the Manosphere. A spear about men creating content. He doesn't even know what it's about. Duke and Don he's not a man. You know what I'm saying? That's a guy who's screaming. But man, let me get back to the subject matter. But and to me, I keep this on, man. You could apologize all you want. This message will stay every stream, man. This is what Duke and Don does. If he disagrees with you as a man, he will basically incorporate all feminist tactics. He will basically say, you're all guilty. You're guilty no matter what, because I can't agree with you. And this is a man who's promoting a part-time straight man as a man. You know what I'm saying? So to me, when it comes to Duke and Don, he doesn't even belong in a manosphere. I mean, he couldn't even sit down, I'd say, and talk to a man. You know what I'm saying? He's too feminine. And you know what I'm saying? He even openly admitted, and I'll probably drop it as a short. He openly admitted that, you know, Ayande being in shape, the best thing he should be doing with a body like that, he should be dancing for men. You know, Duke is just, in all honesty, Duke and Don was jealous that Ayande danced for other men. He thought he was the only one who could get a chance. You know what I mean? But to get back to it, man, back to the Zoomers at hand. You know what I'm saying? The thing is this, man. A lot of the Zoomers, you know, like I said, with the Zoomer women, they're being told to back down, and let the tranny men take over. You know what I'm saying? You got in wrestling, AEW. I got change these matches all the time with the Nyla Rose situation. You know what I'm saying? They even had a situation with a wrestler called Sonny Kiss. We're like, dude, you already got men wrestling in tights. You know what I'm saying? So why would you dress up and act super homo? And dude, there's straight men watching this, man. When I watch AEW, I skip the Nyla Rose and I skip the Sonny Kiss crap. You know what I mean? Uh, Duke is a bum. How can we defend useless Zoomer? Man, I don't know if you're trolling. Uh, I'm not defending Zoomer women. I'm just telling you that, well, we as men, we can't defend nothing. I'm gonna tell you guys something, man. And in fact, let me put this banner, you know, because a lot of guys need to know this, man. This is a PSA, you know. This is a PSA for all the guys listening. Dude, you can't help women. You have nothing. This is why I say the straight Zoomer male, the straight Zoomer male's potential is insane, you know? Because guess what, man? You as a straight man, you have nothing better to offer a woman than the government. The only thing a straight man has to offer a woman in the West is sperm. That's it, sperm. And guess what, guys? Your sperm, she might just let it grow in her for a good few months and kill it for fun. You know what I'm saying? For fun. All a man is in the West is a sperm provider. That's it. A sperm provider and a potential experiment. 'Cause, you know, there's some chicks out here that will get pregnant by you, and if they can find a better woman, a better man, they'll delete that child. They'll delete that child anyway. So a lot of men need to understand the PSA, man. You can't do nothing. And you know what hurts a lot of men is, man, a lot of men have, you got females, you got sisters, you got aunts. You can't help, man. Your incentives do not outweigh the government and corporations. You got corporations literally volunteering to give women baby deleting vacations. Baby deleting vacations. You know what I'm saying? So philosophy, the government basically owns women in the US, bro. Fortunately we get no. And even the Roe v. Wade, man, that's not a victory, man. There's a lot of men celebrating Roe v. Wade. It's not a victory. You know what I'm saying? It ain't helping. It ain't doing nothing. The only thing Roe v. Wade did for men is it helped out with your taxes. Your federal taxes, you won't be paying for baby deleting anymore. You know what I'm saying? Roe v. Wade, the government knows it ain't needed no more. You know what I'm saying? The only reason Roe v. Wade was passed through the government was to basically force it on a government level to have all 50 states involved in abortion. You know what I'm saying? The mission has been done. There's so many states where women are comfortable with aborting children. You know, The government realized we don't need to keep this up anymore. And when we remove Roe v. Wade, it's gonna create a distraction for those men that still have hope. We could win. We could bring back the family. We could bring back. What I'm saying? And a lot of people. I premiered this voice on my last stream, but this is what I call the whimpering male, and this is mostly the whimpering male of today in the manosphere. I just want to bring back the family unit. I want to bring back family, fatherhood. I want to bring back, what it means to be a man. Just want to end it all. I want to be a man. I want to be a man in the eye of the government. I want to be able to be seen and registered for a marital license. I want to be a man. That time is dead, man. You know what I'm saying? Want to bring back the family. Want to bring back the family so much. I wake up every day. And you want to know something, guys? I wake up every day to a poster of a man with a family, kids, a white fence, a dog. I just want to bring it back, guys. Want to bring it back. Want to bring back the family. You know what I mean? I want to bring back the patriarchy. I wake up dreaming, guys. Want to confess something? I only have wet dreams when I picture being a father and a husband. I just want to bring back the family. Oh, man, that bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying, dude? Roe v. Wade isn't a victory, man. It doesn't do anything. The government already won. The government has normalized abortion, and it's normalized it as a victory, a battle cry. And here's the thing with all those protests, the government's paying some women to protest. Corporations are paying them to protest. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? There's too much crap going on, man. That's why I say the Zoomer, man, the straight Zoomer male, man. That guy, he doesn't have weaknesses, man. The whole world is basically telling a Zoomer male to abandon having a family, abandon anything that has to do with patriarchal values, male values, anything. So you gotta look at the Zoomer male and say, the straight Zoomer male and say, dude, besides working and making money, I mean, what is he gonna do? I mean, he's not like us millennials. He's not like Gen X that was taught, hey man, you get some money, get a job, and start a family. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomer is being told you don't have the right to be a man. In fact, you being a straight cis white male, ain't that what they call it? A straight cis white male or straight cis male, whatever. That's a problem. You being straight is a problem. You know what I'm saying? So the straight Zoomer male, man, who's grown up in the age of detachment and who's free to access the entire world. You know what I'm saying? A Zoomer, with the technology we got, you could literally plan a trip to a town you've never been to, man. You've never been to, bro. You've never been through, man. You know what I mean? So the way I look at it, man, it's over, man. Shout out to the homie, it's over. But it's over. It's what I tell some people. I think either I or guys gotta know, man. And I think the Zoomer male knows this. You were born over, man. You were born over, dude. It don't matter how you look. Look at Brad Pitt, man. Adopted kids, went through a crazy divorce. That's why when guys bring up looks, man, well, your looks, man, you'll get everything you want. Yeah, dude. What about Brad Pitt? What about Ben Affleck? I mean, the list goes on. What about all these guys that had the looks and still ended up being devoured by the family court? You know what I'm saying? You're a man. You know what I'm saying? The PSA I have for you as a straight man is simple. you have nothing to offer. Besides your sperm, you have nothing to offer. I mean, and I'm about to shock you guys. Let me scroll through these messages a little. You know what I'm saying? But I'm about to shock you, man. Yep. Let me go back to my whimpering Mel. You know, I have a dream, guys. Let's bring families back. You know, where the father, where there was a well in the backyard. There was a border collie named Lassie. You know what I mean? Real men have a border collie and their sons get stuck in a well, and you would come home and say, "Hey boy, where's Timmy? Where's Timmy, boy? He's stuck in the well again." That's what I want. I want to bring that back. I want to bring back masculinity where men cried, you know, where men would come home and hug their sons, hug their sons and ask their wife for approval. I want to bring it back. You know what I'm saying? BS, man. You know what I mean? So let me see what Mike said. Also with Me Too, with the Me Too shit, they are out trying to say that, saying the men as a whole are dangerous. Yeah. I mean, Me Too succeeded. Me Too, the whole narrative was to ultra violent, you know what I'm saying? Place ultra spectrum on violence on men. Even with I forget his name, Epstein. No, not Epstein. What the hell was his name, man? The director was sleeping with women. You know what I'm saying? Forget his name. Bring back the patriarchy. Man, bring it back, guys. I have a dream. You know, I hear the Martin Luther King dream in my head, and I had a dream that one day every man would have a white picket fence, a family, a border collie, a fucking well in their backyard. A well in their backyard. Because real men have wells, and a border collie named Lassie. Just picture that. You come from work, and your son's hat is on the floor. Your son's hat is on the floor. And your wife's like, "Oh my God, I can't find him. I can't find little Timmy. I can't find little Tyrone. I can't find little Tyrone. I can't find little Jose." And then you hear your dog barking in the backyard. And you're like, "Lassie, where's Tyrone? Where's my boy? Where's Tyrone? Where's Jimmy? Where's my child?" And the border collie would bark and lead you to the well, because your son or your daughter, they just like to get stuck in the well. That's a true patriarchal home. White picket fence and a border collie. That's a real patriarchal home. You know what I'm saying? Bring back Block. Oh man, OJ, you out. Bring back Blockbuster. Bring back Blockbuster. Oh man, OG, you almost killed me, man. Bring back Blockbuster. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to me, with the Hyundai thing, man, dude, you gotta understand the manosphere is a prime target. If from a gay man's perspective, they look at the manosphere and say, "Oh my God, a whole section of the internet where men tell you their most, you know, their biggest issues and biggest fears, and they want to bond with nothing but men." It's prime hunting grounds, man. I told guys this in Black Pill Hunting, man. I told guys this over 10 months ago, man. We will be hunted. You know what I'm saying? And then I reiterated it with the Black Pill Prophecy. We're being hunted, dude. The manosphere, a gay man's dream, a gay man's greatest accomplishment is to turn out a straight man. Ayande's dream, and he probably already did it to Duke. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, Duke made a whole avatar. He took a photo of Ayande with a towel on, and he had a dancing gay guy 3D model. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't be surprised if Ayande turned Duke out. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be surprised. You know, Duke looks like a guy that prides himself on being flexible. You know what I'm saying? He looks like a guy that, that eats jello without a spoon. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And if Ayande said, I will run as mayor and I guarantee that every home will have a free bag of Skittles. Free bag. No American will go without a bag of Skittles, for I am authentic and I am alpha. All men will have a bag of Skittles in their home. All men. For that is my dream. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, man, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was Harvey Weinstein, you know. And this is my PSA, man. This is my PSA. A lot of men need to understand, man. You couldn't, you know what I'm saying? This is the PSA you gotta listen to. You as a man can't legalize a woman getting away with murder. But you know who can? The government. You know what I'm saying? You can't incentivize getting away with murder. You know what I'm saying? States like New York and California, like New York is basically saying you could literally delete that baby the day before or the hour before. So that means 9 months, fully developed human in her body, she could delete it. You know what I'm saying? The whole goal has worked. The goal was to feminize men, as you could see with this tranny and drag queen stuff they put in your kids' schools and all that crap. Feminize the men while you basically defeminize the women. You know what I'm saying? Have them super masculine, have them basically seeking to murder something growing in them. Basically turn the image of a woman to something that ain't fit to have children, raise them, be a mother. Remove that. Defeminize the women and feminize the men. Because the government can always take rights away from women, give them rights, but the government needs men to buy into something. You know what I'm saying? The government always needs the men to buy into something. So when you have men being feminized, they're gonna order more protection from the government. You know what I'm saying? Which will increase. A lot of guys don't think about it where isn't, the more gay men you have, the more government you have. You know what I'm saying? It helps the government. You know what I mean? It's a beneficiary. You got them now identifying as women. So when they go to the bar and if they take advantage of a guy who's too drunk, you know what I'm saying, who's too drunk at the bar, that guy can't sue them, that guy can't fight or defend himself because hey, that Autobot, I mean that Decepticon that was deceptive to him, that Decepticon identified as a woman. So you can't say his sex was forced on you because it identified as a woman. You know what I mean? So to me, man, yeah, like JP was saying, well, Harvey Weinstein, man, or Kirk Andy was good, man. What's up? Or you gotta look at the Harvey Weinstein, the Me Too scenario. What happened with Me Too, man? Me Too. A lot of guys looked at Me Too and said, "Oh man, it was about you know getting men out of work and punishing men for going to work." No, Me Too was the government enacting that women are no longer recognized as adults. They're no longer recognized as adults. That men have to treat women as though they're under supervision by the government. Give me one minute. So to me, man, a lot of guys got to realize this, man, that the Me Too movement was all about the government claiming the women. Because Harvey Weinstein, yes, they had sitting couches. They had, even with what happened with Louis C.K. as an adult, he invited a woman over his apartment late night, a fucking adult woman. And, he asked her if he could jerk off, and he did it. And instead of her saying as an adult, well, I gave him the wrong idea by showing up to his damn house at 9 p.m. And as an adult, he asked her to jerk off, and he started doing it. Instead of her just walking away and accepting her role in it, it was about demonizing Louis C.K. Two adults. He invited her to his house late at night. You know what I'm saying? She came late at night and, then acted like she was, you know, assaulted sexually and all this crap. You know what I mean? You gotta understand, and what happened to Harvey Weinstein, the government claimed the women. The government basically claimed women cannot be held accountable for their actions or their choices. Selma Hayek came out, well, I did the vampire movie where I was in a sex scene and I wasn't comfortable. Then why the fuck did you do it? You know what I'm saying? Why the fuck did you do it? So what the government has basically said is women are not accountable for their actions. I mean, men should have seen this happening. I mean, you see what happens with, murder is only legal if it's growing inside of you. You know what I'm saying? It's only legal if it's growing inside of you. I mean, New York, like I said, New York, California, they literally have that baby could be deleted within an hour before birth. You know what I'm saying? But the government wanted to make sure that it was loud and clear to men socially that, yeah, man, anything you offer a woman, if it wasn't by the government, it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? These dating couch events, Harvey Weinstein invited these chicks who were grown women. They didn't have to do it. They could have walked away, but they slept with them and they wanted an acting role. And why the government is doing this also is a lot of men in the manosphere don't look at the voting, that old women do. Old women tend to vote more for the government. You know what I'm saying? They tend to be more involved. So what the government has done with Me Too is get these bitter old female actresses that can no longer play the role of the hot young woman, the hot young wife, to demonize it so they could take opportunities away from younger women trying to get their careers started, through sexuality or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's why I look at the straight Zoomer male, man. He's growing up in a society that basically hates him for being straight. You know what I'm saying? Hates him for being straight. So the straight Zoomer male, man, what is his limitation? He has no limits. The society's telling him don't start a family. He shouldn't be a father. You know what I'm saying? Don't be straight. Don't talk. Don't mansplain. Don't do anything. You know what I'm saying? So the straight Zoomer male's looking at everything and saying, yeah, man, I just got to generate money, man. That's why the straight Zoomer male is programming, coding. They're learning at a far faster rate, man. And since they grew up detached from the physical world, making friends online, even seeing the world through their phone, going out online and everything like that. The straight Zoomer male, man, he will be unstoppable. You know what I'm saying? And more billionaires than ever before, more millionaires. I mean, look at it. Back in the 90s, bro, as a millennial, they used to tell us playing games and gaming and, you're not doing nothing with your life. You know what I'm saying? You're gaming, you're a weirdo. Being into comic books, you're a weirdo. Now, dude, the straight Zoomer male, they're millionaires. There are millionaires that just play games on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Millionaires. playing games on YouTube. You know, and the other reason a straight Zoomer male has no limit is that what are they idolizing? Like most people, most of the Zoomers, man, you could contact the Zoomer. They're not watching TV. They're watching YouTubers. And most of the YouTubers the Zoomers watch are single men. Most of the guys I've seen gaming or the channels I watch, you never see the woman with them. You know what I'm saying? Or the ones you do see, they kind of tease it that their woman is eye candy or they're simping. You know what I'm saying? They're simping or they got married. I mean, look at a guy like PewDiePie, worth over $80 million, I think. He used to stream with his girl. I mean, he's in Poland, whatever. I think he married his chick. I think he moved to California. So, you know, he does all these videos about simps, whatever, but I think he might be simping now. You know what I mean, if he wifed her up in New York, you know what I'm saying? Peak, no, dude. Peak meth head, no, dude. Zoomers have a future, man. Zoomers have a greater future than even the millennials because the Zoomer male has no limit because they have no attachment. They weren't raised in a society that told them to be attached, and it's only going to amplify even more. The Zoomers are going to be single, no children, and another thing is you got to look at the Zoomers they're doing the rise of guys living in vans, mini homes. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers are not trapped in the whole picket white fence and children and all that. The Zoomers are all about making their money and living their best life. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers have the highest future, man. I truly think, man, you know what I'm saying? If I'm in my 30s, whatever, I think by the time the Zoomers get to my age, bro, you know, they're not gonna be listening to nothing, man. They're not gonna be listening to having all these problems. The Zoomers aren't getting divorced because they're not getting married. The Zoomers aren't gonna get married. All the idols of the Zoomers are single men just playing games or living their life because the celebrity today is garbage. Most celebrities now are virtue signaling, detached from their role as a celebrity. I mean, celebrities don't smoke no more. Celebrities aren't even cool anymore. You know what I mean? Most actors are garbage. You know what I'm saying? They're trash. Most actors aren't even cool. They sound like you're librarians. Don't smoke drugs. Don't bully people. Don't be cool. And that's how most actors sound like. You know, shout out to Tom Cruise. I mean, Tom Cruise might be into Scientology, but dude, he keeps it private. That's why he keeps his Scientology stuff private because he knows he's in the public eye and he doesn't want to create any scenario where it would divide him from his fan base. That's an actor right there. That's an actor, and he keeps his mouth shut. You know what I mean? You know, you got a few guys like Chris Pratt they're going after. You know, I love Chris Pratt because I used to watch what was that show? It wasn't The Office. I mean, I got love for Chris Pratt because I used to watch him on that show with Bron Swanson. You know what I'm saying? With Bron Swanson. I forget the name of the show, man. But Chris Pratt played Andy. It was funny as hell on that show. Parks and Rec. Yeah, it was Parks and Rec, man. Yeah, dude. Kurt Andy. Yeah, dude. Parks and Rec, man. You know what I'm saying? Used to watch Parks and Rec. And yo, Chris Pratt was funny as hell on that show, man. Funny as hell. And Chris Pratt to me is more of a semi old school Christian type actor. You know, he's a Christian and he plays his movies, he's in his roles and all that stuff. You know what I mean? You know, Chris Pratt, dude. And they're trying to destroy him. And Chris Pratt is a classical. I'm a Christian, I believe in God. I believe in the original Bible before it was, you know, not the propaganda Bible where they tell them, yeah, man, you should have a drag queen read the be a deacon. You should have a drag queen be the deacon, and you should have a tranny be the pastor. You know what I'm saying? Chris Pratt believes in that old school Bible, man and woman. You know, so they try to take him out. And to me, Chris Pratt as an actor, I don't really see much problems with him. I don't think he said many things online where he's bitched or nothing. You know, he just does his movies and get the fuck out of the way. You know, let me see. Zoomers are going to have to get used to jacking off in stocks at least 50%. And most of the white women are fat slobs. Yeah. I mean, what the Zoomers is, man, they're detached. They're free, man. And this brings me to a point I gotta say, and this is why I gotta create a new banner, you know, Zoomers destroy red pill. Ooh, this one's gonna be big. Zoomers destroy red pill. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers are going to be big, man. Their impact is already being felt, man. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers, and I'm gonna just show some of these comments quick. You know what I mean? Let me see what JP said. Zoomers aren't as sheepish as the other generations. Gen X and Boomers are the most sheeped out. Millennials are 50-50. Yeah, I'd agree with some. Yeah, that's a good perspective, JP. Very good. You know, I honestly would prefer to be single. I know I am 20, never experienced a typical BF girlfriend, the BS. Well, Finley, man, and this is why I say the Zoomer male is going to be the straight Zoomer male is damn near unstoppable. The Zoomer male, and this is why I say Gen Alpha will actually be 10 times be more powerful than even the Zoomers, is that the Zoomer is still has fond memories of us millennials. Like a lot of Zoomers are having trauma about us millennials, man. You know, just like we millennials are still having trauma about Gen X. You know, the Zoomers are like, man, I remember my brother going on dates, having a girlfriend, being the prom king or talking to chicks outside. Man, I wish I could live that. You know, the millennials had it so good. And us millennials are saying, oh, Gen X, man, Gen X, they could get jobs. They were working. They were awesome. They were living the life, man. Grunge music, man. They were singing about shit you can't even fucking hear anymore, man. You know, they were living their life. They were experimental. You know what I'm saying? And they had jobs. They could jump back and forth between jobs. And we millennials lost all that. Thanks to Obama and George Bush, we lost all of that. Obamacare wiped out your potential of working to your limit. You know what I'm saying? You can't work beyond 40 hours. That's overtime now. You know what I'm saying? The average job hiring you is 32 hours now. Thank you, Obamacare. Thank you, George Bush, for the dumb recession. Killed the millennial goal. You know what I'm saying? Now, with what Finley's saying about not dating is that what's happening is, dude, the millennials are detached. I mean, Zoomers are detached. You know what I'm saying? They're still a little, like any generation before them, they're jealous and they wish they had what the other generation had. Just like we millennials wish we had some things Gen X had. Just like the Gen X wish they could have done what the boomers had. The boomers were free. Boomers growing up, they could start working when they could. A boomer could, I mean, you got to start talking to older generations. A boomer will tell you, yeah, man, when I was 12 years old, I was working the paper routes or I was working and helping my pops with the auto mechanic job, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So every generation is jealous of the previous generation. You know what I'm saying? But the Zoomers, like Finley's saying about dating, is that Finley's, you know what I mean, he's gonna avoid dating. You know what I mean? He's 20. And what he's gonna do in avoiding dating, he's gonna be taking more activities, but I hope Finley starts traveling, man. I hope he goes to Vegas. You know, I'd say the girlfriend experience, it's not the same anymore, man. You know, you're not even dating anymore. I mean, it's now, you know, your girl's walking around with a phone. You know, your replacement is right on her mobile phone. Dating for a man no longer exists, man. You know what I'm saying? Dating died for men. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Dating died for men, bro. Dating is dead. The whole goal of a man dating a woman was to get a personal attachment and to create a routine with that woman. I know her, she knows me. I could see us starting a family. Now, your girl's walking around with a phone. She could be contacting another guy on Instagram. She could be contacting her girlfriend to meet another guy on Instagram. And like I've always told every man, if you're not faster than a text message, you know what I'm saying? Let me put my 1930s. It's not faster. He's not. Look, he's on the ground. It's not a plane. It's not a vehicle. It's a normal man. He's not faster than a speeding text message. He's not quicker than a voice call. He's not quicker than a video chat. It's the average man. It's the average man. Dude, you know what I'm saying? Dating is dead, bro. You know what I mean? Even I think dating only exists technically if you're with a foreign woman. You know what I'm saying? If you're with a foreign woman and she's desperate for that green card, technically you might have a chance of her caring or about that situation because you might be her green card. But then again, she has other options. So even the foreign example is gone. You know what I'm saying? Dating is dead, man. Dating for men is dead because a man dates with a goal in mind. You know what I'm saying? Starting a family and, you know, routine, building trust. That doesn't exist anymore. We're in the age of the slut walk, the pro baby deleting. You know what I'm saying? My God, the babies. You make the, let me put my wondrous feminist voice. Oh my God. Oh, the baby's almost about to be born. I think I'm ready to take it. I think I'm ready to delete it. I want to delete the baby right now. You know, while it's 9 months, I want to delete it. And you know I promised that man I would have his kids, and I know he's made physical investments, but I want to delete that baby. You know what I'm saying? So, dude, dating is dead, man. You know, what I hope Finley does, man, you know, Finley's 20. I hope, dude, get to 21, save your bread, save some money for a trip to Vegas. You know, trip to Vegas where you could hire escort and practice safe sex and you know what I'm saying, get your rocks off. You know what I mean? That will help you out. The girlfriend experience is dead, man. I mean, the last guys that had girlfriends were the millennials. You know what I'm saying? You know, the millennials. You know, so to me, the Zoomers, man, it doesn't exist, man. You know, that section of life is dead because there's not one man right now. There's not one man right now that could say he could tell his woman to not do something. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can't even tell your woman to not do something, but you're investing all the risks. You can't tell her to not talk to other men. You can't even ensure that won't happen. What's the point? What's the point of the relationship in the West? Especially as the man where you're guaranteed to be risking something. Woman has no risk. You know what I'm saying? There is no risk. Of course, yes, guys will be thinking, Well, domestic violence, blah. Well, she chose that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times domestic violence is chosen. You know what I'm saying? They won't tell you that. Domestic violence is a choice. She took a guy that she knew his behavior. And here's the thing about domestic violence, man. It's actually, this is how radical things are. The domestic violent guy is the most masculine man available for a woman. I mean, if a woman wants to actually experience masculinity nowadays, she has to get with an abusive man. She has to get with a man that'll tell her, yo, get the fuck away from me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You look at me the wrong way, I will slap the Typhlosion fire blast out your skull. You know what I mean? That's what the government has done. The government has made male masculinity an extreme. You know what I'm saying? The only way to access woman to get access to masculinity, a man that could tell her what to do, is if she fears for her fucking life. You know what I'm saying? Because a man she's dating can't tell her that. You can't tell her not to be on the phone emailing anybody. That's sexist. That's toxic masculinity. But a guy who's an abuser who would beat the shit out of her in public, he'd do it. You know what I'm saying? He's not mentally you know what I'm saying? He's not exactly the role model of this society, so he'd do it. He'd slap the shit out of him. You know what I mean? And that's the access. That's why a lot of guys in the manosphere talking, well, why, man, I want to bring back the patriarchy. Why are women so, this is a lesser pillar, the red pillar guys. Why are these women into men that are abusive and hurt them? Why don't they want a good man that will give her a white picket fence, a border collie, a well, you know what I'm saying, a house, who's a responsible man? Why does she love the bad boy who wants to abuse her and beat her? Why? Why doesn't she want me, the good guy? Why does she want the responsible good man like me? Well, dude, the responsible good man isn't masculine, man. I'm gonna be real. I'm dropping facts, man. This is a hot stream. What you gonna hear on here might scare you. Some people gonna sub. I did that 800 special. I'm already at 801 now. I might be, by the time this stream ends, I might be back to 700. That's how YouTube works. YouTube unsubs people anyway, so whatever. But the truth is, man, the abusive man is the only masculine male left. That's the only way a woman could access a masculine man, because the average man has too many restraints. He goes on a long-term relationship, it's further investment into losing something. There used to be a balance between the abusive man and the good man. Now there is no balance. The abusive man is the only form of masculinity left. You know what I'm saying? Only form of masculinity left. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no more fucking good men. What can a good man do for a woman? Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. A good man can't do shit, bro. You can't even be a man in front of her. You can't tell her, hey, let me put my voice. Well, Brenda, you're not going out tonight. You're staying home. No more girls night out. If your girlfriends want to hang with you, let them come home and drink with you. But I don't want to see you outside. And all your girls go, what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it, Charles? What are you gonna do? Nothing. Or I'll divorce you. Or I'll take you to court. Dude, the good man can't do shit, man. Can't do shit, bro. The good man in America is as useful to a woman as a fucking dog trying to save a cat stuck up a tree. Let me repeat myself. The good man in America is as useful to a woman as a dog trying to save a kitten stuck on a tree. You know what I'm saying? Any man with his common sense would know, yeah, a dog can't fucking climb. So how the fuck is he gonna save a kitten up a tree? They can't. That's what the good man is. You know, the good man is worthless. You know what I'm saying? You can't even provide her masculine energy. You can't do nothing. You can't tell her to do anything. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And even the looks thing, what is it? I was up talking to a broad, man. I remember I was cuddling up on this broad and all this and that. And the broad brought up her ex-man, her ex-husband. She left. He was so perfect. He was so perfect. But, he didn't want to listen to me. He didn't want to follow what I wanted to do. So I left him. He was so perfect. But, the average guy would think, man, why did she leave her? Why did she leave him? But a black pilled guy will hear, oh, she left him because he would not submit. He would not submit further to her. And in this American government, where a woman is second only to the government, you know what I'm saying? Second only to government and corporations, and a man is nothing. You know what I'm saying? So you will submit. You know what I mean? The goal, the good man now, you want to know what the good man is? The good man is basically your Lucarios. Lucario who married a woman and she sleeps with other men. You know what I'm saying? Your Alex playing with fire who's in a relationship where his girlfriend sleeps with other men. You know what I'm saying? This is the modern age good man. This is why I keep telling guys the future of manhood in the West is the pink-pilled man, the feminized man that will let a woman do anything and lives and breathes her. That's because legally you don't have any, you as a man have no worth in the legal system. You're guilty until, until death, really. There's no such thing for a man as guilty until proven innocent. That's a joke. Look at what happened with fucking you could even point to Johnny Depp. He won his case and the media still attacking him, media still saying negative stuff, even though it's been proven in court he didn't do nothing. A man is guilty until I'm trying to think about it. You're not even innocent on death. Look at Michael Jackson. Look at Kobe. Kobe Bryant died. And the first thing that fucking whore on ABC, Robin Gibbons, I think it was Robin Gibbons. I can't remember if it was Robin. Forget who's the chick Oprah might be a lesbian for, but first thing she said, well, Kobe raped somebody, even though in court it was proven Kobe didn't rape nobody. You know what I'm saying? And he died just literally the week during his death. She brought back up, yeah, Kobe died, but he was a rapist. You know what I'm saying? He was a rapist, even though legally Kobe was proven innocent. You know what I'm saying? So to me, man, a man is guilty, and then Michael Jackson, same thing. Look at Bill Cosby. You know what I mean? A man is guilty. In fact, I got it. Let me get on screen. I gotta get on screen for this one. Give me 1 second. Oh, I got it. A man is guilty until forgotten. There it is. Let me repeat that for those guys that didn't hear. A man is guilty until forgotten. Let me say it one more time. A man is guilty until he is forgotten. In fact, let me rerun that, one more time. A man is guilty until he is forgotten. Now let's go back to the Duke and Don screensaver. You know what I mean? So remember that man is guilty until he is forgotten, man. You know what I'm saying? So to me, a lot of guys don't get that, man. This is the West you're growing up in. And to me, the Zoomer male is, what's going to save the Zoomers, their detachment. their ability to see the world through their phone. It's saving them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and to me, you see this fat angry boomer. I don't know if you're a millennial. I don't know if you're a Gen Xer, but this is because now I'm gonna start talking differently, man. Because you know, a lot of guys don't get it. I'm learning as I go. But dude, any talk that basically tells a Zoomer man should never marry and remain single forever, fuck marriage. Dude, dating wasn't even an option for a Zoomer. So, you know, marriage don't mean nothing. And, you know, marriage don't mean nothing to a Zoomer because dating was never an option. You know what I'm saying? Let me use my movie voice. You was born in 1995 to 2010. The Zoomer in dating was never an option. Rated Black Pill. Sponsored by Dating was never an option. The true tale of a Zoomer male. Coming soon to a theater near you. Dating was never an option. Yeah, man. I mean, the Zoomers aren't dating, bro. I mean, you go on Tinder, you meet her up, and you bang her. You know what I'm saying? You bang her. Dating is about actually building and establishing a connection and routine and trust. There ain't none of that no more, man. The problem with a lot of millennials and I'd say Gen Xers and boomers is that they still call dating any interaction with a woman. Oh, we went out on a date. No, man. Y'all met up and y'all fucked. You know what I'm saying? Y'all Netflixed and fucked. You met her up, y'all got something to eat, then y'all fucked. You know what I'm saying? You know, lunch before sex or sex before lunch, whatever, dude. That ain't dating. I made a video a while ago called, you know what I'm saying, interaction. You know what I'm saying? Or dating desert, dating drought. I'll repeat it. Dating desert, dating drought. Where I explain to you, man. Or the dating simulation. You know, they aren't dating no more. Men and women are just interacting. They ain't dating. It's interaction. Yo, I met her up at the bar. You know, we talked a little, kissed her. You know, got her to the house, fucked her, and you know, I don't remember her name. You know what I'm saying? That ain't dating. You don't even fucking remember her name. You fucked her and you got what you needed. She might still be on your phone to call you for a quickie or call you for a booty call. That ain't dating, man. That's just a sexual interaction. You know, you know. So to me, man, the Zoomer is the future, man. The straight Zoomer male is basically unstoppable, man. You know what I'm saying? Gen Alpha, I probably need to do a separate video on my projections on Gen Alpha. But I think Gen Alpha, man, might actually become what I call the return of the computer, the return of just the primal male, man. You know what I mean? Maybe computing, I gotta think about it. But the Zoomers are going to pave the way towards a straight man that society has never seen before. You know what I'm saying? And the Zoomer male is gonna create that, you know. And you can message women and want to go. Yep. Let me just share some of these messages. I think dating is dead. It's just let me see what JP said. I don't think dating is dead. It's that people have come up with different ways of dating. Nah, JP, to me, dating is dead, man. I mean, to me, it's just meetups before sex. Yeah, that's actually a better word. Meetups before sex. You know, because the whole dating thing was getting to know each other and trying to build something. It was more intimate, whatever. But now what we have is that we're in an over sexualized culture You know, back in the 90s, when a dude just went to the club and had sex with a girl, you ain't say I was on a date. He just said, yo, man, I got, you know what I mean? I just hit this girl, man. I hit up this hole or this, you know what I mean? Had some sex. Dating to me, the level of intimacy and what it means, because dating to me, it's seeking somebody for the long term. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times when a date doesn't work, a guy said, well, you know, it didn't work out. I guess we ain't gonna be together. I guess there won't be no long-term plans. I think dating for most men is just seeking a woman to have long-term plans for their lives. But that's dead. You know what I'm saying? In today's society where they've decayed it, I mean, the Zoomer woman is facing something, the millennial woman. I mean, the millennial woman, I mean, they weren't like in 2000, the 2000s, the 90s, let's say early 2010s, the millennial woman wasn't being encouraged to be as super sexualized and literally deli meat. You know what I'm saying? Deli meat, you know, where you go to the deli and you see the meat displayed. And then you have the promotion of lesbianism, the step aside for trannies. You know what I'm saying? That's the movement we in now. The Zoomer women are being told, step aside for the trannies. You know what I'm saying? Step aside. When you go into the female bathroom, step aside for the trannies. When you're seeking to date a man, step aside for the trannies because you're hogging all the straight men. You know what I'm saying? Step aside. You know, oh, you want to have children. You know what I mean? Step aside. You know what I mean? You want to have children, you know you're making it's not fair. I mean, look at us. Look at this, JP. We're in a government where they asked them about what is a woman and they wouldn't even explain it. That's how far the agenda is. They wouldn't even explain, yeah, a woman can give birth and life because they've already overcommitted to the gender thing. If that lady in the government would have explained, well, a woman is the opposite sex to a male, and unlike a hermaphrodite, a woman only has one of those genders to give birth. You know what I'm saying? A hermaphrodite is extremely rare. That would have broke the whole gender system. That would have led to a lot of changes in job applications. You know what I'm saying? Because when you apply for a job, you gotta put your gender, not your sex anymore. You know what I'm saying? It would have changed a lot of things, you know. So let's go. You know what I mean? Androcentric, like, yeah. So, you know, let me go through some of these messages quick. Yep. And damn it. Yeah, let's do this. But before I change that, you know what I mean? Because I'm about to drop son another bomb, you know, the bomb that's gonna scare all these dating coaches and it's scaring a lot of guys, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Neo Wolf was good, man. You know what I mean? Neo Wolf be wilding, man. Going wild. You know what I mean? I can't even afford a ring right now. I'm still, well, I mean, that's the thing with the ring. The problem, the sign you see with a man can't afford and all that, it's that in reality you could afford a ring, but it's that the pressure this society puts on guys, and this is why I say us millennials, we're not exactly on the Zoomers level, man. You know what I mean? The Zoomers detached from society. You know what I mean? A Zoomer would have just bought her like a fucking ring from you know, them quarter machines and say, yo, this is my love. A lot of guys laugh at the Zoomers, but the Zoomers are that detached. A Zoomer would buy a girl a wedding ring from one of those candy machines where you put a quarter in. You know what I'm saying? Because a Zoomer would say, well, you know, this is what I'm about, how I feel. You know, I care about you like that. You know, fuck the system and all that. You know, but But us millennials, man, we still got this peer pressure that we inherited from watching the Gen Xers and the Gen X programming of, well, you got to buy every kiss begins with K. You know what I'm saying? Or you go to Zales and buy a super nice ring. You know what I'm saying? We're still trapped in that emotion. A Zoomer, I've seen it. I think online where a Zoomer will just go buy a chick a silver ring. You know what I'm saying? This is a ring for my love. Or I've seen it where a Zoomer would get a chick a ring made out of copper or something. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers, man, the straight Zoomer male is a monster. You know what I'm saying? Unleashed, that man's a monster. His level of detachment is insane. You know? But give me a minute. Oh yeah. Well, the Zoomer woman, yeah. Zoomer woman, that's gonna have to be its own stream. Zoomer woman, man. Yeah, the level of destruction being done to the Zoomer woman is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm completely sure whether or not Zoomer women are screwed or not, but I do know that relationships, yeah. I mean, here's the thing, guys, gotta understand. If relationships are pointless and relationships lead to marriage, so, if you can't even get a relationship, then marriage is already off the table. You know what I'm saying? Marriage is already off the table because, dude, relationships is dead. It's dead, man. You know, I've seen a couple broads, you know what I mean? And I've been with a couple broads in there. It's dead, man, because even if you got the looks and you're quote unquote reliable, respectful, and you know what I'm saying, he hugs me, he dances with me, dude, it doesn't mean anything because you as a man can't outweigh the incentives. She's been incentivized since she was a minor. You know what I mean? The road towards destruction. You know what I mean? All the Zoomers grew up watching the proud single mother movement. You know what I'm saying? Tell them, be proud. You know what I'm saying? You're still a parent. You know, that speech by Kevin Durant, Mom, you're the real MVP. You're the real MVP for having me while we were starving and bringing me into this world in a struggle where I had to play ball and succeed or we would have died. You're the real MVP. You know what I mean? The Zoomer woman has been raised on destruction and success. You know what I'm saying? So it's done, man. It's over, man. The Zoomer woman will tell you if they're out in a date, and I've seen it. You know what I mean? The Zoomer woman will try to dance with you from behind, man. You know, the Zoomer woman will tell you to dance with her gay friend, her Autobot, her Decepticon friend, without understanding that, yeah, you're suggesting to that man that he should fuck your gay friend or that tranny instead of you. You know what I mean? The Zoomer woman has been programmed to basically step aside and let the men be a better woman. You know what I'm saying? Step aside, let a man be the better woman. You know what I mean? You know, I still see guys getting married in the West. Yeah, I mean, it's still gonna be marriage. At the end of the day, man, you're free to get married. You know, you're free to do whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Unlike other guys, I'm not here to, you're a man, I'm a man. You'll make your own individual choices. You're free to get married. Do whatever the hell you want as a man. But if you look at the marital rates, they've completely dropped, man. You know what I'm saying? They've dropped at a at a dangerous rate, man. The marital rates are completely down. You know what I'm saying? And they even got, to blame men. It's men's fault. There's no marriage. So to me, a lot of things are down, man. So the way I look at it, the marital rates are at an all-time low. And marriage is obsolete, man. Now, this is the sector I want to talk about. What's going on is Zoomers destroy the red pill. Zoomers are literally, they're destroying the red pill, man. They're destroying red pill and MGTOW. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers are destroying. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I think I've seen some Thinking Apes videos where you know what I mean, he's going really hard at the Zoomers. You know what I'm saying? Like let me edit this a little. MGTOW. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude, the Zoomers, the Zoomers are gonna destroy the red pill and the MGTOW movement. You know what I'm saying? Because for the Zoomers, they're completely detached. The straight Zoomer male is detached. And what they fear a lot, because I saw Thinking Apes video where he talked about the Zoomers and he used, to me, used hypocrisy. He said, well, you know, they had a test where they had over 100 men, 100 women in a relationship, and they said looks don't really matter. Looks don't really matter for a long-term relationship. And here's the thing that makes it look bad on Thinking Ape is this is a guy who has a whole channel talking about how the mainstream system wants to program you to walk towards their agenda. So if that's true, then how can you take any messages from a test, a dating test between that was held by the mainstream, you know what I'm saying? Held by normies. You know what I'm saying? And here's the thing, looks don't matter to a woman. Like let's say a woman is dating a Chad or a Tyrone. You know, she's dating the man. You know, he's you know what I mean? She got him and she got older. You know what I'm saying? She's getting older and she knows she's got that man hooked on her. She knows she can't compete with the younger women that he could generate and get attached to. So the looks don't matter no more. Now what matters to her is how much she can manipulate and control that man. You know what I'm saying? And what's happening is the Zoomers are making the red pill and MGTOW obsolete. A lot more Zoomers are going black pill, man. There's a huge fear in the manosphere. That fear is the black pill. And what's going on is that every day I've seen it with my I could even show you with my YouTube stats. Give me a minute. I'm gonna show you yeah, I mean look at this. Germany. Oh no, that's the Discord message. Yeah, dude, Germany, you know what I'm saying? United States, and there I had the age group. I gotta see if I could find it. I had the age group thing. You know what I'm saying? I gotta see if I could find it, but I had the age group, and a lot of people watching my content are around 18, you know what I'm saying? 18 to 25. Because the entry point into the black pill is loneliness. You know what I'm saying? The entry point into the black pill community is loneliness. You know what I mean? Unlike the red pill where you had to be divorced, married, you know, all this crap. The entry point into the black pill community is loneliness. You know what I'm saying? And that being the entry point, it's a lot easier to join the black pill community. And the black pill community is growing at an enormous rate. And you add in the factor that most of the Zoomers are detached. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers are growing up in an age where being a straight man was never a positive thing. You know what I'm saying? They're watching YouTube, they're watching movies telling them you're a straight cis male. you're masculine and all that. So all the roles that are attached to masculinity don't mean shit to the Zoomer. You know what I'm saying? And the Zoomers are becoming more black pilled by the day. In fact, give me a minute. I'm about to show y'all something. Give me 1 second. Night. Night. Give me a second. Give me a second. Analysis audience. Yeah. Yeah, give me a second. Let me put it back. 1 second. Yeah, so I mean, check this out, dude. Check this out right here. I'm gonna show you something. Check this out. Look at this. You know what I mean? This is the age group of people who, give me a second. Fuck. The banner, the brand messed up. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Guys, yeah. Check this out, man. This is the age group of people watching my content. 18 to 24 is about 6, you know what I mean? 6.2%. And age 25 to 34, that's 71%. So I think 25 is around the Zoomer age. You know what I'm saying? So then you have 18% are like Gen X, millennials and above. You know what I'm saying? That's the last 28 days. Give me 1 second. Second age. Lifetime. No. You know what I mean? Give me a minute. I'm gonna show you one more thing. Yeah. 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 You know what I'm saying? Now this is, give me 1 second. I gotta remove something. Fucking overlays, man. Yeah. So check this out. This is the lifetime, man. This is the lifetime of the channel. 12% are 18 to 24. 59% are 25 to 34. You know what I'm saying? 26% are 35 to 44. And then, 1% are 45 to 54. So then you see the gender and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Let me show you the gender. Yeah, the gender, 97.9% male, 2.1% female watch this channel. You know what I'm saying? So what you're looking at is the Zoomers. The entry point to the black pill isn't divorce. You know what I'm saying? It isn't divorce. The trauma isn't that heavy, man. The entry point into the black pill is literally loneliness. You know what I'm saying? Just a man being alone, or just a man questioning society with a true perspective. And what's happening is the Zoomers are killing the MGTOW community. The MGTOW community is on its way towards death, just as the red pill. And this is affecting a lot of content creators that depend on men circling back, that keep complaining and bitching about marital state and marriage and masculinity. The Zoomers are basically becoming dude. this is how it is, and this is how it's gonna stay, bro. You know what I mean? I want to live my life, man. You know, a Zoomer's realizing, dude, I don't care about marriage. I don't care about relationships. You know, remember, I'm a straight cis male. I've seen what happens with the Amber Heard case. I've seen what happened with the Me Too's. You know, for the blacks, I've seen what happens with Black Lives Matter. You know what I'm saying? An organization that don't even want men in there. The Zoomer male is so detached. You know, they go to school and it's telling them, hey, don't be straight. You being straight is a problem. You know what I'm saying? You trying to get married and making a woman play a role is a problem. Everything you try to do as a straight man is a problem. They didn't grow up like us millennials where you watched That 70s Show, The Simpsons, you know, Love and Marriage, you know what I mean? You know, Married with Children. They didn't grow up with all these TV shows. The Zoomer isn't watching this crap. The Zoomers grew up in an age where most of their idols are guys on YouTube, Twitch, usually single guys. You know what I'm saying? So the Zoomer is completely detached. The Zoomer male, the straight Zoomer male is detached from all the traditional programming. You know, the role to be a father and this and that, they're detached. So what's going on is that the straight Zoomer male, man, he has nothing to look forward to than making his money. And now that playing video games, being a comic nerd is all normalized, you know what I'm saying? We're in the golden age of male hobbies to a certain extent, dominating movies, superhero movies. Sonic the Hedgehog. I saw that Sonic 2 movie. It wasn't that bad. It's pretty good. There's a couple dry spots there and a couple, you know, as usual feminist crap. But you know, it was pretty good. All the stuff we millennials were into and were shamed, anime, manga, where some of us had to hide it. Dude, the Zoomers are growing up at a time where you could watch all this shit. You could stream it. You do anything you want. They can even catch up on anime from the past. The Zoomer is being completely detached from the definition of so-called manhood. And this is why the Zoomer will be the death of the red pill community and the death of MGTOW. I mean, most men join MGTOW from a divorce, marital problems, or, you know, they're missing towel. They were men sent their own way, sent packing by their wives, whatever. Then you got the red pillars telling you you got to get better so you could be a better person for a woman. You know what I mean? For a woman to find you attractive and you get your resources for her. The Zoomer doesn't care, man. The straight Zoomer male, dude, he's completely removed. You know what I mean? This is a Zoomer going to school where the curriculum is telling them you being a straight male is a problem. You seeking to have a woman be a mother to your children is a problem. Then the Zoomer's looking at the women in his class and their Instagram is just them being fast food and, you know, pieces for sex. So what does the straight Zoomer male have to look forward to? You know what I'm saying? What does he have to look forward to, man? You know what I'm saying? When it comes to the women in his age group, what does he have to look forward to? You know? So to me, man, the Zoomer, a lot of men in the manosphere like to underplay the Zoomer. I had to make this video because I was talking to the Zoomers, man. Oh, JP. Griffinberg Maxon, Gryffindor Maxon. You know what I mean? And the Zoomers, dude, and here's the danger. I'm gonna tell you why the Zoomer is going to lead, why the Zoomer isn't the red pill community, and this is why I say shout out to the homie, man, JP Much respect, man. You know, this is why I say the Zoomer, they're gonna lead more into the black pill. And most importantly, man, the Zoomer is going to lead into, you know, they're going to lead into the infinity pill. The Zoomers are so detached. They're being raised and trained to be detached from real women. I think the Zoomers, they're going to be, some Zoomers going to do it. I think the Zoomers will be the ones that lead to asexual reproduction. You know, I think the Zoomers will say, man, I want a son. You know what I'm saying? I want a son, but I don't want to deal with all of the BS that could come with having a wife or having a woman in my life. You know what I'm saying? I still want to bang women. You know what I'm saying? I want to bang a lot of women. I want to have sex, but I don't want to have sex to create my child. You know what I'm saying? I think the Zoomers, they're going to lead to asexual reproduction. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be the ones that say, is there any way you could take my stem cells and potentially either clone me or, you know, I got a good friend of mine. I got a great friend. And, you know, I did this video months ago. I think what's going to happen is that, man, pretty soon men will start splicing their DNAs. What's going to happen is you might have a good friend or whatever, because look what happened with the sperm banks. Yo, men aren't donating sperm to the sperm banks anymore. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of men have been sued for child support from the sperm banks. And since the Zoomers are so detached from real women, I mean, the Zoomers are, unlike us millennials, like, you know, we millennials, we saw the start of women getting plastic surgery, you know, breast implants, you know, Pamela Anderson in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers, this is all they know. All they know is artificial women. You know, women with plastic lips, Kardashian fake lips, you know what I mean? Fake ass, fake breast, fake stomach. You know, it's all artificial. Then the Zoomers are being told them being straight, a straight cis male is negative. The Zoomers are detached from playing that role. So what's gonna happen is a Zoomer's gonna be, man, I wanna have kids, but I don't wanna have sex to have a child. And what's gonna happen is the Zoomers are gonna push asexual reproduction. You know what I'm saying? Asexual reproduction. Oh man, yeah. Zoomers will basically push asexual reproduction, where all you need is a stem cell and you'll bring a child to life. And the Zoomer women will help too, because we're in the age with what you have with abortion and all that, all this promotion of abortion and baby deleting. With all you have of that is what you're gonna see is that a lot of women don't want to go through the 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 birth process of giving birth, growing a child within their bodies. I mean, we're in the you know the slut walk age, where women around 50, 40 years old are told, yeah, you could still slut up. You know, you could still, oh, that's a new word. That could actually be a new brand, slut up. Slut up. Wow, I think that's the brand I needed. I was trying to design something a while ago. Slut up. Hmm, that could work. But yeah, a lot of women are being pushed. And what's going to happen, it's either going to be the Zoomers or the Gen Alpha. Women, one generation of women already giving away their rights to be seen and treated as women. That's what happened when that politician woman said, when they asked her, what is a woman? And she couldn't say it. So women have already given the right of being a physical woman. Now, to complete that, you need women to give up the right of being the bearer of life. You know what I'm saying? Being a bearer of life. So what's gonna happen, and I think it's gonna be, give me 1 minute. Oh, man. Right. Oh man. Thank God. Yeah, I think what's gonna happen is, man, the Zoomers, either the Zoomers or Gen Alpha. I think women, because of the promotion of being a slut for life, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Because of the new slut world order, and that actually works. You know what I'm saying? NSWO, new slut world order. You know what I mean? Because we're in that age where whether a woman's fat, no matter what, she just shouldn't have children. I think the next push is going to be for women to give up their rights as being the source of childbirth. And this will actually help the whole tranny movement, the movement of men identifying as women. Because if men can give life through asexuality, as in they just take a genetic sample from you, you know what I'm saying, a stem cell or whatever it is, and they can give life. Now, those trannies, you know what I'm saying, those Decepticons, Autobots, those Autobots could actually identify completely as women because they can now give life. So the cloning process, you know what I'm saying, it's going to happen through, you know, what's going on now, this agenda. You're gonna have to have the women give up their rights to being the source of life, the source of creating life. And what's gonna happen, because men aren't comfortable giving away their sperm to sperm banks, a lot of men will start having what I call the best friend child, where men will splice their DNA with a man that's their friend or something, you know. You know what I mean? A man that's their friend. They're gonna be, yo, you my homie. You know what I mean? We might as, yo, we gotta mix our DNA. They'll take a stem cell from you, from me, and they'll mix them up and create a child. You know what I'm saying? And think about the safety and what's gonna be pushed down. It's gonna be pushed between the women that don't want to mess up their figure and give life to a child, because surrogacy, it's too problematic. The DNA of the child isn't 100% that woman and that man. You know, so what's going to happen is scientists and this agenda is going to push women to give up their rights as the only source of giving life. And for men, I mean, it's the future anyway. The only reason we can't go to space and all that stuff is because we're still trapped by a woman's birth cycle. That 9 months in a body and another body to feed, it's really a weakness. You know what I'm saying? It's really a problem. So I think the Zoomer male, the straight Zoomer male, man, he's gonna lead towards creating a child without a woman, asexual reproduction. Because you gotta look at the eyes through the eye of a Zoomer. A Zoomer's been seeing, think about it, Zoomers have grown up in the age where women are dying, getting fake butt implants. You know what I'm saying? They're dying trying to be artificial. The Zoomers have grown up into that. The Zoomers were raised in this anti-organic woman society. So what's the next step? The next step is to remove the birth cycle. You know what I mean? Think about it. If and you gotta look at the feminist agenda also, which the government is pushing. I tell a lot of guys, feminism is man-made. What's the next level of feminism? You had Me Too, you had all this crap. What's the next level? The next level of feminism is to actually, and here's the thing, you gotta understand, feminism is actually, the whole trans LGBTQ thing, it falls under feminism. You know what I'm saying? It falls under that umbrella. You know what I mean? So what's going on is the next step of feminism. And you could say you heard it here first. You heard it here first, folks, on Hold the Truth Hostage. The first next level feminism will be to actually allow a woman to slut as long as she can. And the only way to do that is to ensure she doesn't need eggs. She doesn't need any of that to bring life into this world. She just needs DNA. You know what I'm saying? A skin cell, stem cells, like they could grab stem cell research has become so big, they can grab stem cells now from just a piece of your hair or skin. The next level to free a woman to be able to whore her whole life and to free a tranny to be able to be seen as a woman and to level the playing field between a tranny and a woman is artificial birth, asexual reproduction. Asexual reproduction, because, a lot of times we used to think, man, these type of technological advancements would come for the betterment of mankind. No, man. If you think on a black pill perspective, don't follow the morals, follow the money. You know what I'm saying? So when you follow the money, not the morals, you start looking at everything going on. And you start seeing that a lot of these technological advancements will come from demoralizing and dehumanizing, men and women, especially the women, dewomanizing the women. And to do that, to keep this fantasy of body dysmorphia, you have to have it that the trannies can actually give life. You know what I'm saying? So when a tranny says, yo, man, I can give life, a lot of men will laugh, but they actually, you know what I'm saying? They actually can once this type of experiment is done. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta think about that, man. It's coming, you know. And I think the Zoomer male will say, unlike the millennial, the Gen Xers that are too, shout out to the homie JP. JP talked about a lot of men trying to play a role the government taught them to play. The Zoomer isn't attached to the government, man. The Zoomer male is literally told that his existence is negative. You know what I'm saying? So the Zoomer will lead to the age of asexual reproduction. And it might happen within 5 to 20 years. It might be 5 to 20 years this is coming. You know what I'm saying? Because to free a woman, and they're gonna, just like they're doing this whole pro-abortion crap, where, they're promoting abortion even if it's not for forced sex, it's not for saving a life of a woman. They're promoting abortion as though it's some type of game. You know what I'm saying? And they're promoting that irresponsibility. So how do you further that? The way you further that and perfect it is to create asexual reproduction. Once asexual reproduction is perfected, and I think it already is, they just grab a stem cell and create a child. Once that's perfected, now a woman, what this will do is it will empower women that are 40, 50 years old that said, I can have a kid at any age I want. Yes, she could. A woman could have a child any age she wanted if her eggs did not play a role in it. If her eggs did not play a role in limiting what she could achieve. So what you're going to see happen is eventually the propaganda and the agenda, and think about all the money that could be made, which, you could just grab a stem cell and bam, a baby will be born. They put it in some type of, artificial incubation chamber. You know what I'm saying? All they need is a cell. Now women at age 50 could have children. You know what I'm saying? Women at 50, 60, 70, 80. Because the whole goal, you got to look at what birth control did, man. Birth control allowed women to artificially simulate a male sexuality where a woman could have sex without the consequence of pregnancy. You know what I'm saying? Without the consequence of pregnancy, even though it messes with her brain and destroys her mentally, but she can now replicate the male sexuality by having sex on birth control and not getting pregnant. You know what I'm saying? So a lot is coming down the pipeline, man. It will never, it will, you got to understand, technology will not enhance because of seeking to better for mankind or any just morals. It's going to be about demoralization. How do we empower women and empower trannies at the same time? You got to remove the need of eggs and incubation naturally to have children. You know what I'm saying? You got to remove that. You know what I'm saying? And once you remove that, you'll be able to free. Now a tranny could walk up to a man and say, "Hey, I want to have a child. You want to be the father? Just give me some of your DNA and they'll mix it together, put it in a chamber, and bam. Within maybe it might even be quicker than 9 months. Because with a birth chamber, you could provide a certain level of nutrients at a certain state. Like I think children will probably be born within less than 9 months. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's coming, man. How do you free this feminist agenda? You have to remove, and that's why they're promoting all this baby deleting. Because if you have women so used to deleting children growing in them, you're making it a problematic situation for women to grow children within their bodies. And then you have all this narrative about men and women are the same, that bullshit, when women's bodies are literally fat. You know, they're designed to store fat so they can feed a child growing in them. You know what I'm saying? And then the other design aspects and all that, you know. So how do you free them? You know, asexual reproduction. It's coming. But I'm gonna open up the lines for probably a good 20 minutes. You know, if anybody's got something to say and add to this, you know what I'm saying? Add to their thoughts on the Zoomers, you know, you can hop on. You know what I mean? You can hop on because to me, the Zoomer male, man, they're going to change the definition of manhood. You know what I'm saying? And when they change that definition of manhood, it's gonna be all about, like I've been saying, it's gonna be about the man vantage, a man's advantage and being able to get whatever he wants. Now, before I go, why, you know, I almost forgot, why will the Zoomers destroy the red pill community? Why you got guys like thinking they taking shots at the Zoomers every chance he can? You know what I'm saying? It's because the Zoomers aren't attached to these lifestyle problems. The Zoomers, they don't care about dating, man. They don't care about starting a family. They don't care about any of the problems. Oh man, you know, I want to bring back the patriarchy. I want to bring back when men and women were together and, you know, no, we want to make women great, want to make America great, you know, want to bring back the patriarchal system, you know. The Zoomers don't care about that, man. Their whole life, they're growing up where they're being told, dude, you being straight is a problem. You trying to be a father is a problem. They've grown up in a scenario where all this crap the red pillars and the lesser pillar community is telling them is a problem. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to keep joining. The black pill is growing every day, man. Every day the black pill community will grow. And of course, we've seen what happens. The gray pill community will grow as well. But the thing with the black pill is the point of entry is far more freeing. You know what I'm saying? It's not about divorce to join the Black Pill. It has nothing to do with divorce. Give me 1 minute. Let me share the link. Hold up. StreamYard link. Yeah, I had to share the StreamYard link. You know what I'm saying? So it's not gonna be about the Zoomers don't care, man. Everything the red pill community, the outdated manosphere is preaching to the Zoomer, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? You telling them about bringing why would a Zoomer care about bringing back the patriarchy when they've grown up in the dismantling? Normal for them is not being in the patriarchy. You know what I'm saying? And normal for them is being aware that this so-called patriarchal system that they were in was a failure. You know what I'm saying? Finley, no problem, brother. Respect, man. How much longer you will keep it up stream? I'll finish. Yeah, Finley, no problem, man. Finish it when you can, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna go a few more, probably 20 minutes or so. But like I said, man, the red pill community, it's dying. And what Thinking Ape is seeing is, he's got a Patreon, and no problem with that. I got no problem with somebody monetizing their content or whatever. You know what I mean? Give me a minute. I got no problem with monetization, but a lot of red pill channels, a lot of MGTOW channels are seeing a decline in people joining their channels because the problem is that, man, the problem with MGTOW is this, man. You know what I'm saying? Or Yori, what's good, man? What's good, brother? Respect. You know what I mean? The problem with the MGTOW community is that, dude, if you've been watching MGTOW, I'd say since 2000, when did I start? I think 2015 or 16, I don't remember when I was watching it. And the Red Pill community, their talking points have been the same. I mean, if you've watched MGTOW and Red Pill content since the early 2015s and to about 17, you've seen it all. So what the Zoomers are seeing is that, dude, the Zoomers grew up, they're growing up at a time, like some of the homies here that are Zoomers, they're growing up at a time where it's all negative to be a man. You know what I'm saying? I would say this, man, with this video, I don't usually say share, whatever, but I would say, man, if you're a Zoomer and I would say share this one because this one's positive, positive perspective of the Zoomer life. You know what I mean? Positive versus the negativity that Zoomers usually get. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers usually are highly disrespected. But what's happening is this, man, the Zoomers, and it's offending a lot of MGTOW content creators. It's offending a lot of black, red pill content creators, purple pilled, the lesser pill community. It's offending a lot of them because they see the Zoomers, they don't care. They're detached. They grew up in a digital lifestyle. Some Zoomers, their first friend they met online, like their first friend ever. Like, they had real conversations with was online. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't in school. Their best friend is somebody in Nigeria, you know what I'm saying? Or somebody in London. They've only had video chats with, you know what I mean? Maybe they plan to fly to see them. The Zoomers are completely detached to the domestic location as their only situation. You know what I'm saying? They can get friends from around the world. They can be in communities that number in the thousands or millions through Discord, Facebook, whatever you want to call it, forums, Reddit. You know what I mean? They're not trapped. They're not attached to physical demands of life. They grew up on the digital world and they grew up on having access to, you know what I'm saying, digital simplicities in life, you know. So the Zoomers aren't held back, man. The Zoomers are killing the red pillars, man. All this stuff about bringing marriage back and, you know what I'm saying? I saw the Thinking Ape where he's telling the Zoomers, well, you need to be patient. You need to be patient for relationships. And dude, the Zoomers are looking at what I need to be patient for. Why should I be focusing my life to date a woman when I know that I'm only a swipe right away from being replaced on that date? You know what I'm saying? The Zoomer isn't attached to this whole male role that's been fabricated since the 1900s. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomer is free, man. The Zoomer is gonna be that generation that I think, you know, where they're gonna say, yeah, man, how did you lose your sexuality? Zoomer might say, well, you know, I just went to Vegas. You know, fucked an escort, got it out my system. And every few weeks or so I save some money and I go fuck an escort. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomer is gonna become very currency when it comes to sexuality and intercourse. And the Zoomer growing up at a time with Harvey Weinstein, you know, Me Too's, the attack on the straight male, you know, the media forcing straight men, trying to force straight men to watch, you know, content that compromises their sexuality. You know what I'm saying? I ain't watching Disney. Dude, I'm not watching anything unless I have absolute certainty because the media isn't sharing the sexuality feature. They're not showcasing the sexuality featured in their content. They're telling you it's rated R, rated this and that, but they won't tell you the sexuality feature. Because the whole goal is to bait and switch straight men into becoming gay. I had to unsub to some channel I was watching on YouTube right now. It was about fighting games. And he brought up all the diversity of having LGBTQ you know, representation. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, dude, man, you're a straight male channel, bro. It ain't cool that you make a character that's about tricking men sexually. You know what I'm saying? I think Street Fighter has a character Poison. I didn't even know that was a man until years later. You know? You know what I mean? So diversity is when you got different races and cultures of people. And the thing is, they keep advertising as though the LGBT community doesn't have their own films, their own studios, their own representation. You know what I mean? And they act like, oh, this is diversity. You didn't, you know what I mean? You could even look at Pride Month. You didn't have Pride until you took it in the anus. No man ever had Pride. You know what I'm saying? But to me, Gen Z, man, Gen Z, their detachment, you know, growing up digitally, their detachment from the physical world will lead to them seeing the whole world. They don't, they're not trapped by tradition. They're not even being promoted to value their tradition as a man. And they're seeing any woman that basically says, I want a traditional lifestyle and, you know what I'm saying, as a trap. You know, I tell you this, man, if a woman comes up to you and say, I want a traditional life where I stay at home and don't work or nothing, you know what I mean? You got to look at it like this is a trap because women that stayed at home didn't have a choice. And even those women that stayed home were still working. Some were running lemonade, some were running food they prepared at the house. And the fact that a woman doesn't want to work to help her children with that option, that's a negativity, man. So to me, man, the Gen Z, man, the straight Gen Z male, they're destroying the red pill and the MGTOW because they're not coming into that space, man, from divorce, a bad relationship. They don't want to return to patriarchy. They don't want none of that. You could go through a lot of red pill content. Their views are just decreasing. It's a downward spiral because every day, man, every moment a man starts feeling alone or a man starts thinking, he can't talk, he can't be truthful, they join the black pill community. And the Zoomers, to me, man, the Zoomers are becoming a no nonsense type of generation because, dude, they grew up with the phones where whatever they wanted, they could access it now. They grew up on the immediate satisfaction. You know what I'm saying? They didn't grow up with waiting, saving your rollback minutes with Singular. You know what I'm saying? Waiting for 7 p.m. to be able to talk on anytime minutes. You know what I'm saying? They weren't trapped by anything that was inconvenient with technology. You know what I'm saying? So the Zoomers, to me, man, especially when 6G hits, man, if 6G phones are as fast as I think they will be, as in you post something on Instagram and it uploads within a blink of an eye, it's gonna be revolutionary. But like I said, the Zoomers, they're completely detached from this whole red pill, be a man stance and save the patriarchal system. And I mean, how you gonna save? And this is what's great about the Zoomers is that the Zoomers will realize, dude, the government has tanks trillions of dollars, and the corporations are backing. You know what I'm saying? What do you mean by save the patriarch? The biggest fantasy in the manosphere is the red pill manosphere and how they're trying to sell this fantasy. We're gonna return to patriarchy. I swear, we just need a bunch of good men to get together, form a brotherhood, and walk together in solidarity, and we'll return to patriarchy. I swear to God, we'll return it. It's a scam, man. It's a scam. You have a whole bunch of guys who built their whole brand on this scam. Dude, you're not gonna rebuild the patriarchy. You don't have trillions of dollars. The male vote doesn't mean nothing once they gave the females the same vote equity as the men. The male vote has no worth. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the military. You literally got with what happened with Roe v. Wade, where corporations, and remember, corporations know things ahead of time. Corporations are saying they're going to give women vacations to go get a baby deleted. You know what I'm saying? Which means they're willing to compromise the pay increase and bonuses that will be given to the workers for the irresponsible activity of women that just, took it raw. And instead of taking a day after pill, they need to go to baby deleting. You know what I'm saying? So to me, man, the Zoomers to me will be more no nonsense. They're gonna focus on what they want to do. And to me, when the Gen Xers tend to be more red pillars are Gen Xers. When the Gen Xers talk to the Zoomers, it's like you're whoop, 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 whoop. You know what I'm saying? The millennials, such as myself, who can relate, who could see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? I think the millennials will be talking and building stronger communities with the Zoomers. You know what I'm saying? And I think what's coming is you're going to see, like I said, a rise in the black pill community. The black pill's increasing like never before, man. You know what I'm saying? I said you could look at these numbers right here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, you got a channel like mine or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And even up there, you see 2% because the Zoomers, they're not looking for fairy tales, man. And here's the biggest scam in the manosphere, dude. It's not about Disney. The fairy tale for these men is this patriarchal crap. Dude, it doesn't exist. Ronald Reagan helped destroy the patriarchy. You know what I'm saying? When the Republicans passed the no-fault divorce laws. You know what I'm saying? Democrats did their damage. Dude, not even your party wants the patriarchy was destroyed long ago. You know, long ago. I'd say in the 1800s. You know, but to me, man, the Zoomers don't got time for nonsense, man. And the way the Gen Xers are looking at it, they're looking at it as, oh, they're impatient. No, they're not impatient. The Zoomers understand that their time for them just isn't money, but they could be doing something else with their time. And they're used to having things at a drop of a dime. Convenience. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the red pill crap is inconvenient. You know what I mean? The red pill has basically become the man's right activist 2.0, except it's gone more social and online. We want men to fight for the rights to bring back the patriarchy and all this crap. It's never happening, man. Never. The Roe v. Wade thing is a scam. The government has realized, hey, man, we've already dehumanized and defeminized the women. So we don't need to have divorce on a government stage. You know what I'm saying? We don't need it. The women in other states are already comfortable deleting children anyway. And then you have New York, big capitals in the country, such as New York, who gives a woman the right to delete a baby the moment before birth. New York and California. So it don't matter anymore. You know what I'm saying? And the Zoomers are going black pill and like millennials too. Millennials are going black pill because they're trapped. They're tired of the loop. The red pillars and MGTOW keep guys in a loop, man. Complain about hypergamy, women, blah, blah, blah. Save the patriot. You know, the MGTOW guys want to keep going their own way in the system. Then the red pillars want you to change and fix the system. When, you know, the black pillars are saying, hey, man, we don't got money. We don't want to waste our life trying to fix a system that demands over 100 trillions of dollars. You know, changing the woman's vote equity. We don't have the power. We don't have the rights. You know what I mean? If you want to get married, you want to be patriarchal, whatever, by all means, do that. You know, find your woman, but don't act like you can change the whole system. Just admit that you could have a certain group of patriarchal men, and that's it, and move on. You know, so I think the black pill, a lot of guys, you know, especially the Zoomers, I think a lot of the Zoomers, it's growing. You know what I'm saying? They're coming. Because they're realizing, yo, the black pill is just thoughts and solutions without attachments and emotion. You know what I mean? And dreams and all that crap. It's just, it is what it is, man. You know, and you move accordingly. You know, so to me, man, I'm gonna wrap it up. You know, I want to thank everybody for stopping by, showing some respect. And you know, hopefully this helped out some Zoomers, man. Because being a Zoomer isn't doom and gloom, man. The potential, you gotta look at things. Don't look for morals. Look for the money, man. And if you look at being a Zoomer, they've actually freed you. You know, unlike the millennials that were, you know, this forced narrative of you got to be a man and a leader of the household. You know, you got to be the leader of the household. You got to be a husband. You know, even though you can't really be a leader of the household. because the woman could file a domestic violation on you when you didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? This whole leader of the household and being a father and all this crap, dude, man, it's fabrication, man. It's fabricated and it's a fantasy. You know what I'm saying? It's a fantasy, man. That's all it is, bro. It's a fantasy. You know what I mean? Thank you for the work. You are pulling the old truth. Finish recording draft, reading draft. I'll give you my thoughts. Yeah, yo, Jose, no problem. Look forward to your thoughts on that draft, man. I gotta start wrapping that book up. But the thing is, man, like I said, the Zoomers, man, they're gonna and millennials too. Like I stopped watching, man. I used to watch nothing but Manosphere content, man. You name it, Coach Greg Adams, Greg Pop. Used to watch nothing but Manosphere content from the Red Pill and MGTOW, whatever. Then I started realizing they're on a loop. They talk about hypergamy when it's not even natural. The hypergamy we're in isn't natural. It's state. I did a video on it called State Funded Hypergamy. You know what I'm saying? Months ago, over a year ago, state funded. This hypergamy isn't natural when it's funded by the state. You know what I'm saying? It's funded by the state. It ain't natural. And these same guys will say, well, this is a woman's nature. How is it a woman's nature that the state funds their hypergamy? You know what I mean? So a lot of the Zoomers are looking at things, man. And the Zoomers are not willing to compromise logic and their time and their life for this, for this mission these red pillars and MGTOW guys want to put them in. You know what I'm saying? The Zoomers aren't going to go their own way because they realize, dude, you can't. You can't completely go your own way in society. You're still part of the system. Even if you live off the grid, you're still part of the system. Like the only reason you're allowed to live off the grid is because the system is designated a certain location to be off the grid. You know what I'm saying? The reality of things, the truth, the black pill truth. You know what I'm saying? Void of emotion and attachment. You know what I'm saying? And the Zoomers are looking at it. You just want me to be an MRA, men's right activist, but online. You want me to be a men's right activist online. You know? So a lot of these guys, the Zoomers to me, man, they're detached and they're grown up in an age where in actuality, the system is telling them, yo, live your life, man. We don't want your seed. We don't want your children. We just want you to benefit us with money. I mean, I tell a lot of men this, man, and a lot of guys just don't listen. The government, America is one of the most profitable countries because what America has done is they've removed a lot of personal aspects of a man's life. They've made men more productive than ever before. You can't go to work. You can't talk to the women at work sexually. You can't, and if you can, it's a different scenario. You know what I mean? You can't be married. You can't be in a relationship. Everything's quick sex. Go to work. You know what I'm saying? So it's made the men more productive than ever before. You know what I'm saying? Corporations don't want women to get pregnant until they're late 30s and 40s because they want to maximize that woman's youth. They want to maximize that woman's youth, you know what I'm saying, as a advertisement for people coming in. Then the corporations don't want men working for them to enact their sexuality or enact their their need for starting a family, because that slows down that man's ability to work 80, 100 hours and grinding for that company till the day he dies. You know what I'm saying? A man is more efficient when he doesn't have a family. You know what I'm saying? Look at what's going on in gaming with the grind culture. You know what I'm saying? Where guys are working 60, 80 hours a week, grinding. You know what I mean? Men are more productive, extremely productive if you remove the women from it. You remove the women from them and they could work forever. You know what I'm saying? But this has been Hold the Truth hostage. Hope this helped out a lot of my Zoomer brothers out there. The Zoomer homies, man. You know what I'm saying? You're not a negative, man. It's just a lot of people can't understand the Zoomers, you know? Yeah, I mean, they can't calculate and look at how they're growing up and understand what's going on. And the Zoomers, man, the straight Zoomer male, man, his potential's gonna be insane. You know what I'm saying? Because the straight Zoomer male isn't thinking about having children, isn't thinking about having a family, is just thinking about, succeeding and being competitive, which makes that Zoomer, that straight Zoomer male, unstoppable because he has no ceiling. His family isn't limiting him. His sex life isn't limiting him. His personal life, well, that happens, but his actions with the opposite sex isn't limiting him. So the Zoomer will be super, hyper freaking you know what I'm saying, hyper when it comes to the labor force, hyper man, when it comes to how much work they can accomplish and how much their success. I mean, crypto, you see how many Zoomers have become billionaires and millionaires. And a lot of those Zoomers, you're like, man, he's, a millennial. If you're a millennial or Gen Xer, they think, oh man, he's worth hundreds of millions now. Why is he settling down? Why is he having children? And even us millennials, that if you've been programmed enough by the Gen X things, yeah, man, he's worth hundreds of millions. But, why did he start a family? The Zoomers looking at it, man, I never had the right to start a family. Remember, I'm a straight cis male. I'm the enemy of the system. The system has declared they do not want straight men. They don't want anything from you besides your sperm. And even if you give your sperm, it ain't guaranteed. You know what I mean? And a lot of the Zoomers want to avoid that trauma. That trauma. And I mean, this whole march for abortion and baby deleting, it's going to make even more Zoomers celibate and less willing to have children because they're looking at it as, damn, these women are so pro-abortion that what if I do invest my seed into a woman? You know what I'm saying? And she lets it grow and then she kills it because she saw a better man come in or she just doesn't want to have the child. And there are no guarantees for the Zoomer. There's no guarantees for a man except suffering and pain. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to investing in a relationship because you don't have control anymore. You know what I'm saying? And the Zoomers are realizing this. Zoomer male is realizing you don't have control. You know what I'm saying? So why participate? Then they're looking at all these abortion, protests and all that. It's further evidence for the Zoomer to say, nah, man, I'm good. I ain't trying to have kids. I ain't having kids. I don't want to experience that trauma. And then I don't want to give life to a kid to only give them trauma. You know what I'm saying? Why have a child when I can't even guarantee their father will be within their life? Why traumatize a child like that? You know what I'm saying? That's why the red pill ain't working. These guys telling you, find a good woman. I want you to find a good woman and marry her and have kids. Yeah, but dude, how can I guarantee this woman will stay good? How can I guarantee I will be in that child's life? Oh, wait, I can't. And then I can't guarantee. And worst of all, you have a child, you're lying to this kid. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. The average child born in the West now is born into a lie. You know what I'm saying? The lie is that they will have stability for their life as it goes on. You know what I'm saying? Give me a minute. And a lie that children are born in is stability. You're born into a family with a mom and a dad, and there's no guarantees, but they keep lying to you. Yeah, son, we gonna be here. You know, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I can't wait for your future. Me and your moms, we've been planning for this. We. When in reality, that we has no guarantee that the parents will be within that child's life. And I think a lot of the Zoomers are looking at it and saying, man, why would I traumatize a child? Let me see, who is this? Oh, man, is that you, Blue H?
Yeah, man. How are you doing, man?
Blue H was good, man.
Yeah, man. I just caught your stream, and I was just so amazed by what you were saying because a couple of streams ago with MD, I was trying to get that point across is that in that system, there's no solution. So it doesn't matter if you're trying to be red pill, watching Fresh and Fit, I'm a high value man. I'm gonna I'm gonna put some test on her, whoop whoop. Is that dude? Now the thing that I'm starting to notice is that those Fresh and Fit, red pill, the reason why it's still around is that women are like the Matrix, like they're getting caught up on game. So now they're starting to remove the tattoos. They're not going to the club anymore. Gym is the new club now. So that
Mm.
got all these you've got all these Lululemon pants. And it's not it's not for them, it's for you, player. Is that the gym is the new club, and is that I was trying to tell guys is that listen, stop trying to find the solution, is that unfortunately without any limits, and I'm not advocating for that, but without any constraint on women's sexuality, forget about it. There's no solution. It's the wild, wild west. That's how. That's how, as nature intended it to be. That's what it is now. The only way to mess around is that you've got just like now they're starting to do it with Roe versus Wade. The only way to have hope, like you mentioned, is to remove options. But then when you remove options, you're the bad guy, you're the evil one. So there's always going to be that clash. There's never going to be hope.
Well, I mean, what a lot of men don't get, dude. Roe v. Wade, they can remove it. It's mission accomplished. You got, think about it, dude. You got 50 states of women happily proud to have an abortion, man. Mission accomplished. So what does the government have to do? New York, it's literally legal, Blue H. And
Yeah.
maybe Canada too, man. I think it's legal in New York to literally have a baby deletion before birth. We're talking 9 months in. She could delete it that same day. You know what I mean? Same hour. It don't matter no more, man. We're in an unnatural society, man. It's over, man. The way you gotta look at it is it's all about making men productive for working. Like Blue H, you working. I remember what you said. Yo, I was working, I'm making my money. You never mentioned I'm making money to start a family and this and that. No, you all about being productive.
That's true. But what you're saying is that maybe I'm wrong, but I feel what you're saying still applies to a very, very limited subset because most of the people, the zombies, as we would call them on Smash and Wisdom, most of the zombies are still caught up in, okay, I'm gonna work hard for that to establish this with my family, the white picket fence, blah blah blah. So that hope, no matter what happens, that hope it's starting to disappear. People like look, gas prices going up, blah blah blah, but they're still always trying to reel you in to keep that hope going. So what you're saying is true. Like everyone on the stream knows it, but I still feel that it's the subset is growing, but it's still the minority that believe in it. I would say.
I mean, you gotta look at the reason I say the minority, man, I saw one of the homies, man. He's a Zoomer. All his friends. You just gotta look at the Zoomer now, dude. They're mostly gaming or the way they playing life. They're more long term, childish, happy nature. The Zoomer isn't buying in, man. They're adapting. We men adapt, man. You know what I'm saying? And what's going on is if you walk around the majority of Zoomers, I would say go to, I'm trying to think, maybe a bar or whatever. Maybe not a bar, but you go around, you'll see most Zoomer males, man. It doesn't scream, I'm trying to be a father. They don't scream, I'm trying to even be in a long term relationship, man. You know what I mean? I've seen a lot of them. It just looks like if I'm with this girl, I'm with her. But they ain't no long term plans at all. You know what I'm saying? I don't even have a term plan for a long term relationship. To me, I think, man, the majority of men are adaptive. Look at the marital rate is dropping like crazy, man. And to me, the whole Roe v. Wade thing, it's a distraction. The government already knows certain states already have super abortion laws. California, and notice this, dude. These are the top states in America. California, New York, most prominent. New York, woman can have an abortion literally blue H. I'm telling you, minutes before birth. Minutes before birth. You know what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
government succeeded, man. Their goal was to legalize murder through internal birth. I mean, look at the process of them saying, well, man, if it isn't a fetus in 4 months, it's not human. So you got to ask yourself, so what is that sperm? Is that a pig sperm? I mean, if it ain't human, then what is it? If it takes 4 weeks for it to finally become a fetus, then what is
But
it?
just the fact that anyone would believe that, like, it's almost there's no hope for me because why? How can you even believe that it wouldn't be if something's moving? There's a spirit, there's a soul inside, no matter what,
Mm,
if it's developed or not. Is that if it's human flesh, if it looks like you, even at a miniature size, like how can you convince yourself that's the reason why I'm always saying that the elites, they're extremely intelligent, but they're just laughing at you like in the background. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen the picture of former president always laughing. Like, that's
mm.
what they that's what we are. Like, that's what most of the zombies are to them, is that they're giving them rationale, they're giving them quote unquote science that they believe. But to go back to what you're saying is maybe it's me that's out of touch, because me, I still have that old mentality that
Mm.
most men, when that Tatiana is gonna come at them, show them titties, is that what they're not gonna be able to resist. Maybe it's me that haven't updated my mode of thinking on that. Maybe. Yeah.
Well, I mean, to me, man, I was at the bar. You know what I mean? There's some hot broads, whatever. But to me, you also got to add in all that sexual stimulation, Instagram, uh, Twitter, and all that stuff. All this sexual stimuli, man. The average man has too many ways to release his sexuality. Like, in the manosphere, they always talk women have so many choices. Well, a man has so many choices to release his sexuality now, sexual needs that, what I'm saying? When it comes to online, you could cam girl or OnlyFans, you could have a woman literally take new photos, talk to you. You know what I mean? A man's sexuality now, and I think prostitution's about to be legal. I'd say probably in America, I'd say probably 2 to 10 years, 2 to 6 years, probably.
You know what? Me, um, what I believe is gonna happen, because I believe conservatism is gonna be on the rise. So I believe the state that might allow abortion might allow prostitution, just like New York. Like, as of right now, it's not legal, but it's been decriminalized. So if they catch hoes on the street, they're not gonna lock them up. But John, they follow the Scandinavian model. So if they catch a John, the John goes to jail. So I believe
Mm.
that's what's gonna happen. But That's one of the because me, I remember back when I was a member on the Rouge side, is that, and that goes back into, I don't want to go into the beef between MD and QB, but I knew that beef was coming on because the same thing happened in, not even when it was the Manosphere back then we called it the PUA. We call it PUA. Like there was not a name, but it was PUA. Just the letter PUA, because in the beginning everybody was happy selling their product, doing their approaches, the mystery, the magic, blah blah blah. But then when you start gaming, the group of women that you always start gaming on is the most common group. It's white women. So it's not, so when you start gaming, doesn't matter if you're an Asian male, Indian male, black male, white male, it's, you game the women that are the most prominent. So you game white women. So everyone's gaming them. And then of course you've got guys that realize game is fake. I'm just saying that in case Scribe is listening, game is fake. So if they drop off, they drop off. But when guys start having success, they always have success with prominently white women. So back in 2011, 2012, back when guys that were around for five, especially on Rush's blog, that blog started in 2008. So around 2013, 2014, guys were on there for 6 years. So they were like, yo, man, I got laid last night. Boom, 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 boom. Then right around that same time, the World Cup was happening. So that anger that they felt, some of the members, the anger that they felt, it was transferred over to the World Cup, and then it was racial threat, racial threat, racial threat. That's how actually the PUA sphere broke off and became the manosphere. So it was mainly because of the racial beef on Russia's side. And now, when I was on the stream and QB kept on going, and I appreciate QB, I love QB, but I knew that was happening because it was like, yo, the match treatment, dude. And then when he started dropping receipt, I was like, oh my God. In my mind, I was like, okay, it's how many months before QB does something that people might not agree with, but then all that anger, they're going to associate it with him because of the receipt that he's showing. And when he's showing these receipts, he's showing women that are the most prominent in that country. So it's going to be Latina women with a lighter skin tone, natural. And when the thing blew up, I stayed online. I'm trying to organize something, so I'm a little bit absent from the Discord and everything. But I was just like, it's always going to be around because at the end of the day, like us, Zoomers, we've got an evolved mind, so we get around. But those that are still in that sphere of gaming, eventually those differences in some people that are seeing their result and they're seeing you getting amazing result with someone who look like them, at the end of the day, that's always going to create beef, no matter how you slice it. But when you, especially the Zoomers, that I will admit with you, the Zoomers, their IQ are off the chain. So for them, it's like they understand, they don't, their logic is way, even though they might feel something, their logic is 10 steps ahead. So it's going to be like, okay, this is happening because of this, that social phenomenon. So by the time they've analyzed their emotional response, they're not like, by the time it's analyzed, they're going to be like, they're not like, that thought is not even going to translate into action because these guys are so smart. But like, I know, like, I don't want to touch on the beef, but I knew it was gonna pop off when he started showing receipt because 2013 the same thing happened in the Manosphere, because the Manosphere eventually became the Manosphere because before everybody was PUA land. It was how many approach, like, if the youth, like Fresh and Fit, if you would go back to 2008, 2012, 2013, it would have been, yo, you've got to approach minimum. That's back then, that's what it was. It's like, yo, you've got to do 20, 25 approach a week. Yo, you've got to break down your routine, question, statement, statement, question. That's what it was. But then when certain people got mad, it was like, yo, American women, man, these hoes, blah, blah, blah. And now what we have now, it's simply that evolution. But if you stay in that sphere too long, it's almost impossible to control the hate you feel. Instead of being a zoomer that doesn't feel hate, if you stay in that red pill sphere, dude, there's no way to not be angry when you see a Kim Kardashian that's made 500 million from a sex tape and you're in that sphere. It's impossible not to feel that anger.
Uh,
Possible.
I mean, I'll say this, man. To me, what happened is this: it wasn't a receipt. What happened is you had Nixon, man. Nixon talks promoted MD's docs, man. He promoted MD's docs to, and he's got over 10,000 subs. Then with what Caduceus did to me, and to me, we're not talking about beef. It happened. It's part of what happened, you know. So I'm like, man, to me, they said what they said about my Discord. Here you have let me post it on here.
That I admit it, but what happened is I remember being on that stream with MD is that was the main reason why the anger was on. But
What?
then is receipt, the natural element, as I would call it, the receipt that is showing with women that do not look like him, that
Oh,
added fuel to the fire. It was like gasoline being, it didn't start the fire, but once the fire started,
uh,
that ammo was impossible not to dig up. But some
oh yeah. Well,
people,
I mean, to me, with what happened with the QB thing is, dude, MD helped you. You know, guys like me helped you. When somebody disrespects somebody, and to me, you're sharing MD's docs. The way, you know, Nixon Talk shared MD's docs when you like MD's been threatened by Michael Slauson with a gun. You know what I'm saying?
damn, that I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
On video, and everybody knows this, man. And you gonna ride with somebody that's promoting, even if other channels got the man docs out there, you don't side with. If someone's saying, "Yo, this is where Blue H, this is real name, this way he live," I ain't gonna promote that. It don't matter if it's 5 or 10 years old. I ain't gonna ride with that, man. And then to me, with what Caduceus did to me, saying, well, you know, he's promoting doxing when literally, as you could see from this photo, that Duke and Don, and this is his second time threatening the dox black pillars. You know, I'm the bad guy for telling guys just play by the law. And in this community, a lot of guys in black pill community, man, they come here through loneliness or some troubles, you know, so
That's
they
true. Yeah, yeah.
handle everything, you know, matured. So I just told guys, yo, man, for me, so don't be doxing, because doxing is a tactic of everything goes, your family, all that. I just said, yo, do like 21 Studios did. 21 Studios, man, when Donovan was slandering them, he went and got legal information and showed it and shut Donovan down. He showed that he's a theft, a fraud, whatever. You know what I mean? But my thing is, there ain't no beef, man. With what's going on with MD and us and everybody, like, there ain't no beef. We just accepted people for what they are. If
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
gonna side with somebody that disrespects you, whatever, stay there. There's no beef, man. We don't have beef. Now, will guys joke at you? Yeah. We've been doing that. If we were tossing jokes at you know what I'm saying, Fresh and Fit and all of them, what you think gonna happen to you? There's gonna be jokes now, man. There
yeah,
ain't
yeah, yeah, yeah.
there's no beef at all. I don't wake up like, man, what I'm gonna do to the Deuces, what I'm gonna do to Cuba. No. I just accepted them. They wanna do what they do, yo, do it. And to me with the thing, man, there's women in Mexico that look like us. It's just to me, what happened with the QB situation is, man, when he kept calling out Harkey, and I'm like,
Oh yeah,
yo,
I remember that. Oh yes, I remember.
yo, you know what's going on with Harkey, man. You leave the man alone. You don't know what's going on. And then you're on MD's platform. God forbid, what if Harky hurt himself on live?
Yeah, that Arky was not ready. Like he's smacking like he's showing himself smacking women on the booty, dude. Arky is not ready for that. Does that leave him alone, man? He's got his own path to follow. He's the type of dude that he's got to have everything set to even think about something potentially happening relationship wise.
My thing is, man, if you know the history of that guy, and I look at it from MD's perspective, it's like you, Blue H, if you were hosting a stream and I know this guy doesn't want to do something, I'm not going to keep harping on him because I might trigger him hurting himself.
But you know what? Me,
I'm on stream, and Blue H, you got to remember, they coming for us anyway. They saying, these type of streams were harboring people that will hurt themselves or hurt people. So what if he triggered, and kept pushing Arky and Arky hurt himself live on stream? Then what's gonna happen? There's gonna be a huge investigation. A lot of guys don't think critically. That's why I say the gray pill guys will eventually, like I told guys, man, the gray pill is growing. Guys will not be able to stomach this black pill. Their agendas will come out and they'll get emotional because you're like, man, you can't. I spoke to Harky. I told Harky, man, I hope him the best. I tried to help here and there, but I leave him alone. I'm not gonna try to trigger a guy I don't know. We don't know. No one here knows each other. I've never met you. You never met me, Blue Edge. You don't
that's
know
true.
what I'm dealing with personally. I don't know what you're dealing with personally.
Yeah, yeah.
So there was a high risk of, what if you triggered the man into hurting himself? Then what?
That's true.
Nobody.
You know what? What you're saying makes sense because a couple of weeks ago, like, of course, like me, I'm just listening to content. I'm not a content creator, but from my perspective, like I push MD a little bit too far because from my perspective, I'm like, listen, you've got 5,000 subs. You could do these collabs. Potentially, you could make more money. Blah blah blah. But then, like, of course, I didn't realize it at the time. But what you're saying is that by associating yourself in that sphere is that it seems you need to create, of course you need to create some association, but then eventually you're going to associate with someone that did some that did something to someone else that's unacceptable, but then you've got that relationship established, you've got maybe some money coming in, but then what you're doing now, so now I kind of understand what his perspective was from listening. I'm not in it for the money, I'm in it for the
Mm.
me. If I had a platform, I it's of course it's easy for me. Like you've got the platform, but if you want to take it to the next level, you need some associations. But when you do some associations, like for instance, if you were associated with Authentic Alpha and you wake up, you see him in a G string, it's like it's like what, I don't know what I would do.
If I was associated with Ayande, man, I'm not into Skittles that much. I don't want a lifetime supply of Skittles in my house, But nah, I mean, to me, with what MD's done, man, what I told guys, I've been telling guys is we're the content, man. If you look at what y'all done with Wisdom Radio, dude, MD's grown his whole channel 5,000 just creating new content. You got Duke and Don on here every day. He parrots content, reacts to someone else. We built stuff off of new content. Most guys I deal with or talk to, man, they know, man. I don't do news report content, man. I'm
Yeah.
just
And
doing my own thing. And here's the thing, man. Here's the thing a lot of people don't get is, man, YouTube is pimping a lot of people anyway. You know what I'm saying? This whole narrative of you need 1,000 subs for you to monetize, but they're monetizing your videos before you reach 1,000 with ads and
yeah,
all that.
they changed that now. And now I told MD that when some Saturdays when we're doing the streams, as soon as like I remember one time when we talked about 14, 15 minutes later when the guy kept interrupting, as soon as we got off, the views jumped to 900, went throughout the stream. It never went up. They hovered around 94 to
Mm.
106 all the time. As soon as we got done talking, they jumped to 900. And me, like I love talking about this stuff, like Zoomers. I'm trying to keep up with your pills. To be honest with you, I'm trying to keep up. Black pill, gray pill, purple pill. But me, my number one quote unquote love, as we would say, would be the Wisdom Radio subject, the conspiracies. And on Wednesdays, I'm telling you, hold on some of MD streams. There's some people that are listening. I got a feeling they've got really, really, really high rankings. Like what I say with that is there's one guy, I forgot his name. Like he said something about the situation with QB and some guy, the fathers got involved because the fathers are high ranking officers, blah, blah, blah. I was like, as soon as I heard that, like I had the pit of my stomach because some of the people that are in the chat, the information that they know is that this is not building 7 9/11 type of information. It's really concise
Mm.
and within the quote unquote crazy community, conspiracy community, you've got to read certain documents, you've got to know certain websites to know what these guys are saying.
Mm.
And one of I forgot his name, but when he said that story about their dads of the guys getting in touch with each other, I said, damn. And that goes back to YouTube playing with like even your channel. Like sometimes when I hop on, unless you're going live, I can't see the notifications. So I gotta hop in once in a while when I'm free. So everybody is getting their views controlled. Of course, monetization, you can't even think about it, or if you do, they'll give you a couple of dollars here and there. But of course, like it's they can't they've got to the message is too important for the zombies to wake up. So they've got to come in, they've got to have some type of control.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, to me, what's going on is, man, a lot of guys, because this is why I say what they did was, you know, rape pilled and emotional, is that MD, man, the credit a lot of people don't give the man is, yo, he built this channel from the ground up, built a large community on his own, and he been doing it on his own, him and Scribe, and they've been building. And then you the guys telling them, yo, reach out to this guy and that guy. But yo, these guys, they've all grown following a trend. MD's channel, and I've taken some of his landmarks of, I open a stream, whatever, but he's one of the only guys still doing that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
The thing is, man, YouTube's a pimp. Like I have another channel, the Philosophy channel. I had to hide it because I had some strikes, and when I hit the whole channel, YouTube deleted all the view hours. So you got to start all over now. YouTube's the pimp. So when you see these guys, so you're gonna betray MD, and the way it worked is they did just like Carolina. Carolina was at, I remember her sub count was at like 400 or something, and it was all grown by because MD had some interviews with her and all that.
Yeah.
He couldn't hold it back anymore, man. They couldn't hide that emotion. So now what happens is you side with Nixon, and you try to set me up where you try to grow by burying me, with the Vital Message situation. But what happens is, dude, you're not even monetized yet. From a devil's advocate perspective, it's like, man, they got so emotional. If your plan was to backstab MD, backstab me, and all these other guys, what you would have done is you would have done it after you got monetized. You know what I'm saying? So why would you? It shows you that their emotions got in the way. And then
Yeah.
I'm going back. I think QB's sitting at 500 right now. Vital Message channel sitting at 450, whatever. You know what I mean? You haven't hit 1,000 yet. And in YouTube language, you need to be at 1,500 to be safe. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
with him, Blue H can start channel if he wants to.
But
But
me, that's the thing because I'm gonna like I've admitted it on MD stream. My situation is that I'm like a cipher. Like I'm aware of everything, but it's like I know the steak is not real, but I still want the steak. I still want the steak. I still want to cut it. I know it's not real. I know there's some Mr. Smiths out there, but I'm like, yo, if I could start a channel, get some views up, no beef, everyone's happy, which is
Uh,
impossible.
that's fake,
And
man. That's
that's my problem. Me, I still want that steak when I know the steak is not real.
nah, Blue H. The way I look at it, man. To me, I told them this. I got no beef, man. I'm just accepting it. A tiger shows you his stripes, man. You just gonna be all right. He got stripes. I accept it. You do what you want. You know, a lot of guys could see, man. I've been making my content. I'm now in stereo, a lot more heavy. You know, but my thing is, dude, I'm doing what I got to do. I don't care. You know, I've been at a YouTube channel. I went heavy 2020, so it's been over 3 years now. So, you know, there ain't no beef. It's not gonna stop me from doing what I'm doing. Because one thing I know is certain guys, man, the talking points we talk about, other guys are looking for views and all that. They're looking backwards. I kept telling guys, we're the future, man. The black pill, we're the future. Like, I don't know if you saw this. Look at this, man. And look at this number. These are the people following, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm staying at the mature age, 18 to 24. We're the future. A lot of
Mm,
guys are tired of the red pill content. And even what you said about Roosh and Mystery, most of those guys were white PUAs. So of course they're gonna tell you to target white women. You know what I'm saying? For pickup because dude, they're white. So the only thing they know is white women. But the way I look at it is, man, we just gotta accept things for what it is, man. I'm not complaining. We're in the age of, man, you know, the only thing you can do in the West, places like Canada, America, Australia, the London, UK's and Europe's, make your money, man.
yeah, that's true.
Or you got to leave that for other countries, man. If you want to start a family and all that, leave that for another country. Don't come to the West with that crap because the West. I mean, look at this, Blue H. The government literally gave women the incentive to get away with murder. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
New York proudly says, "Yep, you could delete that baby a minute before it's born. Literally a minute. 9 months, it's ready. It's a full-fledged human being. You could delete. Same thing as freaking California. Dude, this is where you want to start a family? This level of toxic and poison. I mean, this society now, man, if you know, to me, I'd say a man who has a child now, man, you know, some guys are culture wise is different. Like Blue H, if you're in a Mexican culture or you're in a strong culture where the laws won't even matter because the families overseas will come and wreak havoc. Because I've seen it with some Mexican cultures and some Indian, African cultures where ain't the laws here don't matter. The women abide by the laws of their home. You get what I'm saying? They'll leave, they'll come from India, and you're like, man, she's still acting like she in India because she know.
Yeah, you know what? I was at work. A funny story like that relates to what you're saying is that like we're talking about like some dude not recently but a while ago, like he was driving a forklift on the road. So we were talking about that, and there was a guy from Nigeria. He said, "Listen, here in Canada, someone drives a forklift on the road, the police are gonna come, pull him over, talk to him, listen, what's going on? Do you need some help?" But he said back home, the police would pull him over and beat the shit out.
What's
No
that?
questions asked, just beat the shit. And I started laughing. I was like, yo, that's so true because over there they're not playing games with you. Is
Uh,
that
no games, man. My thing is, man, way I look at it, dude, YouTube, what happened is some guys got view struck. You know, to me, there ain't no beef. It's just pointing out what happened. Guys got some views and they started to not look at. One thing I did when MD took that break because he had to handle some things, whatever, I told guys, yo, start your own channel. We create a web. Now everybody's hopping on someone's channel. There's always something to do. And everybody's things different. Some guys travel channels, stocks. There's always a different avenue to talk about something.
Mm.
What happened is guys forgot or they disavowed that, dude, everything you built was guys building you up. And the thing is, when you leave a certain circle, like you Blue H, you on here in this circle, guys are, oh man, that's Blue H, man. He got a little the French accent. You're different within this group. You get what I'm saying? You're
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because everybody's here different. But once you separate outside of the group, now people start seeing your disoffend, your weaknesses,
Yeah.
where you're deficient. And that's what's happening. They left the circle of guys that were building them up, and everybody was different based on how they were together. You know what I mean? So what's gonna happen, and now you're fishing most of your content going backwards. You're looking at everybody from behind us. Dude, everybody right now, I tell you, Blue X, you just search Black Pill, you're gonna see Faking Ape is doing, I think, over 4 videos on the Black Pill a month. We're the future, man. Why would I in the future be looking back towards the past, man? They don't got nothing for me, man. They chasing us now, man. So why would I look behind me? We pushing forward, man. And to me, the content we creating, they're stealing our talking points and they're losing people. Like if you look at this age thing, dude, I got 12% 18 to 24. That's Zoomers. And even
Yeah.
I got a 0.2%, you know, probably Gen Alpha or something. Then you got 24 to dude, people are tired of being told, especially the men, I want you to work, make money. I want you to I want you to embarrass yourself by going to 20 women a moment and ask them to validate your existence. So you could take them out for just existing as women when you got no guarantees. The Black Pill, we're telling guys, yo, what do you want? You know what I'm saying? A guy will say, well, yo, I want some sex. All right, dog, go to Vegas. Oh, that's not cheap enough. Go to Mexico. Go to South America. But even before you go, make sure you got some social skills and self-control and you prep yourself. It's
Mhm.
all about getting what you want. The red pill community, MGTOW, they're telling guys MGTOW's telling guys, you're running circles, avoid women like they're a threat. There's no point, man. I'm a man, dude. I ain't gotta avoid no woman. Then the red pill is telling guys, build up your whole fortune so you can give it to a woman to validate you. Black pill is just telling guys, yo, what do you want? And here's how to get it. No, there's no, it's all guaranteed. Here's how to get it. And we
Mhm.
don't care about this social crap and men being put in this. You need to be a gentleman. Who the fuck decided I need to be a gentleman, man? This is what I want, and I'm gonna go get it, man. You know what I'm saying? And they're terrified, and that's why they're scared. You got Thinking Ape. He did over 4 videos where he's telling Zoomers, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all gonna be doomed and all this. But dude, he's in a relationship now, man. These guys, man, the hypocrisy. And then he leaned on, or psychologists had a grouping of over 100 men and women dating together. Normies? I can't trust anything from normies.
Yeah, normies, zombies.
Mm,
It's like when I'm trying to analyze their thinking, even at my when I started, because me, I started from the conspiracy movement, but even then, I'm like, how can you believe that? It's like and even like even if you were a PUA, at least you read a book or two about body language. Is that how
mm,
can you believe these people when you see their body language, you see the grin on their faces, the rigidity? It's like even where you coming from, how can you fresh? My leg count is 1,200. Is that what? How can you believe it? It's like
mm.
what?
Hey man, I mean it could be. I mean, Frank would take it from behind. I mean,
No, no. The only way it's 1,200 if he's is my
hey,
like me. Like yo, dude. Kevin Trudeau is one of my idols. So like
all
he used to be one of the biggies in the society, but he's a professional liar. Like his commercial is that my leg count is 1,200.
well,
It could be true, but then the voice in his head that you don't hear is that including all the hoes that I paid for.
Uh,
So technically, it's true. My
well,
LA count is 1,200,
well,
but
Blue H, you forgetting the men, man. I mean, with Myron, dude, when you caught in a bed with two naked men, man, it's the lake count could be 1,000. I mean, yo, you go to that side of the fence, yeah. You
but you
know,
know what is like. I know your channel is not conspiracy, but there's a lady
oh,
that
nah,
used to.
nah. I talk about it, man. To
Oh
me,
yeah, like she used to be on YouTube. She said that YouTube is like the new television. So if you want to
mm,
get in at the high, there's certain things that you need to do. And when I saw that picture with Myron, I had that little tickle in my stomach that said, is that one of the things that he had to do to get the platform that he has? Because if you try to replicate a Fresh and Fit, dude, it's so controversial. They've got reason. They could strike you down immediately. It's so controversial. But these guys are standing, standing, and standing. You can't stand like that without any backup. Like, of course, I don't have any receipt, but I'm just letting you know in this day and
mm,
age without backup, like, and what you mentioned is that when you made your other channel private, they've deleted your views because even when I heard that, I was surprised because me, there's still some the simp in me. There's still some simping in me. Is that there's one of Hollywood's actors that I follow also. Like her name is Alexandra Daddario. So a while back, she made all her videos, all of all but five of her videos private, and then recently she got them public again. She kept all her views, but you they deleted your views. Her, she kept everything, and
no, no, no. What they did is they did. YouTube has set up this plan because YouTube used to be a gold mine. It used to be, yo, you
yeah,
got
I remember. Oof.
one sub, Blue H, and you could get 1 million views, and they cut you a check. And what YouTube did, with its goal to be more mainstream, is they had to demonize their content creators. That's why when you subscribe to somebody, I mean, look at it. Why would you subscribe to a channel and they don't automatically sub you to all his videos? You know what I'm saying? Instead, they start you at the bottom where, subscribe, and it might show up because YouTube, like you said, is becoming the new TV to demonize new content creators and promote the television, your SNLs and all that. They had to make it harder on the new
Yes.
content creators. And here's the thing with Fresh and Fit, man. Yo, a lot of men, one thing a lot of men forget is, yo, YouTube also got male workers. Dude, Fresh and Fit are helping the system. The red pill, like I've been telling guys, it's binding to the system. So you want me to make money in the system to get married so I can have a gateway to go to the system and give them my money for child support. Here's the thing, the red pill community or, purple pill, lesser pill community, man, it's not a threat. Like back in 2015 when YouTube wiped out MGTOW, whatever, you know what I'm saying? They used to think it was a threat or a problem, but now they see that MGTOW and the red pill content is really helping them out. It ain't doing nothing. It ain't giving guys a solution like we telling them where they'll save your money, my man. Go overseas. Do what you gotta do. Eventually, take the gold pill and live global. We're telling guys to leave the system. The red pillars are telling guys to participate and try to save and return the system to what it once was. So if your goal is to return the system to what it was, then that means you're still invested in the system and we know what it will become. Like if you were to turn America back to, let's say, the 1950s legal, I mean, exact, you know what I'm saying? Besides remove the racism and all that crap, what's going to stop it from returning to what it is now? Nothing. Ronald Reagan was who passed the whole no fault divorce. It was the Republicans. It was the so-called conservatives. You know what I'm saying? So these guys, Blue Eights, they're nothing, man. It's like I told people, Elon Musk told guys, take the red pill. Why would a billionaire tell you to take the red pill if it was a solution?
That's true.
It would mean he's losing money. So
But you know what? like
Like,
4 or 5 years ago, I would have argued to the death to what you said. But I remember when I was running around being a PUA, blah blah blah. I remember one time, like I thank God Scribe is not here, but I had an Insta date, not a manipulation session from her, but an Insta date. And then I sat down, and then like no matter how hardcore you can claim to get, is that when you've got a woman next to you, you can still get that fuzzy feeling. And then I was like, if I'm feeling that, imagine someone that's not trained, that's not aware. So that's like at the time I would have argued that it's normal to feel that. I can still fight it logically, but dude, is once you're too close to the fire, it doesn't matter if you lift weight, you're still gonna burn.
mm,
Doesn't matter. So
uh,
that's how I know what you're saying is the truth, because I felt it. I was like, after her, I'm still gonna go approach more, but I had that feeling like I potentially would want to stop. And then, of course, I didn't realize it at the time, but a couple of years back, I look at that moment and I was like, damn, is that no matter what the approach, blah, 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 it's kind of a detour to get you back in the system. It's not a straight line. It's not like the highway. It's the back street. You're taking the long way. You're quote unquote having some fun, getting some experience, but it all leads back to the source.
right.
You being in chain.
I mean, the way I look at it is this, man. I tell guys in the West, man, the only way I'd wife up abroad here is, man, it's about money now, man. If let's say you in Canada, whatever, chick approach you, Blue H, she from an Indian family, and she said, I want the green card. I just need to marry you. We gonna give you like 30 grand or 40 grand, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? You gonna get that money, you wife her up, and you gonna, she'll do what she gotta do, whatever, for a certain amount of time or whatever. You just get your money. You know what I mean? You just gotta take these photos to show y'all a couple. That's what it's become in the West. But
Mhm.
even then, that's still dangerous because what if that chick gets attached to you and then becomes too Western? The West has become an entry point to poison. The amount of women I've seen they just live here a couple months. And the West is basically like I'd say symbiote like venom, man. Once a woman steps in here, it's over, man. It's
Dude, I read a story. One of the women that was rescued from Ukraine
mm,
already pulled a move like this.
mm,
She just got here and she pulled a move like this. Like I read that in the like one of her big news websites. So it's not like xyz.com. So it was like a CTV, like our number 2, 3 um, news website, like the equivalent of CNN, we could say,
oh,
right then and there. Like she just got here from Ukraine and she was like, "Oh my God, I'm being abused." And of course, like
yeah.
she's getting shelter, she's getting money, blah blah, living like a queen, and she just got here.
Oh, the West, man. I tell you, the westernized simp, man, he's thorough purebred. You know what I'm saying? The best simp kennel in the world is the West. It's between, I think it's America. I don't even think the Canadian is, strong, better simp than the American because the American got so much more to lose and they'll stand on their simp. And the best
Yeah.
kennel that breeds the best simps is America. You know what I
Yo,
mean?
you know what? A couple of days ago, I almost had a heart attack, like because for a little while I used to pay for YouTube Premium, so I was not seeing. Like I was just listening to a lot of music, trying to do my thing, listening to some content, so no ads. A
Mm,
couple of days ago, I said, "Listen, it's like I'm not listening to as much, blah blah blah, so I don't need to pay for premium." So I cut it. And then one of the first days that I cut it is I see an ad for a website, 5 Premium Dating. There's a woman that starts dating. You know, a Slavic woman will be young and feminine and idolize you. I was like, what? A Slavic woman website ad straight up on YouTube? I was like, yo, the game is not does not even need to be told. It is given for free now.
Uh, uh, oh, is it?
I swear to God, like me, the only thing that shocks me now is crazy conspiracy talk, and that ad floored me. Like Slav, and that they were showing the same woman that I see on the website webcam, were on the ad. Young Slavic woman. She will be feminine. And then of course the talking points that they were using, they got it from the seers. They were saying she's gonna be young, she's gonna be feminine, she will follow your lead.
Mhm.
She will keep it. She will keep a petite figure. That's all talking
Uh,
points that
uh, uh,
they got from here, and they're making YouTube ads. I was like, what? This is what I
well,
was saying now is that women are getting caught up on games. So, like, the only women that are getting those huge tattoos is women who love that sphere. So, maybe not as much, but less than before because now they're getting wise. Just like Kim K said, why would you want to put why would you want to put a beauty mark on a Bentley? So now these women are getting caught up on game from a woman who made 100 million from being a hoe, and they're getting caught up on game. So no more tattoos. Getting caught up in the club, getting drunk, it's trashy now. Whoop, they're moving onto to the gym. So
mm,
it's that. This is why I said like those women are just stupid bimbos. I said, they're catching up on game. They're gonna switch up on you, and then if you're when you're not gonna be aware, they're gonna swoop you up. You won't even feel it.
uh, well, I mean, one thing I come to learn is this, man. The women are the game, like Scribe said. But here's the thing, man. The average American man, and this is where it's really messed up. Men are looking for a woman to love them. They're not looking for a woman to love their children. Men have become too narcissistic and selfish to be able to have a family. That's why you're like, man, he wifed up a thought, and she gave birth, and didn't give a damn about the kids and took the money. It's no. A lot of the women in the West understand a man here will take anything, man. You know what I'm saying? Diseased. Like they had a video of a guy, and he might have been paid, where he's dating his girl who has herpes, and he's happy. Dude, the man in the West is literally cannon fodder, man. You know what I mean? He's willing to die on that vag. You know what I'm saying? That vag mount. He don't care, man. So
You know what? I somewhat agree with that. The counterpart that I'm always saying to guys is that if you go and you look up, um, like his name, yeah, NBA player Griffith, yeah, Blake Griffin. If you go look up his baby mama, like she used to be a basketball athlete. Like she was married to a quarterback named Matt Lawyer first, divorced him, and then she got Blake Griffin. And you look at her, she's that she's that girl. I forgot that girl, like the neighborhood girl, like the girl from, I forgot the saying, but she looks like the American dream. Now I'm saying is that even the American dream knows game is gonna swindle you. So it's like what you're saying is true, but now it's you can't tell the dream for reality anymore. It's not she's cute, she's young, she's innocent. She still knows the same game that Kim K got. She's got it, but
oh
she
yeah.
didn't put out a sex tape. She doesn't look like a hoe, so there's no quote unquote red flags. There's no red flags anymore.
Well, I
None
mean, let me say, what's
on
up,
some
Pop?
of them. On some.
What's up, Pops? What's good, JP? Go on, my bad.
Yeah, I'm just saying on what you're saying is true, but what I'm noticing more and more is that they're eliminating the red flags, they're eliminating the trail, they're wising up now because the money's drying up, they're wising up.
Uh, well, I'm gonna say this, man, and I told a couple guys this, dude. Women don't need to know game. women have always existed in a different reality than men because, we men create a society to protect the bearers of our children and give our children a chance to survive. But women don't even need to know the game or nothing because they already know the systems by their side. Just the nature that a woman could vote and it's equal on a man's vote without the same requirements. That's why I say women talking about equality, they're joking. It's literally laughing. It's sarcasm at men. You know what I mean? And this whole notion, they don't even need to know anymore. To me, we overthink it. A chick already knows, yo, she divorced you, she don't even need to know. The system will just step in. There was a chick where the family court put her husband or her man on child support, and she didn't even ask, and she can't get him taken off. You know what I'm saying?
I read about some of stories like this is that it's automatic, like it's not even warranted, it's automatic. The DA comes in, boom.
It don't matter no more, man. To me, like I tell people, man, once the government steps in, there's no such thing as a single woman. As soon as a child is born and it's female, that's property of the government. And the government is basically using her, which is her natural sexuality, her natural. And some women, I'll say this, some they don't have intent to do wrong, but the way the system works,
It's there, man.
it's automatic. As soon as you, for example, Blue H, like you were saying, like JP saying, the girl next door. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, that's the saying.
Yeah,
Yes, yeah.
you date her, guess what? As soon as you put that ring and all that, the law's on her side, you're no longer a man. You're done. And then you can't blame her for not. What I've come to learn is why would you blame a woman for mistreating you, divorcing you when you're not a man anymore? When you married her, you surrendered and gave up your manhood. That's why you on your knees. That's a representation of what a man has sacrificed. He's done. He's submitting. Just to have access to her presence, you've surrendered your freedom, and at any time she could divorce you and all that. And some men, they don't have the clarity to understand. Even if, for example, if one of the homies, he was married and he said, man, it's cheaper to keep her. That's a goddamn lie. That whole cheaper to keep her is a cope. It's a way because guess what? The longer you stay with her, the longer she has to build a case, the more opportunities to build a domestic violation case. It really men that say cheaper to keep her, they're just too they just can't exist without her. When in reality you could leave her and start anew. Men need less, man. Women always need more. You know what I'm saying? So even if I was divorced and she took half, well, guess what? I can minimize the way I live. And then I could eventually go overseas. There's nothing and I'm gonna tell you the biggest scam. As soon as men started to look at their children as a miracle, it was done. Dude, you a man. You walk around with enough to create a new kid every fucking day, man. There's no miracle magic behind it. For a woman, it's technically a miracle because, dude, she could die giving birth. She got to carry that child in her body. But you, as a man, what did you do besides just nutting her? But what did you do? You didn't experience giving birth for nothing. So what are you losing? The problem is in the West, man. Men buy into devaluing their manhood, and
You
once
know what?
that
Like
is done,
me, I'm ready to hear. Like I know this message, but if I would have heard it like couple of years back, I would have gotten emotional in my feelings because what you said is some cold, hard truth. And it's funny that you're saying that because a couple of weeks back there was a Fresh and Fit stream. Like I don't watch any more of their full stream anymore. I'm gonna admit, like the simp in me, once in a while, I stop by, I take a look at the woman that I like, I go to her Instagram, I follow me, my simping. I'm gonna admit it, but this one in particular, it was I forgot his name. Like it's the army guy, like the red pill army guy. I forgot his name, but like he was doing a stream about men in the army that are
mm,
getting divorced and commit self-deletion. Like there's
mm,
a high proportion of army guys that self-delete. And me, from my perspective, is even when I came on, I was like, listen, if you get married, like and you better be rich to protect yourself. But if you're not, like the minute that divorce comes in, like you've got to be James Bond cold. You got to let go of everything. And me, I was surprised that the normies are, even now with all the information available, they still got the belief that they're gonna held on to their kids. They're gonna be able to talk to them every day, see them a lot. I'm like, no, dude. Once them papers are coming up, once you're served, you're done. You got to do a complete 90-degree. You got to be prepared to never see him again.
Oh yeah,
And even army, and we're not talking about pussies. We're talking about dudes who go to war, like that guy, like he was part of a special unit, like actually like the Arnold Schwarzenegger in real life, like he was that dude, like coming from an airplane, just deleting everyone in secret. Like those dudes are not, they're not the regular zombies, they're not pussies, but even these dudes are not mentally prepared for that. And they're suffering, and then when they care see their kids, that programming stops dead on its track, and fortunately it's self-deletion that follows, man. So it's like, damn.
Well, I mean, what the thing is this, we gotta realize, man, military wise, yeah, they're skilled. But relationship wise, they're failures. So what happens is this, man. And to me, the deeper I go into the black pill and the more I get philosophical and stuff, I start realizing you start looking at things. And I remember one big thing Tony said was you gotta be responsible for your choices, and what you look at is how could you as a man, like, look at this. I'm going to war, which is I could die. And I'm traveling all over the world, and I'm gonna marry you a long-term relationship. So I'm gonna give you accesses for my resources while I'm not near you. And then you blame that woman for sleeping with a man, dude. You've set yourself up, man. A lot of these military guys aren't socially intelligent, man. You know what I'm saying? They're great at killing and all that, but socially, you're like, man, so you got into a long-term relationship, wifed her up while you go overseas and work for the army. Then you come back, she cheated on you, and you're acting as though this wasn't supposed to happen. And you blame her, dude, you're not around. The whole purpose of her getting with you was to have a man in her life. You're not there.
And I recall the name Terrence Pop. That was his name. The
Terrence
army guy,
Pop.
Terrence Pop. Yeah.
Terrence Pop, to me, man, MD tore him up, man. MD exposed him, man. You don't do no call-ins for mental health for these men. Terrence Pop is a missing towel and drinking. I used to watch a lot of his content, but after what MD, I stopped a while ago, but dude, he just complains. They make this loop of content. They want to trap men from ever admitting the role they played. So they just shift the woman 24/7. She
Yes,
divorced.
Yeah.
Go on, bro.
Yeah, no. I was just about to say that. Of course, it was not expressed like you just mentioned, but I could see the back end on why they wanted to shift everything on women. When I was like, listen, with the way the game is that, dude, it's simple as ABC, man. It's you were not around. I've got feelings for the money safe, and then it's like, and me, there's a thinker. His name is Warren Farrell. Like when I read his book, The Myth of Male Power, everything that I already knew, like it came forefront because originally, it's funny when you mentioned relationship the way it was back in the 1800s, blah blah blah. He calls them stage one relationship, when a man and a woman had to be together for survival. So she had to stay with the kids, he had to work at the factory, blah blah blah, and then the food, buying minimal food with the little amount of money, and then she had to wash the clothes manually. They needed to have 10 to 12 kids because the life expectancy was so short. So they had many children. So that's what he calls stage one relationship. But then when it came to stage two, woman doesn't need to wash clothes anymore with her hands. There's a washer and a dryer. There's a dishwasher. 24-hour grocery stores now, so you're not gonna starve anymore. So now their expectation from relationship went from stage one to stage two. They want a partner that's not only providing, but they want quote unquote love and appreciation in relationship. That's what he says, but in reality, they want worship. But then they're gonna get angry at you worshiping them. So meaning there's no goes back to what we mentioned. There's no way out. There's no way to win. A
Uh,
loss is a loss is to be expected. You just don't know when. But that's what he believes. Like he's in that positive mentality, even though he's aware of the situation. And he's like,
uh,
okay. And then he's
uh,
like, he was surprised why. And he used to be like he used to be a speaker on the feminine circuit, but then he started writing about male. They booted him off. But he was surprised why all his female colleagues, like high earning women that went to college, university professors, those type of women were all angry and divorced. So he made the link like stage one relationship, stage two. But now in our society, go back to American men, what you mentioned, all relationships are stage two relationships, all of them.
well, I mean, I'll say this, man. A lot of guys, they undermine the man's standing. In the 1800s, the women were gardening, they're working, man. You know, they were working the farm with, be by themselves or with the kids, whatever. The man's law, even with the stage we're in, it's the law, man. If I guarantee,
Yeah.
and you could even look at Mexico and other countries where prostitution is legal, where there's no fault. The men are in charge, man. It has nothing to do with that technology, social media. Because guess what? Social media exists in Mexico. It exists in Brazil. You know what I'm saying? It exists in countries where there's no fault divorce. Men are still men and women act according. All women's attitude is based on allowance. And we're in a system where the government has allowed, I mean, think about it. The only person is allowed to get away with murder is the one that harbors a child within them. You know what I'm saying? So to me, we're in a system where, man, it ain't legal. It's not, you're not allowed to be an authoritative figure unless you're the government in a woman's life. So,
And you know what? I've got an example. It's a little bit controversial, so I don't like using it on MD stream because I feel it's a little bit too
you
controversial. But if
gotta
you go,
start saying you think, man. You gotta
it,
remove the ego, man.
yeah, but if you think what you just said, there's no system in place that's allowed to be authoritative. Is if you go back to pimp, like because me before I came to the manosphere, like I read a little bit about the pimp scene of the 70s with Iceberg Slam and blah blah blah. Is in their little society, if you remove the hitting, like of course there's always when you that's how the media brainwash you, is that when you're thinking about pimp, the first image that you've got is them being violent, beating their hoes. So automatically you're rejected by it. So you don't even want to delve into it to understand the psychology, which I absolutely understand. But in their system is that the woman can leave anytime she wants. She can blow. But if she goes to another one, she's got to bring a deposit. So she's got to pay to be with someone else. And if she's with no one, she's disregarded. She's a renegade. No one looks at her. She's not allowed to be in the territory. Other females are not going to interact with her. So if you do the analogies of the system, is that system is pretty much like the system that we're talking about, stage one relationship, except it's fabricated. Number one, the resources are not plentiful because it's quote unquote it's an illegal activity. It's illegal to be a hoe and it's illegal to be a pimp. Now, to go back to what you want to mention, that system, the government knows that system so well, especially lowly skilled black men that have records, cannot go anywhere. They know that that system is so efficient. If you get caught for pimping, they switch the term pimping to human trafficking. Even if the woman would be 45 years old, it's still human trafficking. They get 350, 400 years in prison. If you get caught and you are pimp in 2022, they give you slavery years because they know that drug dealers, like people that have been caught up in the system that cannot be in the system, they know that they would fall back on that structure, and that woman's sexuality, no matter what, it's extremely lucrative. If you murder someone, you get life without parole. You get life, parole within 25 years. They get 400 years, no parole. So they get slavery years.
Right.
So that, just to illustrate that the only system that quote unquote exists, they've targeted it early and they give it slavery years to make sure that if you get caught, and of course there's other laws. Let's say there's a law saying if you get caught driving with a prostitute, you're encouraging transportation. You can get, I think it's 15 years. So technically speaking, every hoe that takes a Uber, the Uber driver could be getting 15 years. So that's what I mean when people believe that the people on top, like Joe Biden falling off his bicycle, listen, he's an idiot. But the guy on top of him, he's just like us. I'm telling you, these guys, the only people on the planet who are having the conversation that we're having here on MD streams, it's these Masons that are 33rd degrees. I'm telling you, these people play chess on a level that very few can understand. Like the only system that could kind of work masculinity wise, they made sure, dude, you don't get life, you get slavery years. 400 years.
Well, I mean, the way I look at it, man, you just gotta look at other countries. I mean, a lot of guys in the red pill, this is why I say the black pill community is growing, and it's gonna only increase. I think the Zoomers and millennials, they gotta keep pushing it. The black pill and some gray pills gonna grow, but black pill just to stay on is guys are entering there. The entry point in the black pill community, it isn't divorce, it isn't a girlfriend. It's literally just seeking out the truth that they will deny with emotion and attachment, and they're joining. And we're growing every day, man. The majority of people know this red pill stuff. I mean, I've talked to coworkers. They tell me, I've talked to old boomers who told me this red pill stuff. This is not yours, your turn. Dude, it's mainstream, which means it ain't a solution. The average person knows about it. You know what I'm saying? I had a talk with a boomer, and he told me, man, he said, yeah, bro, he went to a school and he said, yo, the kids, what they're doing to kids now in school is, man, the teachers are allowing them to identify as a fucking atom. And they're still teaching them. And I told him is the biggest problem. And this is where the manosphere is denial. And this is why I say there's a lot of problems, is that a lot of these guys in the manosphere speak as though, from MGTOW, and I say red pill, they speak as though they don't have a sister. Like they don't have any females in their family. MGTOW tells you avoid all women. So I'm going to avoid my sister. I'm going to avoid my sister's friends. I'm going to avoid all the women that's, around me. No, that's impossible. And to me, when I spoke to the guy, he realized something. And this is where it's gonna hurt a lot of men. If you got sister or daughter, is that, dude, your daughter's future is gone. What hurts a lot of these men is to tell them, yo, what future does your daughter have? When you know all that's implemented, all these incentives to get her obese, fat, becoming mentally ill through killing something growing in her openly and proudly. What future does your daughter have, man? I mean, we men, we're free, man. I mean, the Zoomers are realizing it. I don't know, you a Zoom. the matrix for us men, and this is why I say the red pill and MGTOW, there's a lot of guys that don't get it, is that, dude, we men have to volunteer to be in the matrix. And to volunteer, you got to have a long-term relationship. That's really it. The entry point into this matrix is a long-term relationship or
Dude,
relationship. That's
man,
it.
what you're saying is so bang on, man, because me, of course, like shortly after I was done stalking, in case Crab is listening, is that I was like that MGTOW, those MGTOW points, I call them like Sandman points because that's what he mostly says is that, listen, hey, Sandman here, and then he repeats them, and then you're like, in the beginning, it makes a little bit of sense. Is that okay? Why you should do this, but then what you just said, when I realized it, is was watching a Jason Bourne movie, like some of my favorite movies, is that you volunteered, David. You volunteered. You
Ooh, wow.
decided to become Jason Bourne right here and there in this room. And then it's like, oh,
Wow. Well, I
you
remember that
always
part,
volunteer.
man.
You always volunteer. You
Wow.
always do. That's the
Yeah.
secret. That's not a secret. You volunteered.
Mm, yeah. They just put it right in your face. I mean, it's about volunteering, man. That's why when these guys talk about the Matrix and Sandman's problem is, man, Sandman, he did me a solid for a book I wrote called Septagion. But problem with Sandman is he speaks about women like they're the boogeyman. And he admits that he gets with a girl, he's weak, man. He can't control himself and he starts getting weak. And my thing is this, man, you're not simping if you, like you said, you were looking at a chick on Instagram or whatever, dog, you ain't simping. You just looking at her as a sexual form of entertainment. That's it. You're
Yeah,
not
that's
picking her up. You ain't marrying her or nothing. The thing is, Sandman's problem is that, man, he keeps talking about women like they're the big bad wolf. Then at the same time, you're gonna talk women aren't equal. You can't be. That's hypocrisy. How can you in one breath say women are coming, they're gonna destroy us, and then you say we're stronger than how? You can't have both, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be honest. The thing is, I look at the women like this. This is why I say women. I look at women, they never lie. I look at women are a product of their environment. You know what I'm saying? And the laws. Like I saw a chick I was talking to, and this is why I say the West is literally it's it's symbiotic, man. As soon as a woman lands here, man, it's over. You know what I mean? The West, that symbiote that's the West just jumps into her, and it all determines. We've all watched Spider-Man in the '90s. Eventually, that Venom's gonna take over, and what happens is once the woman's westernized, and the way the West works is, I was talking to this chick. She's still new to this country and all that stuff, and guess what she told me? This how you know she was westernized. She said, "Well, I'm gonna have a child maybe 5 to 7 years from now." And I looked at her, I'm like, she's got to be probably 23 or 24. So when I calculated, I looked at it in math. So you're going to pass on all these good men for all these years until you're ready. As soon as she said she's ready, it's done. She's been westernized. It's because it's supposed to be, I found a man, he wants a child, he's safe enough, and hey, he wants it, I'm gonna do it. He's good enough, he's gonna protect and provide, I'm gonna follow his lead. As soon as she said when she's ready, it's done. She's gonna
you know what?
ignore. Oh,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
go on, man.
Because it's funny because we believe in the same thing. It's just, of course, you're way more eloquent than I when I'm on MD stream because what you just mentioned, as soon as she lands here, it's over. Because me, the saying that I have is that, which means exactly what you just said, is that women don't lie to you, they lie to themselves because of their programming. Is
Mm,
that they don't even know that they're lying to you because what they're telling you is based on the programming that they receive, is
oh,
that, listen, it's not you, it's me. I need to find myself. Is that
Yeah.
she's not specifically lying to you, so there's no reason to be angry about it. Is that what society's telling her what she should be focusing on, her career, her goals, having fun, Chad, Tyrone, quote unquote experiences. So she's not quote unquote, she's really believing that at the same time, but you're like, this is BS. Like she's lying to me. And then just like Sandman mentioned, that creates anger. But what you just said is just so much more eloquent is that as soon as she lands here,
What's
she's
over?
it's over. It's over.
It's done, man. I mean, and some of them, man, they didn't land. Like you see what happened with the Carolina thing. She knew, man, this is how hardcore simping is in America, is that men will try to support them even if they never met. You know what I'm saying? And what's going on with the women here, what I tell guys is, was Agent Smith evil? And if your answer is yes, then you're wrong, because Agent Smith was just a program. Women are based on what men allow and program. And Agent Smith, if you treat women like, look at a woman like Agent Smith. Agent Smith, these abortion things are updates in the system. It's updates in her system, and you know what I'm saying? And it's updating them where they're pro-abortion, man. I was on stereo, like I tell guys, yo, join me on the stereo app. Is that dude? A woman called in and she said she was against abortion, but then she showcased her hypocritical side. I basically said, if a woman's had an abortion, a man should have married her. You know, that's a disqualification, because now she looks at your child, and I'm gonna tell you this, Blue H, I saw it. This woman was talking to her child and said, "You're lucky. You're lucky I didn't abort you like the rest." And I was like, "Dang, dang."
On call? On call?
Yeah, in front of her kids. You're lucky I didn't abort you, man. So she had an abortion. She can no longer be a mother because now she's looking at her child from a perspective of whether she aborted them or not. You know, once a woman's aborted her kids, and let's say if it's not, she wasn't, it was, sex wasn't forced, you know what I'm saying? And her life wasn't on the line, you know what I'm saying? But some women, they can't even have a C-section. They could die from just giving birth. You know what I'm saying? You'd understand that. But my thing as a man is that you got to disqualify 'em, because once she's had an abortion, she can't look at her children the same. She now looks at them as survivors. And it's, she don't look at them, that's my kid, that's my baby. No, she looks in the back of her head. It's just like, I'm gonna give you an example, man. It's just like women using birth control. Once a woman's used birth control, it's done. Because birth control gives her the opportunity to look at a man as, okay, I had sex with him, I could have sex with another man. You're automatically at a point of replacement. You know what I'm saying? And once she had an abortion on choice, by purpose, not because her life was on the line or anything like that, then she can never look at her children the same. You know what I'm saying? She can never look at her children like a mother. Now she's looking at them through the eye of, well, I let that one live. This is what you want to be the mother of your kids. Woman that looks at her kids and say, yeah, I let him live. Blue H, I'm telling you, she said in front of her kid,
On
you're,
live. Oh man.
you're lucky I didn't abort you like the others. I'm like, damn. Wow.
It's funny when you said that because I've been so caught up in the Disney saga like for a few years. If she had the time stone a la Thanos, she would have backtracked. The baby would be.
Imbalance. Because to me, and here's the thing about abortion, good thing I'm talking to you. Some of this stuff, like I tell guys, man, we don't have scripts, man. That's why the black pillar is growing. A lot of these red pill guys, they got scripts. The MGTOW guys, they got talking points they're going to keep reverting to. But you want to know what I think abortion is, man? It took me a while to get this. But I think abortion is a woman experiencing artificial ejaculation. Because remember, when a man ejaculates, let's say you jerked off, you just let loose all that sperm, which is a living life. You know what I'm saying? You just killed them, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So now an abortion is really a woman replicating a man jacking off because now she gets to, you know what I'm saying, export or, you know, remove a living life form out of her body. Usually only us men can do that. You know, you jack off, you know, you just let off hundreds, millions of life forms right out of you. Her, she can experience it by having abortion. Now she lets one life form out of her. So, because, you know, the eggs, they don't have any life. You know what I'm saying? They're just there to be incubated. So you look at the combination of birth control and abortion, man, it's artificially simulating a man's sexuality and a woman can't handle it. Psychologically, she can't handle it. I was chopping it up. I was talking to him.
Dude,
He
I
told me,
th- you're onto something. You're onto something, man. Yo, this one is deep, my friend. This one, dude. To be honest with you, I understood what you said,
mm,
but it's gonna take me a couple of hours to break it down, truly, to fully understand what you just mentioned. Because I remember a quote of Patrice O'Neill. He said, "Women are angry because men can jack off on a sock, they can jack off on a wall, and quote unquote, that sperm on the sock right there could have been a doctor. That sperm on the wall could have been the next Messi. That sperm on the adapter here could have been the next MJ. We don't care. We've got
mm,
other nuts." So
uh,
what you just mentioned, it's the extreme equivalent, but I do believe that it is an equivalent. However, it's not an equivalent that's worth it for them, because there's way more drawback for them than positive, because it messes them up.
well, I mean, man, I was talking to MD, man. The shit he told me, you know, that sperm book's gonna be legendary. It's gonna scare people. But he told me, man, when they kill a, you gotta look at it as they had an abortion, her body's still preparing for that baby. Like you'll see some women when they had an abortion, you're like, man, their breasts are still growing in preparation for that child. What MD told me is when they kill a baby, he said, especially a boy, that boy, like they leave behind, like there's this cell that a baby, a fetus will leave behind. You know, I guess out of a protection or something, you know, that when it dies, it secretes something that really damages its mother cellular, you know what I'm saying, cellular aspect, you know, of her being. 'Cause a woman absorbs it, you know what I'm saying? And then you got to think of, like you were saying, Blue H, it's different because sperm for us is just, you know, we're shooting life, but it isn't in an egg. It ain't being incubated. We're
Yeah,
in
yeah.
a whole human. We're just shooting the one of the one of the pieces to make a human. It's a piece. You know what I
Sorry, I
mean?
made that sound. Sorry.
No
Just
problem.
boom.
It's crazy, man. So you look at it, man. They and you know, me and MD were talking. Is just think about it, man. She has an abortion, and there's decayed pieces of that child inside of her womb, just in within a cellular inside the stomach or whatever. Just think of that decaying flesh within her, man. That's sickening, man.
Yeah.
That's craziness, man.
Because
You know.
me too. I'm waiting for that sperm book, because I know a little bit of things, because there's a book. I'm sure MD read it. It's called Sperm Wars.
Mm,
So it's the same subject, but I'm sure MD probably read it, is gonna break it down further. But in that book, there was a study in England about how, sometimes you see a family and the firstborn, like his
mm,
genetics simply look better, like he's a better athlete, better student, he's taller, skinnier. And there's a there's a study that came out of England, I believe it was in the 80s, about how the firstborn, about 30% of the time, the father was not the guy that was with the woman, but of course, the father didn't know. So 30% of births were not from the current partner, but he didn't know about it. they said 30%, and that was back in the 80s before dating apps, before online. So now imagine if you replicate that study and it's completely honest. But even now, like women wouldn't be completely honest because there's always IP addresses, blah, 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 that they
Uh,
might be worried on in the back of their mind. But in the 80s, meaning back then to cheat, like you literally had to, if he was calling the house, like you had to be alone. You had to pretend, oh, it was my friend Betsy calling.
mm,
And probably their friends needed to be in on them if they have ladies' night to cover for them, blah, blah, blah. And
mm.
back then it was 30%.
I mean,
Imagine
well, I was chopping with MDs, man. Whenever a woman, the sperm bonds, like a body absorbs it, or a woman's, because the problem you got in the manosphere is men talking about women like they're men. Dude, their body's designed to absorb and give life, man. So a lot of times the sperm bonds with them, and that's why some of your children you'll have and the genetics are different. You know what I'm saying? Because if there's such a thing as what I'm saying, what is it, recessive and dominant, then that means every time a woman takes sperm, then the dominant genes must basically enter into her cellular structure and probably kill the non-dominant gene. So even if that kid is yours, part of him will be part of another man. And the thing is, guys don't look at is, dude, we come from an evolved species where, orgies were common, man. There's no way an orgy wasn't common back in the primal ages, when men and women were living in caves, that the dominant male wasn't fucking a woman and she would sleep with another man in that cave. There's 2, 3 holes, man. Come on, man. It's a design for multiple entries.
yeah.
So that means
And
one woman is designed for potentially 2 to 3 men. You know what I
you
mean?
know
So,
what? It's funny that you're breaking it down that way because two things about that. Number one, what you just described, it's called I'm not pronouncing it right, but it's chimerism. So basically,
mm,
every time a man, I'm sure, dude, if you talk to MD tomorrow, he's gonna be like, "Oh, chimerism." Basically every time that you nut in a woman, she
mm,
retains those sperm cells, and when a baby is born, basically he's born with the cell of everybody that nut in her.
mm,
So that's like biologically proven,
uh,
that chimerism. So if she, doesn't matter how many guys nutting in her, a tiny, tiny, tiny part of his genetic makeup is going to be included in the baby's genetic makeup. And
well,
of course, that science can't, dude, science only knows 10% of the brain. So that's way beyond what science can fully comprehend. So that's
well,
one. And two, that guy, Warren Farrell, like I'm telling you, he's one of the geniuses that the manosphere doesn't know because what he's explaining to, like what you're breaking down to, quote unquote, a red pill audience, he would have the ability to break it down to the zombies. Like like the zombies could actually assimilate it because he's coming from, if you're aware of that, you can potentially freely love, which
well,
I don't share in that, but the zombies, because there's a lot of sugar in that message with what we're talking about, potentially they could they could understand that message. So he's one of those dudes that the media doesn't talk about. Even Jordy Peterson, the media talked about him because if
well,
you believe in what he believes in,
oh,
it still connects you in the system.
there it is, brother. There it is, man.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
does. It gives you that anger, but anger still ties you up. But that
yeah,
guy, Warren Farrell,
mm,
he's talking about what we're talking, and in one of his book, he said that a harem, basically what you described, like a train, blah blah blah. He said like how a harem was detrimental to women. It was patriotistic. It was misogynistic. And then he said he did the analogy that a man with many wives protect women because a woman that does not have a man who can protect her in a stage one relationship, that woman could be potentially left to die. So the man with more resources takes care of more women.
Mm.
So that is not beneficial to him. It's beneficial to women because they're getting taken care of by a provider.
Mm.
And the ultimate example of that is Jesus Christ, quote unquote, having a commitment with the nuns. The nuns are, quote unquote, tied up with this emblematic figure that will never cheat on them, quote unquote, Jesus Christ.
Mm.
So that's the prime example about how it's not violence against women, it's not misogynistic. In fact, it is caring about them
Mm.
because it gives them the chance to be with a provider. But
Uh,
one of the reasons why it's dangerous is because men and our society might be getting to that point is men who can't afford. And that ties up to men who can't afford to have that system. And if you go back to what I said about how you, the only system that potentially could quote unquote even the playing field. I know it's conventional, but I believe in it. Pimping, you give, especially in the urban communities, it could even the playing field. When you give slavery years to that, is that these men that are disenfranchised, it creates chaos, which is what, like you can ask the MD what's happening to New York right now. New York is becoming a war zone. It ties up to that, and it's not by accident. Like it's this is well thought up. Like if we're thinking about this,
uh,
the guy making the decision, of course they know about this.
oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, one thing I'll say about the harem thing, and I said this on a video I made called, we're in a male limitation society. You know what I'm saying? LMS, male limitation. Because the thing is about having a harem is it really helped women. The reason we have all this ultra competitiveness where your girl's best friend wants to sleep with you too and all that is they've created a situation where women have to compete rather than collaborate, because a harem system allows multiple women to get married, multiple women to experience having a child. And another thing is, even when a man had a harem, like let's say you, for example, Blue H got 13 wives and I'm your homie, you know what I'm saying? You will be like, you know what, man, you take one of them, or, it's okay for you to sleep with that one. You know what I'm saying? That ain't my favorite. You know what I'm saying? It
Yeah.
allows women to basically bring their best friend together. Like if you look at this society and how corrupt this system is, it's created a situation where women are going against their nature. You ever notice when you go to the bar and a woman's like, buy a drink for me and my friend? Now, a lot of guys are, thinking this is, a negative thing, but it's natural. They naturally want you to provide and protect them both. The problem is we can't fully capitalize on it. It's teasing us of the harem system. Okay, you go to the bar, two chicks tell you to buy them both a drink. And the head of a man, he's like, so I'm gonna have both of them. But the legal system and all that stuff, you're not allowed to reach your full potential. Some of us men, man, my limit might be 3 women. Your limit, Blue H, might be 13. You know what I'm saying? We're not allowed to reach our true potential as men. Like for example, let's say Blue H, you're in a long-term relationship with a woman. She fucking you. She following every order or whatever you need, but that's still not enough. In the back of your head, that's not enough because as a man, your limit might be more than one woman. You know what I'm saying? And it's natural. And even with the chimerism, you gotta look at they pointed it out. If you search it, they say sperm will tunnel into a woman's brain and live there. You know what I'm saying? It will live in
Ouch.
her brain. And you gotta look at it for our species, it's survival, man. That a stronger genetic will survive and you'll breed a stronger son. You know what I'm saying? It's natural. It's just that in this feeling first society where they've feminized us men, man, You know what I'm saying? We've lost all our potential because we're limited. We're not allowed to be the true man. They're saying we're misogynist and all that. No, man. A man seeking to have a harem is natural. It's natural that you see 5 chicks at the bar and you're like, damn, I want all 5. Well, I just want 3. You know what I'm saying? It's natural. That might be your limit, man. You know what I'm saying? But we're not allowed to reach our true potential. You know what I'm saying?
But that message, I 100% agree. But that message, that's over the head of 99.9%, because even someone who would be listening to Fox every day would be listening to this. Oh my God, this is misogynistic. There's something on, like, this is the Joe Biden quote that I always love to steal when he was talking about the steroid scandal in baseball. There's something un-American about this.
Uh, uh,
Is that what? Isn't America all about winning? And if you're in
uh,
professional sports,
uh,
you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta be friend with that needle.
uh,
If you wanna win the Tour de France, you gotta take EPO. You cannot do the Tour de France legit.
no.
Forget about it.
I mean, Armstrong.
Zombies believe in there's something American about being honest, like Hulk Hogan would say, taking
uh,
your vitamins and saying your prayers. Yeah, is that. But even like what you said, even someone listening to Fox, someone would be quote unquote ultra conservative, like would be repulsed by what you said, because there's past a certain point where the programming, like it seems to be blocked in certain folks like me. In the beginning, I like what, for instance, what you're saying, I thought that it could be taught to everyone, but now I understand that in the DNA programming, there's a certain limit that cannot be breached. Like there's and the masses, that message, it cannot go through. It cannot. Like someone like Jordan Peterson would be able to listen to it because he's extremely open.
uh,
He wouldn't agree with it.
Blue H, not
Agree
to
with it,
interrupt you, man. Jordan Peterson, and I think I forget his name, but he did a review, Jordan Peterson, where Jordan Peterson said, man, guys need to just take more, more of life coaching. You know what I'm saying? And Jordan Peterson explained that it's wrong for you to just walk away from the system. And it's like what you said, man. A lot of guys will look at when this news, Jordan Peterson owns this feminist. No, they're interviewing Jordan Peterson because they know he doesn't have the solution, man.
right?
He doesn't have the solution. You know what I'm saying? Jordan Peterson made a video where he said, yeah, man, y'all men need to man up and you need to just chase women and seek to help the system, man. Jordan Peterson, and I mean, you could just look at Jordan Peterson's daughter and you see how the system is won, man. His daughter is a single mom. You know what I'm saying? He's been married. He made a video where he said, you need more help. You know what I'm saying? As a man, because they need to put you in a loop of life coaching, because we're dangerous, man. The danger about us, man, Blue H, is we're telling guys solutions that have them walking away from us. Like
Yeah,
somebody listening from this stream might be, yo, y'all right? Thank you. I'm gonna move on with my
I'm
life.
out. And he's already got 500K in the bank, and he's good.
Uh,
Tomorrow he's good. Tomorrow.
uh, and he's
But
gone, dude.
at least compared to the zombies, at least Jordan Peterson, that's the quality that I give him. At least his programming would allow him to have an open mind about what we're saying. Then he would disagree with it completely, but at least he would be open to it and he would listen. Whereas me, I found that maybe 99.9% is me like maybe is me like I don't know the word, but maybe it's not me being rational, but it seems I cannot put a certain percentage on it, but it seems there's a certain percent of the population where the thinking cannot even get to that point. It's listen, when you're 18, you go to college, you get good grades, you go to university, you get a job, you get promotions. There's some people that their thinking does not allow them to not think what CNN says, or if they're on the flip side, their thinking does not allow them to not think what Fox says. It's both sides of the fences. There's
Or
some people that cannot function
uh,
without being aligned with, I would say, a mentality, like I would say, with a mass mode of thinking, if I could put a word in it.
uh,
Some people cannot function without a mass mode. It's CNN or Fox. And
well, I
you've got
mean,
libertarian like maybe Ron Paul,
mm,
but very few people. It seems some people cannot walk around with nothing.
well, or they can't be individual. Well, what I learned is you gotta look at conservatives, man. It's a scam. A conservative supposed to be conserving the natural order, man. You know what I'm saying? The natural order ain't to limit us, man. It's to and what I've come to learn is most men are afraid of becoming 100% in tune with their manhood. You know, it creates a whole different animal. I mean, for example, like when we were talking about divorce, like I'll give you an example. And most men listening to this might make their skin crawl. They might unsub from this channel. They might move, whatever. Let's say you have a woman, she puts you on child support. You got 3 kids by her. You know what I'm saying? She puts you on child support. The switch for a man should be, well, those children are a bill now. They're not my children anymore. You know what I mean? My genetics were passed on, but those are a bill. And the danger of me trying to fight for full custody when their mom could, you know what I'm saying, say I claim that I got them drunk or on drugs. When they come back home, the risk is too high. I'll see those kids if they want to be in my life when they're 21. Like the only time it's safe in the West for you to have your kids in your life is when they're 21. And that man says, you know what? Where I messed up is I had those kids in the West. I'm going to have another set of 3 overseas. You know what I'm saying? No problems at all. Men can't revert to this level. They'll say you're misogynistic. They'll say and here's the thing, being sexist is honest, but they'll say you're misogynistic for accepting the fact that, dude, having children for a man ain't nothing. We walk around with enough ammo to repopulate the world. You know what I'm saying? If you just look at your kids and say having them in the West was the problem, and I could have other kids, man, if you were to unlock that level of comfort in your manhood, man, most men are scared to accept their being a man.
Yeah.
It's scary. It's
But
scary
more,
to say, before you go, like it's scary to say this, Blue H, that yeah, man, she's got my kids, but I can have another set. I'm gonna take care of them as much as I can, but dude, I'm not gonna be in their life. I'm just until they're 21, it ain't safe. I'm just gonna. She can have full custody. I'll send them some checks, and I'm gone. I'll start a family somewhere else. You
you
know.
know, what you said is it's dead on, it's bang on, but they would never accept it because that's one of their talking point. Listen, that's one of the main problem in the black community is that they're deadbeats, is that they're not taking care of their women. And the thing is, I do admit that the men doing that, the quote unquote Pookies and Ray Rays, they're they're low life, like they're okay, they don't mind dealing drugs within their community. So
Oh,
that makes them quote unquote bad. Me, I don't see anything in good or bad anymore. Is that yes, they're making bad decision on that front, but the decision that they're making when it comes to their kids, just like you mentioned, they're doing what's natural. So on that front, they're simply, it's not good or bad, it just is. But what you mentioned is that of course they would never be able to accept it because it's automatic. Oh my god, I gotta take care of my kids. I gotta be a patriarch. I gotta do I one of the slogan to have people enroll, you gotta do what you gotta do. that that's one of the slogan.
oh, that's the trap. That's the trap.
Yeah.
You guys sacrifice yourself as a man, dude.
Yes.
And not to interrupt you, is that's the slogan. The slogan is
Yes.
you as a man must be a sacrificial lamb. You know what I mean? Do what you got to do. You know, no. I'm, I mean, think about this, Blue H. I've seen men in the ministry. I fought tooth and nail with my wife to get custody. I went homeless. Think about what that's doing to that kid's mind, that their existence cost their father their livelihood. You know, the trauma that's created from that of
Mhm.
you chose to put that on your kid's mind. You went homeless, you know what I'm saying, to fight for custody instead of saying, "Yup, the system won. She got the kid. You know, I'll take my L and walk, and you know, I'll just fight to make sure the pricing's right." And one thing before, you know, I say something else is that those low lifes, like a lot of things in the black manosphere, there's a lot of jealousy of a man. He just looks the way he looks, and a woman's willing to have his kids. But dude, it ain't his fault. Like even the man, like for example, a drug dealer, a deadbeat, whatever guy who ain't working, it ain't his fault. She opened her legs and accepted sex with him unprotectively, and she didn't take the day after pill. With today's contraceptives, man, there's no excuse, man. I don't. I did a video way back where I said you gotta forgive your father. It wasn't his choice to be a father. Even if a man
Yes.
says I want to have sex with a woman raw, she has to accept it. You know what I'm saying? She has to accept it, Blue H.
You know
So
what? That along with the analogy with the pimp life, there's so many people, even in the quote unquote black red pill, who don't get it. And that brings me back to what JP mentioned a couple of weeks ago, because I was talking about, how the black pill content creators need to put a little bit more sugar in it to make it more public, more digestible. But now I realize JP was right. It needs to be raw, uncut. It needs to make you uncomfortable. There cannot be any sugar in it, because with the sugar, the sugar dissembles the
mm,
message. So
uh,
now I get it. It's the black pill, motherfucker. So that's what he told me on MD streams. I was like, oh, but a little bit of sugar would make it more digestible to everyone. It's like, nah, because
uh,
what you mentioned, what I already know, what I already knew, but I knew that in MD streams around the chat, it's not something that would pass, but it is what it is. Because the reason why I know it's true is because on a psychology book that I read, the author says, listen, um, if there's an emergency landing on a plane and there's an oxygen mask that drops, you must put the mask on yourself first, even before your kids. And most people
wow.
would not agree with that, because they say, listen, I got to take care of my kids first. They're not grown up. Their life is more important. No, you put the mask on yourself first. Once
Mm,
you're safe, you have a bigger body, you have longer arms. You can then put the mask on your kids faster, more efficiently. Then you're going to be able to help someone else's kids. Let's say they fell out of their seat, blah, blah, blah. You help someone else's kids, someone else will help your kids. But if you do it on your kids first and yourself, you have no mask, you're a useful idiot. You can't do anything. But not most people would be like, no, I gotta take, just like you said, I gotta take care of my kids no matter what. And then you become homeless, quote unquote. You're quote unquote dead living. You're homeless. You're dead living.
uh,
That would be the
uh,
equivalent. You're dead on the plane,
uh,
living, because you don't have any oxygen.
mm. And I mean, dude, think of the psychological trauma. I see all these red pillars and MGTOW guys say, I fought tooth and nail for my kid, and I had to live in my car. I'm like, think of the psychological trauma that kid, and some kids end up taking their lives because they're like, man, I can't handle this stress of
Yeah.
my father going to court and saying, I'm doing it for you. So you're basically telling this kid, because they exist, you as the father are suffering. And remember, they're not mature enough, they're not mentally stable enough to, you know what I'm saying, to accept this thing. And the other reason I say we can't sugarcoat this type of message is because I've become wary. A lot of people are trained where if you try to sugarcoat their message, they start seeing that, yeah, you got alternative motives. You know what I'm saying? That's why
Mm,
with the gray pill, it's growing. And, we've seen what happens where you had a state of hypocrisy happen where one guy said, yeah, when I dock somebody, it's okay. But when someone else does it, it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? You're no
mm,
longer a part of this situation where we tell guys, I'm not trying to be hypocritical. The black pill truth, I'm not attached. A lot of people don't get when you say attachment and emotion. I'm saying I'm not attached to claiming I'm correct over everything, that my actions are just no matter what. And I'm not emotional where I do something wrong, I can't own up to it, or I'm gonna do something wrong out of emotional investment. The way I look at it, and if you look at the old Pookie and Ray Ray thing, like you mentioned, is a lot of guys can't look at it that women are more, they exist in a more natural state than us men. You know, she was attracted to Pookie and Ray Ray, that drug dealer or whatever, and she chose. That's why I tell guys in Blue H, I don't know if you ever heard me say this, attraction equals safety. It is
yes,
the
yes.
most, it is the most groundbreaking thing I've said is because that woman is saying, I'm attracted to that man and I feel safe. I'm willing to sacrifice everything, and she'll have that drug dealer's child, everything, all because of that attraction. That's how powerful and in tune to their nature a woman is. A woman's set differently, man. And another thing we got in the manosphere is there's a level of jealousy. Like there's some guys that could say, hey man, my woman pays the bill. I just play PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? I got it like that. And another lot of men are just, there's this jealousy, there's this crotch watching going on in the manosphere.
Yes,
Just
yes.
unhealthy, man. Dude, I'm not fucking her. That's not my crotch. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? That's why I go to certain streams where I talk like they're like, oh, Chad's getting all this sex. And I'm like, who cares? I'm
Mhm.
not getting this sex. So why do I care? You know what I'm
You know
saying?
what?
It's like,
You're so bang on because for me, I'm starting to get it more because me, like I came to be the way I am not by listening to the content directly. I came indirectly because me, I came from the truth movement, and then I did a little bit of PUA slash. But at the same time, I was reading about pimping, so I was reading about how that works. So the beliefs that I've got now, it's not strictly through the content or through trial and fail. Is that I got it from this world. So me, I'm like, listen, is that what you the coldest red pill is that I could not put it into words, is that listen, why are these guys self-deleting over divorces and not having custody when from my world it's cop and blow, is that you get her, she's gonna leave. It's cop and blow, cop and blow, cop and blow.
mm,
But that's not how with the programming, that's not how these guys see it, is that. And then when I listened to Warren Farrell, that's when I realized is that these guys, especially like I don't want to make it racial, but it is what it is because the way society roll is that the most prominent role in society are from white men. So they're getting most of the messages that listen, you've got to be upbeat, and these guys get the programming stronger. I
no,
gotta do what I gotta do. When they enlist in the army, when they start their families, when they start dating, I gotta do what I gotta do. So these guys get it the more, and now at least I understand why cop and blow for them. It's I'm a deadbeat if I do cop and blow. It's
uh,
no good. So
well, I mean, a man can't accept their manhood. Dude, if you were to look at it, let's say a woman puts you on child support, and if you were to look at it from an animal, like, I mean, I'm telling people, man, it's scary. If you go into that mental minefield of accepting you're a man, it will turn you to a whole different animal. You would look at it, all right, she got me on child support. Well, my genetics are passed on. Those are my kids. It is what it is. Her body will never be the same. She wrecked her body, she had my kids, whatever. It is what it is. I'm gonna move on and I can always impregnate another one. If you become this man, most men in the manosphere, man, they're not comfortable with full manhood. It's like listening to, like, Dragon Ball Z. Remember, I don't know if you into Dragon Ball Z.
Yes, I was.
Uh, Dude, you want to know what manhood is? It's that first Broly movie, man. When Broly was just wild, you know what I'm saying? Just, yo, man, just an animal. That's what manhood is, man. Manhood isn't, it's not a lot of talking, man.
Raw, uncontrolled
It's
power.
raw, uncut, man. And if you go this raw, it scares people where you're like, yo, what if, my family, for example, the women in my family, let's say you had a child and your mom and your cousins are like, yo, man, I've never seen you with your kids. You don't hang with them or nothing. I'm like, yo, she chose, and I tell a lot of men this, once your woman puts you on child support, those are no longer your children. They're a bill. They've become a bill. And
Yo,
you got to
I'm gonna
treat them like
admit,
that. And
I'm
it
gonna
scares
admit,
me. It
dude,
scares
dude, I took steroids in my life. I love steroids. I got pimping book in my crib right now. And what you just said, even me, I'm like, whoa. So imagine the regular people that's not crazy, that's not a crazy conspiracy theorist, that have actually friendships with calling them bills in a social function. Yo, this is, you cannot get more black gray pill than this, man.
well, no, it would
But it's
scare.
the truth.
Uh, oh, dude, brother, man, this type of information, it scares them, man. It breaks them to their core because,
Yeah.
to me, I look at people like cattle, man. To me, I spoke to MD. I think the zombie thing, it's a good quote and all, but I think cattle is a better way of saying it. Because people, cattle, they're looking for a shepherd, and they're looking for a shepherd in their life, and they're looking for what I'm saying, a guider. But some of us are them cattle that are like, man, like let's say me and you, Blue H, we them bulls on the farm that's like, yo, they using us for sperm, and they gonna kill us eventually. You like, yeah, I get you. You know what? I'm gonna eat slower so I can live longer. I'm gonna chew this grass slower. You know what? I'm a slightly limp a little, but not too much. I'm a walk a little slower to make them take less time on me. A lot of people are cattle, and to me, this narrative of just giving it to them raw and uncut. Because here's the thing, man. I tell people you gotta be aware, and this is where you're free as an individual. You're gonna be aware that most people won't be able to accept what you're saying. It's part of their
Mm.
individualism. It's about protecting, like someone being a simp, that might be their identity. So everything you're saying and I'm saying, Blue H, it threatens their identity. You know what I'm saying? So they'll become defensive. They'll say we're misogynist because they've been so well trained and groomed by this system to be quote unquote gentlemen and basically victims, volunteered victims of the system. You gotta be, you're not a man until you have a children. I mean, look at all the narratives that's being pushed. You're not a man until you're a father. You've experienced fatherhood. You're not a man. You're basically not a man until you have an attachment. You know what I'm saying? When in reality, if you accept full manhood, it will turn you into a loose, like society won't be able to contain you because nothing they throw at you will hurt you. They'll be like, oh man, you know what? Like let's say Blue H, you're renting a room. They're like, oh Blue H, how come you don't have your own house? And your reply will be, well, man, I don't have my own house because what if the government messes up the whole mortgage system and the value of my house? It completely becomes devalued. I only value what I can control. And that would scare the fuck out of the system. When a man says I only value what's in my control, it scares the fuck out of him. That means you're not invested in anything they throw at you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that scares them, man. We're not crazy. We're just speaking at a level where we're more in tune with our manhood. and it scares men that can't look in the mirror. Like I tell people, the scariest thing you want to do a test right now that will scare you as a man. Yo, go in a dark room. Just go in a dark room and close your eyes. I guarantee you're gonna be afraid of being alone with yourself because now you don't got no distractions of the light, sound, music, TV. Just in a dark room with your thoughts, man. It will break certain people, man. That's why solitary confinement breaks people. It ain't the loneliness, man. It's being alone with your own thoughts and no distractions. You know what I'm
Yo, I was about to jump in and say the same thing in prison.
saying?
Quote unquote, people that act tough on the outside are mostly the softest on the inside. And that's why solitary breaks
Mhm.
them. So it's like, damn, yo, it's even me that's aware of that is I'm like, whoa. It's like getting an additional stripe on a black belt, like what I just listened to. It's like Terabale, like and you gotta say it publicly. Like it's not
Well,
something that you need to mump. Like it's like, listen, Terabale to me right now. That's why. And you
oh,
gotta
dude,
say it Broly style, raw, uncut.
uh,
Dude, some
uh,
people are gonna stop calling you immediately after that family function. It's Aunt Mary is not gonna call you anymore. Like I can't see Uncle anymore. Uncle's a bad influence. That's what they're gonna say. Yeah.
dude, I told somebody this in person. I told a man, if a chick puts my kid on child support, they're a bill, man, and I will treat them like a bill, and it's gonna hurt you because, man, what's scary now, man, it's gonna hurt you because you're like, that's my kids, man. A lot of people don't understand the power, the loneliness. Like I lost a family member and it ripped me to the core because there's one less person that I can identify and just bond with on a genetic level. Like when you lose someone that's of your blood, like, you really, your identity, your history gets less because you just lost someone that walks around with your identity on them. You know what I'm saying? That's why whenever someone in your family dies, you're like, damn, man, it's tearing me apart because guess what? There's one less person like you in this world, man. You know what I'm saying?
And
And the other thing that happens is a lot of people think what we're saying is like it ain't hurting us, man. You've been raised your whole life to want to have kids and be a father and all that. That's why I say the Zoomer is more evolved because they're raised in a world that's telling them it's wrong. It's wrong to be have a father, be a father, and all this stuff. They're being told their whole straight identity is wrong. So they're not
mm,
weak as us, man. You know what I'm saying? And to me, what's scary now is I used to look at a kid like, man, one day I want to be a father. Now I look at a kid like a weapon. I'm like, damn, whoever's the father of that kid, man, that's the ultimate weapon against him. If he can't look at him like a bill, it's the ultimate weapon, man.
it's
See,
done. That's possibility of self deletion.
yeah,
And you know why I know you're wrong? Because I believe it was on YouTube that I was seeing yeah, right around before they banned MGTOW is there were a couple of men's documentary on YouTube, and I remember watching one of them when one of the fathers self-deleted, and now it was two little girls, not twins, but little, like 1 or 2 year difference,
mm,
and they were grown now, so they were going back and doing an interview about the consequences of growing up without their biological father. And of course, I was not mentally, back then, I was not mentally where I am now. But one of the quote that at the time, it didn't make me angry. It just made me curious as to why she was saying that. Because one of the little girls said, um, my dad committed self deletion. Why was he a coward? When she said that, I was like, because I was done with the stalking phase, blah blah blah. So I had interacted with not many women, but some women at that point. So I kind of I kind of knew. So then when she said that, why was he a coward? Like I stopped for a minute. I was like, I'm feeling some type of way, but it's not anger. Now I realize that because unfortunately he didn't see them as I'm sorry, he saw them as I gotta do what I gotta do.
Mm.
And then the pain was unbearable and he had to he had to execute the program of termination. And that's why I know what you're saying is it, because I felt it back then when I didn't know any of this stuff. And I felt it. That
Well,
yeah.
I don't blame you. I mean, to me, man, and here's the thing: when I say you look at him as a bill, is most guys think I'm saying, yo, you never will encounter them. No, you look at the way I look at it. Once a woman puts you on child support, you gotta understand, you will only see your kids when they're 21. It's only safe for you to have an interaction unsupervised when they're 21 because now they could drink. They're seen as full-fledged adults. So your interaction with them is completely safe in the West. And the danger of that is if they grow up and actually want to see you as adults. You know what I'm saying? If you have no custody at all, it becomes a matter of, man, will they grow up and want to see me or talk to me when they're adults? Because I can't fully interact with them because now I'm playing a dangerous game of chess with their mom, where if I'm alone with the kids, I'm giving her the advantage because now the kids could come home and guess what? She gave them a bottle of water to drink that happened to have a full shot of Henny or vodka, or she drugged them and said I drugged them so she could get more money, put me in jail, sue me for damages. Yo, man, the system has put women in the form of leadership. It's created an artificial manhood, and by the looks of it, they can't handle it. A woman, and a lot of guys don't look at it. A woman sleeping in a household. Think about a single mother household. The kids are sleeping with no father around to protect them. The mother's sleeping scared. If somebody tries to break in, she can't do nothing. Then she can't protect the kids. They're living in fear. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say you got to talk about a man's duty is protect and then provide. You would never provide for something you can't protect. Like, why would I buy a bike if I can't protect it and keep it? Like I don't know if I'm gonna be able to protect it or keep it around. So a lot of men, man, it's a very, very dangerous cycle. And manhood is raw, man. It's damn near primal, you know. Like I even told a guy that, and this is another bomb. I've been dropping this for years, and most guys won't. This is how I know I'm right, is that most guys won't repeat it. I told a guy this, man, and this is why I give MD respect, is subscribe. And when I said attraction equals safety, they jumped on it. They said, "Oh shit, this is big." But one thing I noticed a lot of other men won't talk about is, a man can't cheat. When I say that, some men, their eyes, open up. What you mean a man can't cheat? Dude, a man can't cheat. A man can only lie. Because let's say you got a baby mom's, you paid for her dates, you got a girlfriend, you're paying for the dates with her. Then you pay for another woman. You know what I'm saying? How is it fair? Let's say your woman is T-Mobile. Your woman's T-Mobile and you now have Sprint. How is it fair if T-Mobile cuts your phone access if you're still paying the bill? Just because you got Sprint now. You know what I'm saying? So this bill analogy I'm saying is, dude, the woman was a bill to begin with. So you having children with her is just another bill. You know what I'm saying? It's a level of mental male awareness that will scare most men because you
And
start realizing, Blue H, that, yeah, man, your kids, the children you have with her, and I learned this through life experience. Dude, they're just a number, man. They're one, two, three of potentially how many other kids I could have. You know what I'm saying? And it scares men to realize that to put yourself first is to put emotions away, man. That's why this black pill is scary. To act without emotion and attachment, it scares most men when you've been raised in a society, like you said, Blue H, you got to do what you got to do. Where they raise you that you have to do what you got to do when it comes to being emotionally trapped and invested. And that's why I see the self deletion rate is in an all time high because most men can't exist where they're the priority, man. It scares them, man. You know what I mean?
Dude, that bill analogy, there's two things about it. One is, of course, when you listen to the Fresh and Fit, is that women are born with value. Men must acquire value. So by having so much value, with the candy store analogy, I don't know if you ever heard of it, is
Mm,
women can go into the candy store right away. Men, they've got to wait. They've got to build up status. So them building up that status give them the permission to try as many. I believe what you just said is the equivalent of the glass half empty, half full. Is that yes? But when you're doing that, just like you mentioned, you're not you're quote unquote you're lying because it's like you getting the analogy that you said you've got two cell phones, but you're lying saying, oh, I only got one line when you've got
mm,
two. So that would be that quote unquote could be well when Marin or anyone else would be using that analogy. Yes, they're not lying, but when you're using the analogy that you said, you're not lying as well. So it's like they're saying the glass is half full. I've got full permission of going ahead and trying to fill up the other half when you're saying, hey, it's half empty. If she decides to indirectly empty the other half, she's got permission, she's got cause. So it's like, oof, I never thought about this one, to be honest. Oof.
man. I
And
mean,
another one, oh, just sorry to
oh,
cut you
go
off.
on, nah,
Another
go on,
point
brother.
is back when I was doing my stalking, I remember like I didn't do it for long, and I'm not a Tyrone, so I'm just someone who was in extremely good shape back then. So I had some result, but I remember after I had gotten I gotten some action the night before, I was back out stalking, and there was that feeling inside of me that was like, am I doing something right or wrong? And going back to the analogy that you just mentioned, it clicks why I was feeling that way. So it was kind of I was adding something into my plate without letting them know. Yes, there's no quote unquote no commitment we're given or no say, we're exclusive, blah blah blah. But still, on the unconscious level, something was felt, and the analogy that you just mentioned was exactly it. Is that I was adding another line, and it's like it just caught me what you just said because my mind works that way too. I don't see it half full; I see it half empty. So it's like unspoken agreement, which is quote unquote natural, as you would say. But then when you do something on top of it, it's if you feel something, it might naturally not be right, pretty much.
Uh,
Most of the time,
mm.
I would say.
I mean, well, man, fresh and fit in it, man. All these PUA guys, they train you to deprioritize yourself as a man. I mean, think about it when they tell you, yo, man, I'm talking to one chick. Listen to how they tell you, talk to her as though, what do they call it? When they say you got more than one, I forget that whole red pill thing.
Spinning plates, yeah.
No, not spin plate. They said, you got a lot more women. So you making up this excuse that there's more women in your life than just her. Abundance, whatever.
Yeah, about
That thing is, yeah, abundance mindset. They say you gotta tell her you have an abundance. They're telling you to lie to deprioritize yourself as a man when you should just tell her the truth that and that yeah, man, I'm seeking something else also. You don't need to. This is where a man will be free, even if you're not gonna lie about abundance. You just gotta tell her, well, I'm with you, but I'm always looking for something else. You know what I'm saying? It's just honesty, man. They don't want you to have that mindset because that'll put you as priority. Notice you didn't say I got more women. You just said, yo, I'm always looking for something else. So, you know what I mean? It don't matter to me whether you have more women or not. You're just letting her know that, yeah, I'm always looking for something else, and I'll prioritize your wants and what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? But that would set you free. That the root.
eventually it would set you free. Eventually, yeah.
Oh no, you'll be free because one thing you said, Blue H, like when you were, getting women and all that, you had your threshold might be the reason you were looking for another one is your threshold might be more than one, more than three that day. You know what I'm saying? We're men, man. It's natural. Like, I guarantee, man, if you put one man in the middle of 100 women, I guarantee your instincts, you might go wild. You might be trying to bang all of them at once until you black out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Or
but
you know,
what I meant is eventually they would they would potentially awaken
mm,
to that mode of thinking that you have on everything else instead of that one aspect today. Listen, I'm looking for something more than one. So when I said they might awaken eventually would be instead of that specific aspect, instead of that specific splice, they might realize the whole game, as we would say, like everything that we discuss would start growing on them. Like,
oh, I get what you're saying. You're
yeah,
saying it would open
as
everything.
yeah, as the ultimate one. Listen, if she bounces, my kids, I love them, but they're just a bill now. That's the that's the ultimate one. That's but if you feel that it's just like you said, that brony analogy, like if you feel that like to your core 100%, no lie, no need to deceive yourself, you're free. No matter what happens, you're free.
I mean, if you look at Broly, man, from that Dragon Ball Z movie, yes, he was out of control. You know what I'm saying? Blowing up things, but dude, he was enacting his individual right. It just so happened that his individual right is trying to fight and kill everyone else, man. It's still his individuality, and now y'all gotta try to calm him down and stop him. The way I look at it, man, life is the man is simple, man. It's just that we've been trained to make things hard, you know what I'm saying? And it's affected my life. I tell guys this, man. I could have went full Tyrone, man. I could have been knees deep and probably 10,
Because
20.
you're really tall, man. Some people don't realize how tall you are.
Uh, but it ain't only that, but even you, like you said, you were in shape, but the awareness you didn't have was you weren't aware that if I'm in shape as a black guy and I go to like certain white sector where they look at me as an exotic, you know what I'm saying? Because I was at a bar where I saw this black dude. He was like 5, but I'm in the white neighborhood. And he's got to be 5'7". And man, he getting these broads because he's exotic. He's rare. You
Hmm.
know, you could go full Tyrone or what I call conditional. Like, there's something called, they don't teach you this in Manchester. There's a conditional Tyrone where you go back to the black neighborhood, you're not a Tyrone. But you go to the suburbs in a white neighborhood or even in a neighborhood where you're rare. There's not many blacks there. All of a sudden, just you being black, you become a Tyrone, man. And the thing with that, I tell guys, man, the Tyrone mode it's like becoming a werewolf, man. What are you willing to sacrifice to go into that knee deep into just banging anything? All the stuff that comes to you, man. You're gonna wake up with 5, 10 kids. And man, who knows what is gonna happen to you. That mode could turn you to like, man, it's a dangerous mode. Like a lot of guys are, like I said on a previous video, a lot of guys are looking at Chad and Tyrone, as Mog and Jesus now. They're over Jesus now. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these guys are worshiping that. But if you look up a Tyrone or in the black neighborhood, Pookie and Ray Ray, you look at their life and you're like, damn, man. Yeah, he's banging the finest chicks and he's knocking it out, but he's got 7, 8 kids, man. And there's a threat of him getting on child support every day, man. You know what I'm saying? That type of lifestyle, man, of just banging everything, man. There's a danger that comes with that, man. And guys just talk about the positive, man. He getting all the hoes in the neighborhood. He getting all the women. Okay, man. And what else is he getting? You know what I mean? Like, I tell a lot of guys, man, if you scan a pussy at the pay counter in the grocery stores, what is it worth? Nothing. You can't pay rent with pussy. You can't. What can you do with it besides your artificial worth of it? You know what I mean?
You're so right.
Man, bro.
If you scan, ooh, my God, you're so right, man. If you scan it, what is it worth?
No, I told a guy that in his scanner. I'm like, dude, if you can't, I told a dude, if you can't scan a pussy at the counter and pay for everything, man, then the worth is in your mind, man. But the thing is, dude, if you go, like, you worked out, like you knew, man, if you were in Canada, there ain't that many black dudes in certain neighborhoods, man. You could have went just full animal, you know what I'm saying? And you would have woke up, and if you take that chapter of just going full Tyrone and these type of guys, when you literally become your looks and your appearance and nothing else, mindless, you diving into the vag and you get lost in it. And then the value of your life becomes zero. Because, we've seen those guys in high school, man. He used to get all the bitches, man. That's all he was known for. And now he doesn't get all the bitches, man. And you look at him, you're like, dude, his life, he ain't doing much. You know what I mean? He's kind of lost now, man. His identity was just fucking bitches, man. So, shit is wild, man. It's, but Blue H, man, been an honor and a pleasure.
Oh, great talking to you, man. It's that man, I was already aware. Like, I think I got like 4 additional notches on my purple belt. Like, I might go black belt soon.
But any last words, man? Any last thoughts for the people, man?
Well, now I realize what JP was saying is this message cannot be sugared. Like, it's got to be raw, uncut. It's got to be real. But most importantly, you got to be willing to listen. You got to be willing to let go of your ego in order to grow. Like, I'm not even trying to make it rhyme, but you got to be willing to set your ego aside to grow. And especially if you've got kids, man, when you've got kids, it's a whole nother ball game, because if you're not up to par, if you're not updating your programs, those people at the top, those people who think like us, by the way, are going to run programs on you. And if you don't know the program that they're running, you might hit that self-delete if you think you've got no escape. Like, if your computer is jammed, you control alt delete, it doesn't work. What you do, you unplug.
Oh, damn. Wow. You gotta repeat that one. Wow.
If your computer's jammed, you do control alt delete, it doesn't work. What you do next?
Oh, wow. Pull the
plug. So these people at the top, I'm telling you, those people at the top have the conversation that we have. But I was telling MD that the difference is there's certain rituals written in books that are hidden. You can't get these books in the library. The only library where these books are in these billionaires' homes. So the same conversation that we're having you know, come over, have tea at the mansion. They're breaking it down the same way we do, but they're saying, okay, how are we gonna give that to the masses in terms of law for them to accept it, or for them to fight between liberal and conservatives here in Canada, Republican against Democrat in the States, while it's basically two different sides of the same coin.
Mm,
So,
uh,
like I said, especially if you've got kids, if you don't listen to at least some type of content and you're willing to update your programming, a program will be run upon you. There's no doubt about it.
I mean, to me, one thing you brought up, man, and they say we're crazy, but man, the wealthy have, that's why I changed when I was talking to JP. I told guys in the Black Pill what they said was wrong. It's not looks, money, status. It's actually looks, status, money. You can get access, a woman could get access to a man with looks easy. Status too, if he's the manager at the job, like Scribe and MD like to bring up. But money, you gotta, you can't always get access to money, man. If it was so easy to get access to money, then a lot of good looking women in the neighborhood would be able to get access to it. But these type of events where people have a lot of money, you have to either be known or be invited or be connected to someone.
Yeah, yeah.
Even don't have access to the money. That's why I say the order has to be looks, status, money. It can't be looks, money, status, because you're saying anybody could. I've talked to some of my homies that were millionaires, man. I've spoken to some millionaires, and they let you know after you reach a certain status with them, a certain connection. But dude, where they go, the stuff they told me where they go to, and even me, I've done security for private events. Like I met Bono. I actually did security for you too, man. But you, a normal woman, it don't matter how she looks, she would not get access to this event I had to do security for. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Money isn't easy to get to, even for women. You know, like those women, like we like to talk to in the manager about Dubai. The, a lot of guys don't get it. These rich guys have to invite them. Money has pull, money has demands, and money gets to make choices. You don't get to choose to interact with money, man. That's insane. And to me, when you said they got private books, there has to be. There's got to be some supermarkets that are only a certain caliber people can go to. Like, a lot of the
Mhm.
people in the neighborhood think Whole Foods is expensive. No, man. Whole Foods is nothing to that private supermarket where you got to pay $1,000 a month just to be a member. And they would say guys like us are speaking crazy, Blue H. We're speaking crazy that there's a supermarket where you got to pay thousands just to be a member. No, man. There's levels to quality, and there's a price
Mhm.
increase.
Yes,
What was
indeed, man.
going?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And it's funny because there's a quote that I said is that, especially because YouTube, like, of course, I'm convinced that there's some type of evaluation. Is I'm sure between you and MD, I'm sure there's 33-degree Masons who know you are, man. I'm sure. I'm 100% convinced between you and MD, because these conversations are so high level. These people, and it's funny. Today I was listening to that show X Files. One of my favorite shows is that in these level, like the character said, he was a senator in that show.
Mm,
In our circles, the only real currency is connections. Is no the only real level of currency is information. So I'm guaranteeing you, these people, they at least have listened to some. Oh, okay, let's see what this MGTOW is about on YouTube, and they play. I'm sure Because if you've listened to any type of content, Black Pill, because they would have listened to MGTOW before banning it. They would have listened to Black Pill before playing with the numbers. So I'm between UMD, guaranteeing you there's 33rd degree members who know who you are. And maybe to leave on that is um, it's a rapper like Lil Boosie, right?
Mm.
Back and it was not really known. Like he went to court for something, and the judge, listen, when you're a judge, like when you think of a judge, it's older, white gentleman who was a lawyer for many, many, many years. Then he was appointed to the bar. If it was the Supreme Court or if it's some type of judge, he was appointed. And then and Lil Boosie was not known, like it was not, and even now, Lil Boosie's not Drake. He's not a household name. The judge saw him and the judge said, "What up, Boosie?" Like not his government
Wow.
name. The judge say, "Hey, what up, Boosie?"
Wow.
So I guarantee
Watch it.
you, like, because the level of conversation that we're having, I guarantee you is that. And I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just
No,
saying,
you're being
not
honest,
that you're not that you're they're following you or blah blah blah. Just oh, that guy on YouTube, he's quite smart. Like he's haha, like he eh, maybe. Do you think he could be one of us? Do you think me? The only reason why I could never be of us is that again, me, I'm coming from that environment. There's a certain level of sacrifice that you need to do. Just like you mentioned, if you're Ultimate Pookie and Ray Ray, there's a sacrifice that you're committing. You must devote your life to it, which brings you to having many, 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 many kids. So that's a sacrifice. You're sacrificing time, and the outcome is not that beneficial to you and to society. But there's other types of sacrifice, right? But to be in the circles, what did you do to be one of us? You must do certain things. And me, I'm like, listen, me, I just want to come here and talk, break some concept down, talking about like-minded individuals. So there's no after I log off, there's no risk of a red dot on my forehead. There's no risk. I'm not trying to convince anyone. If you're here, you already somewhat believe in the content. For me, after I log in, my mind is at peace. So, but make
bro.
believe, I'm sure at least in the last few years they listen to, especially MD, because MD, before like I was analyzing his videos before they started messing with his numbers, MD was pulling 7, 8K on some videos on some streams, like
Mm.
5, 6 hour streams with 10, 11, 12,000 views. And outside of gaming, outside of women, yo, that's huge numbers, huge. So I'm sure between you and there's some high level people that came in and listened. Sure, sure, sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, to me, you're accurate, man. I mean, I remember some of the homies hit me up and they're like, yo, I got unsubbed. I've been emailed, I got unsubbed. And I'm like, man, the biggest mistake, this is why I say it's a scam. I made a video, the 5 telltale signs is a scam in the manosphere. The scam is for you to think that feminism is woman made. It's man made, man.
Mm,
It's man made. Everything we men do, even when we're talking, it's about we want something. And what men are working on YouTube, men are working on all these websites, man. I mean, even certain jobs, certain parts of your life, you'll notice like, man, I qualified, but why ain't I getting work, man? You'll notice that certain things, my YouTube channel, whatever, it ain't hard to find. You know what I'm saying? But the way it works is, man, they're watching. We got our fellow man. One big thing you said is, for them to have canceled MGTOW, they must have watched it. But
yeah.
here's the scary thing, man. The worst thing is they took off the chains. Like Fresh and Fit, a lot of men in the manosphere are getting crazy ratings. But the
Mm,
guys in the black pill sector, we're enemy number one. It looks like every 4 to 6 months, some type of video comes out, the black pill, they're doing this, they're criminals or incel, whatever they are coming. We're the guys being hunted now. That's why I
Yeah.
told you guys when I was talking to, I would always tell QB, Caduceus, I tell everybody, we're the content now. We're the guys they're chasing because I'm doing a stream on Zoomers, and next thing you know, we're talking about, what they would consider conspiracy, but me and you are just calling it high intellect conversation. Is that,
Mm.
man, we're unpredictable because the knowledge is natural, man, and we're learning. We operate on steel, sharpened steel. You'll say something smart, and what I'm thinking about is, man, how can I add to it, or, how can I learn from it? We're sharpening each other, and that's the scariest thing. The scariest man isn't the man in an echo chamber with some talking points. The scariest man is a man that people hop on his stream and he learns and they learn. You know, that means you're sharpening it, and that's scary. Like I remember when I went to work and I said one of the biggest scams is where they tell you, hey man, avoid people with similar minds. You opposites attract. That's a damn lie. That's a scam. One of the biggest scams is opposites attracts. No, like-minded people attract. I'm not into gang activity or violence. I'm into conversation and mental growth. So I'm gonna seek out, your own energy. Like just the way you talk, you'll seek out. There's some people where they just get comfortable talking to me about things where, they are comfortable with other people because they see how you interact, man. The worst thing they want is like-minded individuals to seek each other out because we're gonna make each other smarter instead of seeking someone that has nothing to do with us and trying to bond with someone where you won't learn anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I remember when you hopped on first, we all talked on MD stream, and this is what they fear, man. Like-minded. And one thing you said is they're watching. I mean, the high intellect people are watching because
Mm.
the way our brain waves. Because I remember I was watching a technology. They have a technology now where they can send these waves that will just, paralyze you or cripple you. You know what I'm saying? They've even done something, man, where they showed that a tiger's roar can literally freeze you. You know what I'm saying? Like it'll freeze you, it'll stun you. Like it roars at a frequency that stuns you. So you're telling me these scientists don't have this technology, man? Sometimes you get a feeling like, I've had that feeling where I'm being watched, or I have this feeling like something ain't right, man. Or I'm feeling
Dude, me,
I'm bugging it.
I,
Something ain't right, man.
I've been going on MD streams. Like I've tried to hold it back, but you know how it is when you talk about this subject. Eventually, the truth just needs to come out. Is that me? Because there's a couple of YouTube channels that I used to listen to. One guy, two people in particular. One, she was a lady named Sunrise Full, and then there was another guy. Like his guy, he was self fluid. And that guy, like basically his backstory is that he was doing a lot of astral travel projection into the quote unquote fourth dimension, the one above. So the spirit realm, as we would say. So there's a lot of intel that he was claiming on having, and it was related to quote unquote. A lot of it was race based. So just to back up, like when I started, it was like everyone else. It was 9/11, Building 7, blah, blah, blah. That, they don't mind that. It's that they put it out there is that if you're smart, you're gonna put the pieces together and you're gonna realize something might be eerie. Then there's the school shooting that's a little bit higher up. Then there's I call it the medical red pill, when you realize there's certain treatments that are not effective. That the medical red pill, trying to go against that, trying to get a following on that, extremely dangerous because ever since 2016, there's over 60 natural doctors that have died in mysterious consequences. One of the most prominent, listen to this, he committed suicide with a shotgun hole from his back.
Wow. Yeah, that's set up. All right.
I'm sorry, I said the word. He committed self-deletion allegedly
Uh,
from a wound that was fired from his back. Like
wow.
that, so over 60. And that goes, I'm not gonna say the name, like, but many treatments that you can find easily online,
Mm,
especially with the situation 19
Conan
that we're in.
19. Yeah.
Yeah, Conan the Barbarian. Yeah.
That's
So
right.
that's a red pill field that you can't be Alex Jones in the medical red pill field.
Wow.
Like if you want, expect a red dot on your forehead through a window, possibly.
Wow.
So that's
Wow.
one. And another one is if you quote unquote try to recreate history, because if you break down the words history, his history,
Mm,
his story. So if you go into that field and you try to break it down, eventually you're going to see, okay, so what really did happen? And if you go into that field and you go on the race side of it, quote unquote, how did the indigenous people lost the land? When they knew the land, they most likely were more. So if you go into that field, um, how did slavery happen? That if you go into that field, that's when you've got to be very careful, because as soon as you do and you get accurate information, like that guy Self Fluid, like he was claiming to speak with high powered spirit. So the information that he was giving, he was again allegedly, it was very high level. And just by listening to his videos, dude, I'm starting noticing something weird. One day, went to a coffee shop. Like I used to buy coffee late at night, 3 consecutive night, the same cop at the same shop at the same time as me buying coffee. So that's the first time I noticed that. Okay, a little weird. But then ever since then, every time I step outside with my piece, quote unquote, my cell phone, cars doing U-turn every time I step outside, cars waiting on the side of the road when I'm outside. Ever since then, I've been watching these two YouTubers every single time.
uh, well, I mean, you bring up, son, a lot of people don't get it, man. We have Google on our phones, whether you
Mm,
got an iPhone, you're searching Google or Safari. The algorithm, like it shows me, even on my own channel, they show me people who watch my channel, watch Undead Chronic, they watch Smash TV, they watch all these other channels, you know what I'm saying? The algorithm is shared, man. It's
mm,
shared corporations and all that. Like they can tell what content you're watching and how you think.
yeah.
That's why I
Mm,
tell Scribe, and I was talking to some people. I said, dude, they're not making an artificial like a computer that thinks like us. They're holding it back. They're not trying to do it because if they wanted to, it would have been based on an algorithm. It would have been based on an algorithm, certain choices that it knows people will take or make. It would have been an algorithmic. This whole notion of them, let's make a computer with a human's brain, that's slowing technology down. It should really be based on an algorithm. It could talk to you literally based on algorithm and choices that it thinks you would make. You know what I'm saying? And to
mm,
me, they know, man. To me, I look at it as, man, they have all the information. They're on your phone. Even when you put your phone on, what is it, airplane mode, you think you're not being tracked through the phone towers and
nah,
all that. You know what I
nah.
mean? It's the way I look at it, man. There's a price. There's a price for being honest. Some
Mm,
people think, oh, you're creating content. No, man. I'm just sharing my thoughts on some things, and it just, it gravitates with some people. They're like, "Oh man, I never thought about it like this. Oh man, you gotta keep talking." Sometimes you didn't think of nothing, man. You just talking, and
Mm,
people don't think the way you think. And like you said, some people are able to, what I'm saying, say things a certain way. You know what I mean? And the way I look at it, man, the dangerous thing, especially with us, like I say, MD, Scribe and guys like us, the danger is you can tap into the urban market. You're
mm,
talking and you're sounding very urban. And here's the thing, the number one source of entertainment and influence in America and the world now is rap. It's
mm,
basically black culture. So if you tap into that and you're speaking in a certain way, in a frequency that those type of people are listening to, man, you're a threat. And I mean, and at the end of the day, I accept that this is YouTube's website. And hey, man, they choose what they will do with
mm.
me and what I'm saying. It is what it is.
The only thing is, like, and I said that, like, I didn't want to say it, but it just came out while I was discussing with MD. Is the reason why I know, like, I'm not afraid or anything is because while I was studying the medical red pill, is that um, at the top, there's a law, like, it's not called that, but that's what I call it to myself. The law of karma is that no matter what's happening, they must tell you what's happening. Either it's through movies, either it's through medical reports, no matter what it is, if they do something, they must give you a warning. And right now, we're not trying to convert anyone, is that this is a conversation that we're having. So if you're here, you're already like-minded. So it's not like you're trying to quote unquote convert the masses about a medical procedure being wrong. It's only when you're trying to convert
Mm.
and you're being successful, first they're going to send some warning against you. But then if you disregard the warning and you still go ahead, then protection against the information must be obtained. That's when accident like William Cooper can happen if you don't
Uh,
heed the warning.
uh,
But here we're not, like, there's no publicity here, is that we're just having conversation like-minded people. So that's the reason why I said not to be worried to MD or you, because you're not quote unquote going against that law of karma. You're just talking about what you're believing. You're not trying to convert your neighbor down the street about what you're saying is true. You're just talking on a stream. People who rock with you listen to it. So you do not have to quote unquote convert them, but it's when you're trying to do that conversion, trying to grow your audience with that message, that's when things can go south. Yeah.
I mean, not to interrupt, one thing you said, man, and I told somebody this, Dr. Sebi, there's a lot of doctors, some Haitian doctor died when he
Yes.
came and said he had the cure for AIDS. The reason they died is that you came in as a threat to their earnings. Like, notice how
Yes.
they shut down. I don't know if you know a program called Blender.
I know.
Blender,
Never heard of it. No.
it's an open source 3D program, and I mean, it outdoes the stuff that costs money. You see, the
Mm,
problem with most of these doctors and even people trying to make a car engine, they just don't release it for free. If they would have released this information on the internet for free completely, and they just put their name, or even if they ain't put their name, they release it for free, now the corporations can't do nothing because they
mm,
can't attack something that's given for free and the whole public has access to it. And if you put yourself out there, then people will come back to the source anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's how things work. Like, if you Blue H
mm,
were like, man, I came up with a cure for the common cold, this natural remedy, and you put it all over the internet. It's on Facebook, Wikipedia, it's everywhere. And then I'm gonna come to you anyway. Let's interview Blue H. They're gonna pay you for this interview. you're gonna get paid. It's when you come through the gate saying, hey man, I got this cure, it's gonna put these pharmaceuticals out of business. Now you're a threat to their business. And now
Mm,
you've exposed yourself to the line of fire because you said you're a threat. And then now they're going to show you that they got more resources. I mean, right now, you know what I'm saying? Some stuff people think you're crazy. They have ways to print out mosquito size, robotics. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people say, man, how did this intelligent guy just ended up on drugs and insane? Well, you ever thought maybe they got a super small needle and they shot it up at him? You know what I mean? He thought it was a bug sting, and turns out they injected him with heroin or crack. A lot of people lack critical thinking because sometimes I look at it, I'm like, yo, this celebrity or this scientist was too smart to just end his life or become a drug addict. And a lot of
mm.
people don't calculate, dude, he was drugged. He was set up, man. You're telling me the CIA, all this technology they have, they can't just turn someone into a drug addict if they wanted to.
Mm,
Come
mhm.
on, man. That's why when they say, man, we're thinking what they call it conspiracy theorists. No, man, we're
Yeah,
just high level theorists, man. And this it scares them that it's so truthful and
and
potentially.
it's funny what you just said is that I like couple of maybe a week ago I was watching the Kenobi series like because recently I got into Star Wars and that little robot that the princess has like that little flying robot I was like people think that it's a prop like dude like Ford tomorrow morning could make that flying robot a reality.
Mm,
Like Boeing 740, they're building 747 that fly in the air. Don't
mm,
you think they could make that little droid for real?
mm,
But that even something small as this would be too much thinking for some people. And I was like, listen, it is what it is. And to go back to the second thing that you mentioned is um, about because a couple of weeks ago about the water car, like Scribe is really knowledgeable about all that situation. Is that apparently the guy who had the blueprint for the water car, the government had a meeting with him, offered him $100 billion, 100 billion to get the plans. The guy said no. The, the men in blacks were like, "Hi, okay, thank you
mm,
for your time, sir." And then shortly after, apparently, he was at a restaurant, took a bite, something was wrong. Oh my god! Oh my god! He got up as he fell down. He said, "Oh my god, they poisoned me." Then he croaked right there and there in the restaurant.
mm.
But
I
if
mean,
he said me, I'm like, listen. But what you said is right. If he wouldn't have tried to but if like his goal was not profit, since apparently allegedly he declined that 100 billion, but he still publicized that he had it. So what he didn't want the money, but he acted as if he wanted it instead of doing what you said, just flood everywhere with it.
huh? I mean,
But
look what happened to that Wiki guy, man. WikiLeaks. He leaked it all, man.
mm,
Yeah, and to me, I remember you on that stream. If the government offered me 100 billion, man, I'd take it
I'm
because
done, yo.
uh,
I'm shaking
because
the
I
Men in
got
Black
other
chair.
ideas, man. If you can think of getting a car to run on water, man, you got other ideas, man. So they paid me for a car that runs on water. Well, they didn't pay me for a helicopter that runs on water. You know what I'm saying? There's always another idea,
Then
man.
you go get another 100 bill. Then you go get a maybe 25 billion from that idea.
Yeah. It just exposes that the greed, man. A lot of times, if you really want to help people, you're the source. Everybody always returns to the source. Even if you, for example, like if I put the recipe to cure cancer online, you know what I'm saying? I put the recipe and I said, yo, here, this is hold the truth hostage. Here's the recipe to cure cancer. You know, I want everyone to have it. And I flood it. You know, guess what's going to happen? Now it's all over the internet. People gonna screenshot it. The government can't kill it. You know what I'm saying? The corporations can't kill the idea once it's loose. Once the beast is out of the cage, it can't be. Now they gotta interview me. Now they hate me, but they have to interview me. Now I'm getting interviewed by higher ups. Hey man, how did you come up with that? I'm getting paid. They're gonna come back to the source. But because people have been so trained to participate in the greed, oh man, the government offered me 100 billion. That means it's worth trillions of dollars. No, the government offered you that to say we know that we can make you disappear. But his greed got, it overcame it. He wanted more instead of understanding, yo, this is a threat. The government don't offer you nothing with it. Everything the government does is a threat.
What
As
he
a
didn't
matter,
understand is that it was not really an offer. It was it's
an
you either
offer
do
for
it
release.
or you do it. He didn't like, of course, like he was not trained in that mode of thought, but he didn't know that it was not an offer. He didn't know.
Uh-huh. Or like my man here said in Dragon Ball Z, Dr. Gero had that tiny mosquito, you know what I'm saying, absorbing DNA from the Saiyans. The thing
Mhm.
is, man, we literally have printers. Like they can now print microscopic technology, man. You know what I'm saying? Everything we think about, it's possible. Like even me, man, I engineered a cat scooper. I gotta put the ad on YouTube, but I had access to a 3D printer. I paid somebody to design a cat litter scooper that I designed. You know what I'm saying? You're telling me the government doesn't have ways to print out a mosquito sized. A lot of people, they're the way they think everything's built by hand still. No, dude, the government could literally print a small drone that's the size of a mosquito, and it just bites you a little and you're like, oh man, a mosquito bit. No, just injected crack, heroin, or some super designer drug. Like to me, when I watch things, I tell people on this streams, I always tell people think critically, man. Always think critically. You know what I mean? Critical thinking is the skill that's they want to kill. You know what I mean? Like me before when I was super pro black, oh man, the cops, they just want to kill us. And,
Mhm.
then I start thinking critically, wait a minute, that guy shouldn't have been that close to that cop. No, I don't care.
Mhm.
That cop has a right to shoot you because you're within his zone. You're a man. You could overpower him for that gun. And you know what I'm saying? Why are you getting that close to a fucking cop, man? You should stay away and understand that, you're a man. Then when you start thinking critically, man, everything becomes clear. Like I told people, some of the homies I've spoken to, they're like, yo, man, you become a prophet. I'm like, no, man. Yo, when you think on a black pill level, when you think everything with no attachment, no emotion, even the Ukraine war, you start thinking everything, from a perspective of no emotion, and you start looking for the money. That's what fuck the morals, man. Fuck the morals. Start looking for the money. Look for the profit, and you start seeing everything is money, man. Everything,
Mhm.
everything, disease, this whole slut society that's built on it's money. Why wouldn't you want, as a pharmaceutical, to empower women and men to be whores, man, to just have unprotected sex? It's literally creating a domino effect to raise your profits on STDs. And they just launched a product called PrEP, where it suppresses someone with AIDS. You know what I'm saying? So they won't cure it, but yeah, it basically, and they told you they got the cure. They basically said, yeah, PrEP, basically, when someone has STDs and they have sex with you, it literally shrinks it to the point where it doesn't exist. So they
Damn.
have the cure, man. They got the cure, man. They just telling you that we'd rather profit, man. I started thinking about everything about money. If you start thinking
Mhm.
about everything, Blue H, man, from a perspective of how do you profit, everything becomes profitable. Someone's death, suicide, you name it, everything becomes profitable, man. Everything. You know what I'm saying? Because once you remove the morals, you get to maximize the profit. Remember, we're in a country. And I scared a guy. I was talking to a guy at a bar. I was working, whatever, and I told him everything's money. We're in a country with the number one private prison industry. And you're telling me everything's not about getting a man to prison? A man is the most profitable prisoner. We don't need tampons. We don't need menstrual cycle medicine. All a man needs is food, water, and shelter and a place to potentially exercise. And he'll be very profitable. He'll pick apples. I mean, there's supermarkets, the price is low because they got prisoners picking the apples. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
There's money, man. And if you start looking at everything from a money standpoint, it all starts becoming clear.
You know what you're saying is so true because I don't know where, I don't know in which state it is, but I think it's New York. Is that um, even men going to prison over parking tickets not paid?
Mm,
Like they're spending months and months in prison because the system is so backed up. So even unpaid parking tickets, they're spending months and months and no violations or whatever. They're spending 9, 10 months in prison for that.
no. And generating a state mad money,
Mad
man.
money, man.
It's all about money, man. A lot of people, it's about money, power. You know what I'm saying? The most dangerous things, the most powerful things in this world, and a lot of people don't get. You're in the United States, the printer of money. There's so many people. It's becoming this fucking marathon of a false prophecy. Yo, the United States is gonna go down. Yo, man, the end of the country's coming. How? When other countries look at America like a superhero. Taiwan, if we have, let's say Vietnam, a typhoon happens. Oh, don't worry, the Americans will come. They're gonna come save us. You know what I'm saying? There's a show called The Boys. If you watch The Boys, VOT, look at America as VOT, man. America's the most powerful country in this world. And America comes help other countries without them asking. Oh, man, you got food shortage. We're going to give you food. A lot of people think, oh, they owe us money. No, they owe us a debt. And some debts don't need to be money. Some debts are just, remember, when that tornado happened, we saved you. You know what you owe us. We can take whatever we want now. It's not about money. The government of America comes here, you treat us like kings. Because remember, you could have let that tornado wiped you out. You know what I'm saying? That typhoon. And now America comes in and then, oh man, the Americans, they getting everything cheap. They're eating for free. Man, America's a superhero in other countries, man, whether they want it or not.
You know
There's
what?
no other countries owe America their lives, man. Come on, man.
You know what? I always laugh too. You know what? Because I'm like, listen, America has the gold, and America is the reserve, like the financial red pill. A lot of people, that red pill, it's not really that dangerous to talk about it. Is that listen, the the number one ratio of wealth evaluation is debt. So if I owe you $1,000, your net worth is $1,000. So
Mm,
if that debt is eliminated, if my debt is zero, your net worth went down to zero. So I'm like, listen, that's why I always laugh at these conservatives because they're the other side of the coin from the system is because listen, nothing is going down. Like these people are the money printers. These people have, and it's funny again. A couple of days ago, I was watching an old movie with. Let me find it. It's not going to take too much. Rush Hour 2 with Chris Tucker and Jackie Chang.
mm,
That movie, the evil villain actually had the money plates in his home. The
mm.
money printers that work for Goldman Sachs and blah blah blah, they have the same thing in their own. They have the money, the same way you can print. Me, I'm not up to technology, but the 3D printers. I heard that you can print a gun and then get ammunition to make it like a real pistol.
Uh,
You have
right.
that in your home.
Mm,
These people have the money presses in their home. Listen, yo, I need 10 million printed. It's like, okay, the same way you open your computer and you print like your resume when you go to an interview.
uh,
You print your resume, they print 10 million.
Uh,
Nothing is gonna go down because
uh,
there always needs to be a currency which people will agree on what
mm,
is worth. The only reason why $10 is worth $10 is because on a mass scale, all the population of the world agree that $10 is $10.
uh,
If
it's,
somewhat, let's say, again, to go back to Marvel analogy, let's say Wanda was real and Wanda hypnotized every one of us, and she wanted to convince us that $10 it's toilet paper. Tomorrow morning, we all wipe our asses with $10 bills.
uh,
Money is not real.
uh, I mean, money, man, is just a proof of labor, man. But it's on a global, like a lot of people. I tell people the U.S. is global. I mean, we had the spice trades. All it's become now is it's the currency trade. We're global. All these idiots talking about, oh, don't be a globalist, dude. Our whole country is the definition of globalist. We print money for the world. You know what I'm saying? So these idiots trying to control you. That's why I say the red pill is a pill that's binded to the domestic country it's in. You know what I'm saying? All the problems they deal with is domestic. But you know, the thing I'm saying is, man, we're the global currency, man. Just being in America, you're in the globe. Like you're literally in the center of the world, America. You know what I mean? You print all the money. And now with digital technology, you don't even need to print. Goldman Sachs and these things will just say, okay, you need 500,000. Okay, we'll just type it down and enter it into your account. Now you got 500,000.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
And
It's you don't need no paper trail. It's the thing people gotta understand is this is why the black pill is so averted. They try to say we're defeatists. No, man, we just accept it. You know what I mean? Where guys tell us we need to march to change, pregnancy. I'm about to drop a major black pill. A lot of things guys don't think about. What if the whole marital laws in America, what if all these laws were designed to decrease the Native American population to benefit overseas populations that want to move here? If Americans are having
mm,
less children, that means there's more room for, let's say I'm in Australia, I want to move to America. Let's say I'm in China, I want to move to America. Let's say I'm in Taiwan. It benefits the people that are overseas. You know, the less children being born in America means more room. Like I was working in New York, and while mad people left New York that American, I saw Polish people moving in, Australians moving in. A lot of people don't get it that America, the whole world wants to live here. The whole world is
mm.
vying for land and place to live here. So what if the population decreasing here and all these marital laws are to benefit selling land overseas? Making people move here. Same thing for Canada. What
You
if
know what?
all? Oh,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, you know what? Possibly you're right, but a lot of thing that this is why I'm always laughing liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republican, because a lot of people don't realize that the replacement level of the right race, I believe it's 1.9, 2.1, I believe. Like I'm not sure about the number, but it's currently at 1.3. So the birth level is not even at replacement level. So when you're raging on about, okay, I do understand the debate about illegal immigration, blah, 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 but that's a distraction so that you don't even realize that the replacement level is not even reached, that you wanted to be at the workplace until you're 45, have your first kid. They're distracting you from that aspect. So that way they absolutely have to bring people in. There's no choice. If not, it's going to end up like Japan with an older dying reputation. Then I remember us talk. I think it's us talking about hikikomori, people dying in their homes.
Oh yeah,
No
yeah,
one
yeah.
knows, and then 5 months later, it's like, of course, the place is smelling like death. Like a special crew needs to come in with chemicals to take out the smells. they have no choice but to bring people in because replacement level is not even being reached. And on top of that, if what you said, which potentially could be what it is that that's an incentive to get even more people in. And the people who rage about, oh my God, have a good job, the American dream, you don't realize that they're, especially in the IT field, they're bringing Indian over on the the technical visa. I think it's called an IB4. I'm not sure. And they're bringing these people over, and the people who are here must train these guys, knowing down the line where their job is getting cut. They'll have to go because they make more money. So you get people coming here, and you have to train your replacement that you know who's your replacement.
Uh, I
So
mean,
it's
to me, man, it's a lot of people. This is what's the black pill is so different because we're looking for what to accept.
mm,
Saying we're not looking for a fictional story of what we can change, man. Dude, you're in a global. America's become this, man. The American dream, and this is where the red pill and why the Zoomers, in my honest opinion, they're gonna kill the red pill and the MGTOW thing is the Zoomers are gonna realize, yo, America's money's global. So the American dream is all over the world. As long as I got American money, I can live the American dream. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
You're telling me you can't have a white fence in a one picket fence in Mexico, a picket fence in Chile or whatever. The American dream is global, man. That's why I say with the black pill and going towards the gold pill, where I'm telling guys you gotta live a global life. The American dream is global, man. It's the fools that believe it's domestic. No, man, the American dream is global. As long as you got American money, wherever you take your American money, you can live the American dream. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at it. They describe in America a white picket fence, two kids, a wife, and a house and a dog. You can't do that anywhere else. Come on, man. A lot of guys get domestic vision, man. The American dream is global, man. And you know what I'm saying? And America's the whole world. I remember when I went back to Haiti and the Haitian people were telling me, hey, man, the election's coming. We vote. We can't save this country. I'm like, America's voting too. You know what I'm saying? Oh, America's global, man. It's when you think, when you make yourself domestic. I mean, even in Canada, like you in Canada, I was talking to one of the homies in Canada and I asked him, what's the number one shows in Canada? And he showed me a lot of American shows, man.
no, it's the same thing. Yeah, it's literally a copy paste, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, So to me, man, it's global. And I mean, you look at Canada as a replica of America, Australia, dude, man, the American dream is global. You know what I'm saying? It's just some Americans get in that scam of it being domestic only. Oh, I can only achieve the American dream in America, while the dollar is literally being printed and you got bases all over the world. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? But Blue H, man, it's been an honor.
Yep.
Pleasure,
Great talk, man. Great
man.
talk. Yeah.
Well, yeah, so, but man, I'm gonna boot you, man, and so I can shut it down. But it's been an honor and pleasure. And the way I look at it, man, we got nothing to fear. Because here's the thing. Here's the reason you got nothing to fear. You already exist in poison, man. You know what I'm saying? If you ever notice, they said this about a rat. A rat will literally bite into the bait, like he'll take little nibbles and walk away. It's gonna build its immunity, man. The way I look at it, we're already in poison, man. You know, the longer you stay in the West, it's gonna eventually eat you alive, man. I mean, the West is venom, man. It's the symbiote, man. And if you watched the Spider-Man cartoon back in the 90s, he was enjoying it. And eventually, slowly, Venom started to take control, man. This is how the West is. We're all poisoned, man. You can't fear nothing when you exist in the poison. We're all poisoned already. It's just a matter of will you overcome that poison or will it eventually take over? You know what I'm saying? That's what
Mm.
the West is, man. I'll let you have one final thought on that.
Yeah, man. Once again, great conversation, and quickly wanted to mention that is that potentially why they fear the message so much is once you become knowledgeable in one field about black, black gray pill, once you truly feel it, it's really easy to, once you invest a little bit in getting the right information, it's easy to get that feeling in something else. So it's something that's easily transferable. And like you said, having that critical thinking, it's not something that they want. So that's the reason why it's the views are like, to go back to what you mentioned, if you focus on the views, forget about it. The views are never going to be there unless you control the platform, which you never will. So it's might as well focus on the message and keeping it as real as possible.
Uh,
Yeah.
I mean, to me, one thing you said, man, and I told guys this, man. The scary thing is, man, when you become aware of the truth, like there's this fictional perspective of, oh, you become aware of the truth, you become enlightened, like Buddha, you're sitting down and smiling. No, man. When you become aware of the truth, you just become numb. You know what I'm saying? I made the realization long ago. The more you learn, the more numb you become. You be you start living life aware of what you can't control. That's why I tell guys, I live by the flat line theory, and it's kind of helped me out. I've become less stressful. Like I once lost $20, man. I lost 20, I lost $50, and guess what happened? I was like, man, I can't control it. I can't get it back. It's out of my control. I'll just move on. You know what I'm saying? I'm aware I lost $50, but what can I do? I'm not gonna stress about it all day. It is what it is, man. I'm aware of what I can't control, and I'm gonna keep moving forward. The truth is, the more you dive deep into this black pill, and you start just living life, you become numb, man. And when you become, nothing affects you, and like it becomes, it's at the point where I remember I saw the cops pull over and a shooting happened. Dude, I didn't care. You know what I'm saying? I did not give a damn at all. Like I wasn't worried about who got shot, who got killed, because I know too much, man. When you know too much, your reaction doesn't match you become out of tune. Like you're out of tune with the majority of people. When things happen, you're not sweating, you're not scared, you're not compassionate, you're nothing. You're just like, yeah, I mean, this was gonna happen. The calculations were made. I mean, look at where we're at. Of course, somebody was gonna get shot. You know what I'm saying? Of course,
Hmm.
somebody's gonna steal. You start pre-predicting things, and and this is the danger. The danger is you start becoming an outcast by just your body language. Situations where people would run or scream or cry, you're just numb. You're just looking at it like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? So that's what happens, man. And that's the danger. The danger of this type of information is, man, you become this level of awareness. You can't enjoy the normal stuff in life anymore.
Hmm.
But you start being aware that, yeah, man, I mean, I'm not in the best place anyway. You
You
know,
connect the dots too much, pretty much. Yeah.
yeah, oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, and you can't enjoy anything anymore. You just
Hmm.
become you become like, to go back to Marvel, you know what you become, man? You become the Watcher. You know, if anybody's aware of the
Yes.
Watcher in Marvel, man, one thing he said is he's mad powerful, but I just watch. That's what happens to you. You become a watcher. You're like, I can't change anything in this country or this world, but I can watch. You know what I mean? And I can be aware of what's gonna happen. You become watchers. You're completely removed. Like in Marvel, I remember a comic where they attacked the Watcher. They're like, you just gonna watch these people get killed and murdered? Just gonna watch that building be burned? And he's like, yeah, man. I mean, I'm a watcher. It's what I do, man. And the Black Pill, you eventually become a watcher in the domestics. You know, you see the Fresh and Fit, Duke and Dons. You start predicting everything they gonna do. And you're just watching. You know what I'm saying? It becomes like a TV station. That's what domestic society becomes to. Oh man, let me guess. A celebrity said something and y'all gonna overreact. Y'all gonna get emotional about a movie and a TV show. Again, you know, this been going on for 5 years now. You know, can y'all just accept it's garbage already, you know? But the Blue H, man, I'm a holler at
Yeah, I'm
you.
gonna let you go. If not, we're gonna keep on going for hours and hours, man.
Brother. All right, man, I'm a holler at you. I'm gonna just send it. I'm gonna push you out for a minute and peace, man.
All right, take care, man.
All right,
Okay,
brother.
bye, man.
Well, man, I want to thank everybody for you know, the stream. Originally, the goal was like just 3 hours, but man, get into these deep conversations with the homie. You know, shout out to Blue H for stopping by. And you know, shout out to JP, man, and everybody. You know, Jose, Kevin, you know, all the homies that stopped by. Respect, and you know, especially the Zoomers, man. To me, a big reason I did this stream was the Zoomers, man. There's a lot of negativity on the Zoomers, and somebody's, you know, and I think it's us millennials, man. We can link up with the Zoomers, and I think the Zoomers have a bright future, man. A future brighter than, you know, any generation before them, because the Zoomers are approaching the level that, you know, I think the Zoomers are backed into a corner where they're gonna just have to accept their manhood. And when they accept their manhood, the Zoomers will just start realizing that, man, you can't tell me what it means to be a man. Having a family and all this stuff, you can't tell me nothing because I'm a man. My existence is just being a man. And when that happens, oh man, it's, you know, the Zoomers are gonna be free. Other than that, man, it's just been hold the truth hostage, where if the truth was so important, we wouldn't negotiate with lies. We would hold the truth hostage, and thank you for stopping by.
Pill ill, y'all niggas better listen. I'm Black 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 Pill, I'm ill with this will. 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 I'm Black Pill. They said the truth won't survive beside the lies that maintain the decaying faces of this place.